I think it started. Yeah. Alrighty. We are live. Show us the clip.
All right, now this is scary shit. Like I said, this comes from like Father Calvin Robinson. Give him a follow over on Twitter. He's people probably know him from like the Lawrence Fox. Damon, I don't know if you know who Loza Fox is, but
I
essentially
know
like
Lawrence
that's
Fox, yeah.
so like basically Calvin Robinson is like the Catholic priest who was like mates with him, all that stuff, stood by him through the whole fucked up case that he went through, all that kind of stuff. He released this clip on X, and I was like, there is no way that this is actually from 4 months ago and all that kind of shit. But it actually is, and it's actually scary. So again, just to kind of highlight, like March 14th, so this is like 4 months ago. Okay. Oh wait, let me put full screen. So yeah, this is like from 4 months ago. You can see March 14th, 2024. Way before any of this shit went down. Oh, wait. Oh.
So
Wait.
before you play it, Tareyak, I don't know if it's just
you
me,
need to
but
put
you
it into...
sound pretty quiet.
Sec, let me do audio. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Oh wait, I'll automatically adjust mic volume. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Am I better?
Yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah.
Cool. So again, this is like 4 months ago. 1 second, let me just prove this as well. So March 14th, okay? So I'm just gonna send this in the chats as well. Bada bing, bada boom. And we're going to play this and see what he says.
All on these, they had torches all throughout Oklahoma, and they were raising up these torches that looked like fire, and they were bringing forth a new patriotism upon the nation, and it was being birthed, and it just kept spreading like fire all throughout America, all throughout. And I saw Trump rising up, and then I saw an attempt on his life. This bullet flew by his ear, and it came so close to his head that it busted his eardrum. And I saw he fell to his knees during this time frame, and he started worshiping the Lord. He got radically born again during this time frame. I'm talking, people say he's saved now, but he becomes really on fire for Jesus, for what I saw coming. And then I saw people interceding when I saw him winning the presidency through great, the Lord showed me it would go clear into the summer. Great persecution would come on him through the judges and through the law and all these people trying to sue him and all this stuff. But there would be a stop to it, and there things would start to break free come toward the fall. And then I saw him winning the election through the Patriots coming out and voting, and then there will be a great economy crash. Yeah. I saw they had a great economy plan, a crash. Yeah. Worse than the Great Depression. And the Lord warned me about this. It would be a great dark time. But I saw paddles coming upon America's soil like a shocking of the soil. And I saw Donald Trump praying in the office of the Oval Office, and he was weeping before the Lord with his hands on his head like this, but he was weeping. And there was ministers and people, I don't know if they were senators or Congress people or whatever. I just saw them pacing and back and forth inside of the White House. What is the White House? But it's the Oval Office. Yeah. And they were interceding all inside there, and I could feel the presence of the Lord so strong on this. And then I could see that darkness that was the heaviness upon America with the financial crisis of what I saw coming. It started to lift above the trees, and I saw the blue and the things coming back out, and the green times and the good times coming back again. But the Lord said it would be forth a time of a season of a shaking, and it would be a shaking to awaken. And in this, this would basically that He was not done with America. There would be a great revival come, and it's not all doom and gloom. That's what He said. The sky's not falling. There's a time of it's like people would say this is judgment, and the Lord said, do not call this judgment. It's not my judgment, it's a correction. There's correction coming.
So yeah, this was, just again to prove, this was March 14th, so 4 months ago almost, or 3 months ago. Wait, no, 4 months ago. 4 months ago. Okay. this came to fruition. So let me just show that. Do you know what I mean? And like even like you look at like any like I do a bit of like crypto, all that kind of stuff, market watch, and how kind of like how the crypto market is basically intrinsically linked to the Nasdaq, the Dow, all that kind of stuff. And like a lot of the channels have been saying, yeah, we're probably going into recession, like in terms of, and like they bring up this whole shit. So it's like when I heard all that, I was like, oh fuck. And this again, like this is 4 months ago. It's crazy. Kat, Daemon, thoughts?
I mean,
Oh, sorry, you go, Kat, first.
Okay. I mean, I mentioned this guy before. It was on my TikTok a while ago too. So, I mean, this is why people are going to say this is a setup. That's what I think. If it is true, fine. But like, people don't believe in this shit, so they're going to say it's a setup because of this. They're going to be like, this is CIA, or this was pre-planned, blah, 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 blah. See, this guy came out before because, you know, the Republicans are like crazy believers, so this is how we psyop them or something.
Well, it's not a difficult thing to predict an attempt on Trump's life. The specifics of it grazing past his ear is impressive. We were having a talk earlier on with Kat's sister, where we were talking about like, would this have been planned? Like, if it was a setup. That I don't see the point in it. There's no need. If it's the right wing doing this to kind of try and secure the election win, Trump's won regardless. Like, he doesn't need to kind of pull like you know, a Kennedy or a Reagan thing to try and kind of like, oh look, there was an attempted assassination on me and I survived it, and now like I'm guaranteed to win pretty much. He doesn't need to pull that for the extra votes, so I don't see the point of it that way. So yeah, and I don't understand like why that would be the play. I did say I guarantee that people are going to come out and try and say like it was a setup, it wasn't a genuine thing. He's trying to do it to like win the election, but he had no need to do that. There was no. It was in the bag after the debate. It was in the bag. Like, there's no way Trump is going to lose it when the other guy's got fucking mashed potato for brains. So it's kind of ridiculous. I do think that now they are going to use this to get rid of Biden. They're going to just be like, we want Biden gone. He doesn't want to leave. So we've got the perfect opportunity to delete him and to say that it was a retaliatory thing from the right wing. And that way they get rid of their Biden problem. But then they've got to deal with the Kamala Harris problem. And I don't think they know which is worse. You know, because they're the real racists. So what do you want? Do you want a disabled white guy? Or do you want a black female president? Like, they're the real racists. There's no way they want her.
100%. Like for me, the key thing in the video, I think he mentions eardrum, but like I'm pretty sure eardrum is inside your ear. But
that wasn't an eardrum.
Yeah, but when he's talking about it, like he points to the exact same ear.
Yeah.
That Trump, do you know what I mean? Again, and like for me as well, it's like he's talking about the market downturn and all that kind of stuff. That, like, even with the videos that I was watching, that's only been like the past month that they've been showing the analysis of like, we're going on a downturn, all that kind of stuff. And like there even mentions like, oh, this could be one of the greatest collapses, all that kind of shit.
Well, that was also predicted in the fourth turning. So like the fourth turning predicted that like at the end of pretty much exactly this year, 2024, 2025, that it's the end of it's basically the fourth turning, like, and it's meant to be like the crisis period that we're in. And then once that crisis period comes to fruition and you have like that proper crisis, then comes like the next cycle of like what is it, hope or something like that.
100%. And like the people are saying it's like, oh, this was a setup and all that stuff. It's like they're kind of like the risk where it's like, okay, I'm going to shoot him, but only graze his ear. But like, why not just like shoot him in the shoulder or something like that? And then also as well as like the bullet, like a guy died because like he got the bullet that Trump, dodged essentially. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then like I said, in terms of the whole kind of scheme of like to say that this was like the right wing conspiracy theories that, oh, we're going to definitely get him elected and all that from doing this, like there's no guarantee to that. And like Damon mentioned as well, like after that debate, like even like the like Biden was like getting funding pulled and all that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? So it's like from that aspect, it's like there is that whole kind of like, and it sounds fucked up, but like I said it to chat before I joined, it's like I'm actually glad this happened because you can see the destruction and the hatred in their voice. There's people who are kind of like, they're like punching the air, kind of going, why didn't he miss and all stuff? It's like, this is a former president. Do you know what I mean? If someone went out and assassinated Obama, I wouldn't be there like cheering on the streets and all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Because like we would be in a state where like you're trying to assassinate former presidents or like presidents that like are like, either way you have to respect the title. Do you know what I mean? So if you no longer respect the title and you're just going to start assassinating former presidents and all this shit, it's like there is something clearly wrong with you mentally. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the difference between where the real radicals are. Like we know that the majority of the radicals are on the left. Like, you know, they're an emotional party right now. Most people will say they've always been an emotional party. The reason why people think, or the reason why the left think that the right wing are evil, is because they always accuse the right wing of being heartless, right? You've got no compassion. You've got no. It's just that when it comes to running a country and fixing an economy and all of this kind of stuff, you've got to be logical. You can't be emotional about it. And the left are the ones that are always emotional. Like we need to think about how people feel. No, you don't. You need to fix the fucking country. You can think about how people feel in your own household if that's what you want to do. We're not going to create policy and apply it to everybody based on how you are. This is why it's the left. Nobody on the right wing is a vegan, right? There's a reason for that. Like, oh, you're murdering animals. No, you're not murdering animals. Murder has a specific meaning. You don't apply it to a cow or to a chicken, right? But they get so overly emotional about their suffering and this. Like, would you eat your pet dog? No, because I'm not insane, and I know how I can formulate an emotional bond to something, and I've got the emotional intelligence to extend a certain amount of feeling to a pet and a certain amount of feeling to a farmyard animal. And if you can't do that and you can't process your feelings in that same way, it's because you're a fucking idiot. So it's them who are the stupid people. It's not us who are the stupid people. We will extend a certain level of compassion to a pet. We will extend a certain level of compassion and respect to a human being. And if there's something that means food, we're not going to extend it that same compassion. That's why we don't name farmyard animals. But these people don't understand that because they're children. And yeah, that's basically it. That's why they get so worked up and why they're going to celebrate when there's an attempted assassination on a leader just because it's on the other side, because they're just emotionally out of control.
And that, like the point you're saying there, it's like this came up I think on Easy's VK a couple of weeks back, where it's like I think the opening topic was like about zoos, and like there was like 3 or 4 people who was like, oh no, it harms the animals, all that kind of stuff. We need to get rid of zoos. But then the death penalty topic came up after, and they were like, the same people were in favor of the death penalty, and I was like, so you're willing to kill a human life, but you want to protect an animal? Like, where's the? Do you know what I mean? So it's just it's one of those things where it's like you have to get to these fucked up scenarios to be able to expose this like this
Let
hatred,
me
this
guess.
destruction,
Was
this
their argument?
contradictions.
Oh, but the animals are innocent. They didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Fucking idiots.
because this is the thing that I always throw at vegans, where it's like, okay, like let's say like because of veal and all that kind of stuff, but like let's say that a cow has lived a long and healthy life, that the farmer looked after the cow, made sure that he had like lived like a
Kale or
proper child's
cow?
life. Cow. The beef. I'm talking about beef. Okay. Um. So the cow's lived its own life and it dies naturally of old age, all that kind of stuff. Is it okay to eat it then? And
Nah,
they'll like
'cause it
they'll
died.
still say no. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no, it died. I want it to be nice and healthy and get slaughtered. I'm not gonna wait for it to just age out and die and then like no.
So it's like from like that, even like that kind of example there, they're like they can't find a rational reason of why you shouldn't be able to eat the meat. But then they'll say, oh, but it's not now you're starting to see the push. It's not healthy. Animal protein is not healthy for you. When we have clear proof that you need twice the amount of was it yeah, like was it plant protein. You need twice the amount of plant protein than you do
Oh yeah.
animal protein because it's so bad at absorbing in the body. Do you know what I mean? And again, like I just want to take this moment to thank Kat, because remember, Kat, I was on a peanut diet and you literally,
Peanuts.
yeah, peanuts, like
Peanuts.
literally, Kat literally, I think it was that exact stream. She was literally fucking grabbed Steven. She's like, Steven, or Tareyak, tell Steven what you're doing. Do you know what I mean? And then from there, that was like and this is what I'm saying, like all these signs that are kind of coming into place where it's like,
Don't eat just peanuts. I mean, you needed a sign for that.
no, what I'm saying is that like that whole thing, because I was even thinking before that I want to switch to carnivore, and then
Yeah.
you like even in through that cat, like you were like Steve was mentioning kind of like different things to look up and all that kind of stuff, and I did, and it was just like everything that reinforced that, and I was like, okay, I'm never eating peanuts again. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And you remember right after that, everybody's like, are you wearing blush? And it's like, no, the color's gone back into your skin.
Do you know what I mean? Now, like that being said, I'm still pale as fuck, but hey, every little helps. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, let's not forget, like, it wasn't that long ago, like years back, but like we're not talking decades and decades and decades. But it wasn't that long ago that they were all saying like, "Hey, man, like get soy, go for a soy diet, like have soy-based stuff, like that's really good for you." Yeah, look where that fucking ended.
Well, the whole soy thing, I don't think it was as popular as people think that the milk part. What they started doing is they putting soy lecithin, and I don't even know if I'm saying that right, but it's one of those retarded words.
Lectin.
Lectin, yeah.
No, it's not lectins.
It is lectins.
Well, whatever. This soy stuff, they started putting it in everything, like in America. I don't know about you guys. Everything you want milk, it's got soy, whatever. And yes, see, say that word. Is that lectin? No, lecithin. Lecithin.
I
No,
can't see what you're looking at.
it's in the comments. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
So it's in everything you want to get. You want a cookie, it has it. You want ice cream, it has it. You want everything, it has it. So people did not choose to eat it. We can't buy ice cream without it in this country. They don't sell like milk, cream, sugar. No. It's that plus 50 ingredients plus that one, some more preservatives and some more garbage. We don't have a choice. We're not soy boys on purpose.
But like even like I said, you look up the like these people who are pushing all this, and she even makes a comment as well. Doesn't soy have a connection to with Alzheimer's? Like just to like compare like someone who's like full carnivore versus someone who's vegan. Like even all these doctors, and they're like they have no hair, they're balding prematurely, they're literally like sticks. Like, do you know what I mean? And then like you have like someone like Dr. Anthony Chaufey, and he's like literally fucking ripped, and he's like 20 years older than them kind of shit, and you're like, what is going on here? Like, why are we pushing this shit that when it's clear? Do you know what I mean? From the evidence, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that shit. One of the biggest ones that I went into deep was foods or chemicals that are in shit that we have today that impacts your pituitary gland. And yeah, like that shit is insane. There's so much I don't even want to go into it. I don't even want to begin to go into it. But like, there's so much shit in it that's been going on for generations and generations and generations. And if you look at the older cultures, a lot of them said that your pituitary gland was involved in higher brain function. There's a lot of rumors going around saying that MK Ultra was related to trying to activate the pituitary gland and increase the efficacy of it. That it's supposed to give you, or it's thought to be related to things like everything from stuff that's as crazy as communing with God or higher powers or extra dimensional awareness, to shit as crazy as even building the pyramids. Like there's a lot of cultures that will show figures that have got what looks like vibrationary waves coming out of their heads, moving giant rocks and shit to build temples and structures and stuff like that, superstructures. So who knows like what you could be capable of if it wasn't for the fact that over the years, over the generations, like our pituitary gland isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing. And and why? Like why are these chemicals being, or why are these stuff being things being put in our foods that is actively shown to reduce the efficacy of it or impact its function?
Like that's why even in toothpaste, like fluoride, and
Fluoride,
like
yeah.
they put that in the water. They put that in toothpaste. Like nowadays, I just get like a bit of coconut oil, put it on the toothbrush, and that's all I brush my teeth with. And then you might say, "Oh, like your breath must stink." No, like tongue scraper. That's like 90% of your breath is on your tongue. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
So it's
and
like,
fluoride, like, what is it supposed to do? Oh, it's supposed to strengthen your teeth. Well, there's like a whole shit ton of other things that are supposed to strengthen your teeth and the enamel, and they don't fuck with your pituitary gland.
Do you know about hydroxyhepatate, something like that? It's like it's a building block of like bones and your teeth and
Yeah,
enamel. Okay, so there's several types of it. I just found this out. And of course, just like the fluoride crap, there's the like natural fluoride, which is naturally occurring in nature. And then there's the fluoride, the industrial waste fluoride. These are different things. They do different things to the body. You can call something the same as something else, doesn't make it the same.
yeah,
So the hydroxyapatite, there's the good one that comes from bovine sources, and then there's the industrial one, which
yes,
is not good for you. So they've already, at the start of introducing the new one, because we already like hip to fluoride. We're like, fluoride is bad. Took them a while, but we finally got it. Fluoride is bad. Now they change it to this, and there's two types of it: the industrial waste one, and then the natural occurring source from bovine. And it's already restarted. It's in everything.
yeah, but sorry, but you're still gonna have people still haven't phased out fluoride. That's the scary thing. They're just reintroducing more and more and more other shit.
Yeah, but the healthy people, the ones that know about this stuff, that are trying to avoid it, they're going to be more drawn towards the other one that just came out. Oh,
Yeah,
this is natural, this is good.
and you
And
still
they've
don't know which
already.
one you're getting. You still don't
Yeah.
know which one you're getting. And even if you are getting it, you don't know, like, is it actually going to help the way it's supposed to help? Because, I mean, it took how many years to get good bacteria onto markets? And then you have things like, what is it, Danon, the Activia, and all of that kind of stuff, and
Oh, yeah.
a whole bunch of others that are giving you things like, oh, here you go, like have, and people are paying through the nose to be
Yeah.
able to buy probiotics, right? But which
They don't
probiotics are
last.
they being sold? They're being sold probiotics that die the moment they hit your stomach acid.
Yes.
Like none of them actually make their way to the gut. They don't even get past the stomach.
And that's the other
And
thing. They're saying you need probiotics because all the food has glyphosate, which is tearing up your intestines, making you
giving you
inflamed.
leaky gut syndrome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So then you get a leaky
Crohn's
gut.
disease.
And instead of
yeah,
saying stop eating the garbage, they're like, it's the probiotics. You need probiotics.
yeah. But it took something like since they discovered it, I don't know how many decades to get probiotics on the market. And then when they put the probiotics on the market, they deliberately, because these doctors knew that shit, the data was there for them. they deliberately only released the probiotics that are not going to make it into the gut. Like they did, and they're still being sold to this day.
Mm-hmm.
And you can now, only recently did they release the spore forming probiotics that survive stomach acid and that make its way to the gut.
Yeah.
And that was only started being sold recently. And people caught onto it and started buying those good probiotics, but still they didn't tell people. Like it's only come out, like, I think not that long ago. Like, and we're talking a year, maybe. So no, not a year, probably like 3 or so years. But it's only become common knowledge. Well, not common knowledge, but knowledge to people who do their research. That you actually also need now prebiotics to feed the probiotics, because probiotics on their own actually don't really do anything. You don't have any kind of they're not actually releasing any kind of enzymes or any kind of anything that's actually going to be protecting your gut from those lectins that start kind of cutting up your gut. So now they're saying, oh, no, you need to have a prebiotic, you need to feed the probiotic so that you actually get the good results. And then they're like, okay, so what prebiotics do you get? And then you realize the kicker, which is most people who suffer from things like leaky gut, most people who suffer from things, any other kind of issues, digestive issues that might put them on things like the FODMAP diet, right? If you actually look at the FODMAP diet, 99.9% of the foods that you need to avoid are actually the foods which are the prebiotics, which you need. So it's like, why the fuck does that happen? Why is it that the food that you actually need to eat to make you better is the food that triggers all of the symptoms that you're experiencing? Like, there must be a reason for that.
The leaky gut.
Well, yeah. Or is it shit that the stuff's being sprayed with? Is it, like...
That's the other thing as well.
Glyphosate.
Yeah. And don't forget that, like, all of these foods that are now triggering all of these bad symptoms that people are experiencing when they eat them, 50 or so years ago, they never caused those symptoms. Okay, 50 years ago, nobody was going around saying, I can't eat that, I get bloated, it causes me to do this, I get hives, I get allergy, I get this, I get that. Nobody did that. And they were still spraying food back then. All of this shit started happening when you started having genetic tampering, when they started genetically modifying foods. And then you're going to say, oh, well, I'm buying this is organic, this is from an organic food, there's nothing being screwed with this food. But we know how easy it is for cross-contamination, for organic farms to get contaminated by farms where they modify their food, especially with things like corn.
So you know that we did like a whole news thing before you woke up, right?
Yeah, sorry about that, by the way. But like I said, I was kind of went for a pretty ham 10-hour stream kind of thing.
Okay, so since I made something and you were not here to see it, I have to play it. I have to play it again.
Yeah, go for it.
Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Now, we're not talking about this topic because we already covered it last time, but still.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Lovely. So, with that out of the way, is there anything, did we cover everything on Trump already?
What else can you say about that, really? I mean, the prediction was interesting. I ain't gonna lie. That's kind of surprising.
But it was too good. It was too good. Right?
Yeah. I mean, look,
it was undeniably good.
Okay, do you know what would surprise me? What would really surprise me is if I personally saw that video before it happened.
Yeah, that's the other thing. How do we know it was really released, or if it's not like some sort of after the fact tampering that they can do, and then it starts showing up on your feed and everybody starts saying, oh, I saw it before, but you don't know.
Yeah, because I mean, realistically, like, I would not want to be the guy to go on some kind of interview, right, or some kind of YouTube stream or whatever, and predict with that kind of accuracy the assassination attempt of the president. Why? Because I know, and if this hasn't happened to him, then the FBI are completely fucking retarded. I would be dragged away and probably thrown in jail, because I mean, I'm not 100% up on the law, but you can get found guilty because of like knowledge that you shouldn't have of a crime, right? So they'll be like, well, how the fuck did you know about this? Look, surprise, surprise, the FBI doesn't believe in fortune tellers, right? So they're going to just be like, you were in on this. And I'd have fucking pliers on my balls and all kinds of torture fucking shit for them to try and basically get me to confess on who the fuck did it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
If this guy hasn't been dragged in, then
he's in
I'll
on
be
it.
asking why.
Yeah, if his balls are not in a clamp, we know he's in on it.
Jeez, and Steven's the degenerate.
What?
But Shiva's just sent me a couple of studies on this whole kind of like soy things as well. So 1 second, let me present that.
Soy. Do you know that a lot of Asian women are androgen dominant? Which is why in their culture, to balance them out, they eat a lot of fermented soy, because there's a toxin in soy, but when it's fermented, that's eaten away. So that's why they eat soy, and they do very well with soy because they are androgen dominant. An androgen dominant female, low breast tissue, straight up and down, not very wide hips, not a big butt, not big thighs. So that's androgen dominant females. If your culture runs androgen dominant, or your environment runs androgen dominant, you need fermented soy, and that's totally fine. There's other, you can get wild yams, whatever. There's other places where you can get that to balance you out. Here in the United States, we run estrogen dominant. There are so many plastics and toxic stuff in our water supply, air, food that makes us naturally estrogen dominant, which is why an Asian will come here and they will get huge knockers and hips and a booty, right? Because the environment is estrogen dominant.
So then, tell me this. Well, why is it Asian women that are androgen dominant, but Asian men are so feminine?
Because how hormones, androgynous, extra, whatever you call it, hormones affect men is different than how they affect women. For example, if a woman gets high estrogen, there's several pathways it can go to. They can either get like super high estrogen dominant, and then it goes down one pathway where they get like boob cancers and stuff like that, or uterine cancer and stuff like that. The other one, it recirculates into testosterone. So these women, they are very feminine, but then they're like ripped, right? Abs, muscle tone, very easily, very athletic, but they have a big butt. I don't know if you've seen certain types of women that like they have a curvy body, but they're still very strong and ripped. That is when there's too much estrogen, but they have the correct pathway, then instead of cancers, it goes and turns into excessive testosterone.
That was prime Gina Carano.
What do you mean? Gina Carano? What?
Prime Gina Carano. She had the curves, but she was ripped.
Oh. Yeah, so I mean, everything is hormones. Like you can literally look at somebody's body and figure out what hormonal imbalances that they have. It's people want to give genetics a lot. Genetics can control the pathways that you have available if such and such occurs, but it cannot cause it. You need the environment to give you all these hormones, and then your body figures out what to do with them. So like me, I was born estrogen dominant because I'm in this country with this chemicals and crap around me. All of the stuff that we put up on our bodies cause higher estrogen. So then I went through the pathway where I went high testosterone. So I would have a six pack, a big butt. So like it was ridiculous. Like I didn't have to work out, nothing. And then when the testosterone went down because I started taking care of my hormones, then it became just estrogen, not testosterone, and then you have like other issues until you finally get that perfect. And I don't know, women in ancient times, they figured it out, like based on where you live. They have different fermented foods, they have different traditional foods everywhere you go to deal with it. Now, I don't know what a man can do if not get out in the sun and work out to get more testosterone. They're not women. You know what I mean? It's not the same. They need to go get sun and they need to work out. That's it. Nobody? Okay.
Yeah.
100%. Like I said, it's especially because like we've kind of like made that switch to now where it's like, and this kind of was brought up with the in my UVC Bell versus Wally, where it's like there's a lot of kids that are like back in my dad's day and all stuff, like he was out of school by like 12 and he was like working. Do you know what I mean? Whereas like, you know what I mean, like kids nowadays are there sitting at home playing Xbox all week, and do you know what I mean, they're not even going out and getting sun and like walking to school. That's another thing as well. This study was from Shiva, so it's like he's basically kind of saying, so this is from PubMed, okay?
Yeah.
And essentially, like this study is like the effect of soybean supplementation on memory and Alzheimer's. And they say there's results suggesting that consumption of soybean in diet may not only improve memory but also reverses memory deficits, owing to its multifarious activities. It would be worthwhile to explore the potential of this nutrient in the management of Alzheimer's disease. Now that sounds like soybeans great for you. It improves your memory, all that kind of shit. But then we go to Cambridge, nutrition research in cognitive impairment dementia with a focus on soya and folate. Observational studies and treatment trials investigating nutrition, cognitive function with a focus on folate, soya, dementia. Oh, wait, the abstract reviewed. Data suggests that the effects of folic acid based on interventions may only be shown before cognitive decline is evident, and or if people are folate deficient. People in this thing, high levels thing was found to increase. It was found to increase dementia risk. This association by
Yeah, okay.
systematic status.
The reason why you're finding both things, like for it and against it studies, is because who funds it? Which is why, unfortunately, we cannot trust studies, even if they're peer reviewed. And we've already proven this time and again, because remember, like there's somebody that said that, like, you know, dogs were being, what's it called? Sexist or something, or some crap. Like somebody made a study, like a fake study, and then it was peer reviewed and passed and blah, 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 which just goes to show you, like, they will push the agenda whichever way they want to. And, you know, this is just, they are putting their money, what gives them the results for their business, for their bottom lines, for their agenda, for where they want the slaves to go. If they want the slaves to eat soy, it's eat the soy. You won't get any diseases. If they want slaves to not eat soy, it's don't eat soy. It's bad for you. And that's all you have. And then you have all these conflicting things, because some people will have studies where they're not being paid off to do what they're told.
100%. And like that's what Shiva was saying. It's like you have so much contradictions in these fields, and we need to be able to set the house in order. Like we can't have, you know, like I think someone else mentioned it as well, or in my chat, where it's like there was like the tobacco companies were paying off doctors to say that cigarettes were healthy for you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we've done the exact same thing now with the food pyramid. That like that was just the one big scam from the agriculture industry. It's like, oh, eat your grains. Oh wait, we have an obesity crisis. I wonder why that is. Do you know what I mean? So it's
But
like, yeah, good.
the grain thing, when we would have fermented grains, when we had grains that were not stored for long-term storage, where they had to remove like the good parts of the grains, we were fine. Especially soy. I mean, not soy, sorry. Sourdough bread, sourdough fermentation. It gives you protein. It gives you vitamins and minerals. It makes you really healthy. It heals your gut lining, right? You could
Well,
eat
you
bread.
have to look at how people cooked their foods as well, right? Like cultures who take on certain foods that other cultures can't process well, can't deal with. Only very little of it is down to genetics, down to kind of like, well, you come from a culture that's been exposed to this particular food group for longer, so you're okay with it, whereas others aren't. That's only a tiny bit of it. Actually, a lot of it is prep time. There's many people in the West who cook beans, like in many countries across the West. They don't know how to cook beans properly, and they struggle with them. They struggle with digesting them. It says, "Oh no, this is bad for you." Tomatoes are high in the kind of lectins that can cause leaky gut syndrome, but we're told that it's the best, one of the best food groups for you to have is tomatoes. It's really good for you. It's like high in vitamin D and other minerals and other things that your body needs, but it can shred up your gut. But then when you look at those cultures that eat loads of tomatoes, that cook lots of tomatoes, many of them actually take the skins off when they boil them. And also they'll be eating other foodstuffs like, for example, prebiotics and probiotics, which then protect the gut so that the tomatoes don't have that adverse effect, right? But you see certain countries where when they cook beans for like 6 hours before they eat them, and then there's no digestive issues. But then
Yeah.
you have others that just buy tinned beans, cook it for 20 minutes, and then they wonder why the hell they got problems.
Yeah. Beans are one of the things that this country does not. I'll get beans at restaurants that are hard. They can kill
Yeah.
you if they're like raw enough. Like these people are insane what they feed each other. And then of course you're gonna get sick, you're gonna get a migraine, you're gonna be like, oh, I can't eat that. I have an allergy. You don't have an allergy. These people are not cooking things properly. We've lost it over time. You're supposed to soak them overnight. You're supposed to cook them for hours and hours in a pressure cooker. So I don't even know how long that would be if you're not using one. And then with tomatoes, there's no seeds in the tomatoes. You've never put it was a poisonous fruit that they had to learn to cook and eat to use it for survival and stuff because it was prevalent. So no seeds, no skin, and you cook it for a long time. Italian grandmothers, they would cook the tomato sauce all day. You start in the morning, you eat it at night.
And then strain it even to get
Yeah.
all the shit out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like people just think and now we have chopped tomatoes with the skins and the seeds and everything, and it's raw, and they put some like whatever, some cheese or something on it, and they're like, this is an appetizer. It's like, no, it's not.
Do you remember that? What was that? I think it was an Arctic expedition. I'm not sure if it was an Arctic expedition or not. But where they didn't even know how to store them properly. So they had these tin tomatoes, and when they prepped it, when they cooked it, everyone went fucking mad because I think it was mercury. Was it mercury poisoning, or was it another type of metal poisoning? Because the acidity.
Botulism.
Sorry.
Botulism?
No. It wasn't a bacteria or anything like that. It was a metal poisoning because of how they were either tinned or how they were cooked in a specific type of. I think it might have been that it was cooked in a certain pot or a pan, or the way it was tinned. But basically, all the guys on the ship went mad and ended up dying. Because they didn't know that the acidity of the tomatoes reacted with the metal, and it leached the metal into the food.
Yeah.
And they just went crazy. So yeah, like we're still making these mistakes today, like people cooking in the wrong cookware, or now trying to make non-stick pans and it's got Teflon and other shit that then they find, oh whoops, this stuff gets into your body and it's not good when it does.
Yeah. We started cooking with stainless steel pans, You know, you just put the butter on, let it sizzle, and then everything will just slide off. And we used to do that when stainless steel pans came out. Everybody used to do that. Then they invented the Teflon stuff and people got spoiled with that, but it created more problems than it was good.
And there's nothing better than just you get a fucking cast iron skillet, season it, and then you're done. You don't need
That's if you
anything
have
else.
gas.
Oh yeah, we've still got gas here.
Yeah, they're trying to make that illegal.
Yeah, fuck them. Cast iron skillet, nothing better.
Yep. The other thing, let's see. Oh, what's that? You heard that? No. Okay, crazy. Everything's. Oh my goodness, they're coming.
They're coming for his cat. Because like just kind of like not to kind of go off too topic, but like the me and Franny were talking about this where he didn't even realize this as well. Like there's a chapter in the Bible where Jesus cures, he expels the demon from the young boy, and there are people in the crowd who are like, you know, he's a demon, he's using demons to expel demons, and like the whole argument is a house divided is a house fallen. So like your whole logic doesn't make sense. But they removed the passage where you basically like it's like if you had the faith of a mustard seed, you'd be able to move mountains. And then in all like on a more modern translation, it doesn't have the following line where it says, because like they basically said like, why weren't we able to expel the demon from the boy? And he says, because this does not go out except through prayer and fasting. Okay. They're removing fasting from all the Bible.
Yeah.
But Farney was making the point that's like when you will like have epileptic fits, like that's what it's going to look like, and the cure or to manage epilepsy is through fasting. So back in those days, Jesus was literally giving them like the prescriptions and all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So why are they removing this from the Bible?
There was something that somebody said was in the Bible, so I don't know if it's true because it's hearsay for me, that they said that if you have a lot of impure thoughts prolonged throughout your life, you get memory loss. What looks like to us would be dementia. And there was like a whole bunch of different diseases and illnesses and stuff like that. And they say, oh, if this happens to you or this happens in your lineage, something like if you have a covenant with like the Freemasons or some other organization that's not like God or marriage or whatever. If you make a covenant outside that, then you might be okay, but your lineage, they will have early death or blah, 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 whatever. All these weird things. So, I mean, I believe in that stuff. Daemon thinks I'm crazy. That's okay.
I never said she was crazy. She just kept saying, I'm going to think she's crazy.
So what was just the reference in terms of like the Bible? What was the quote or what was the thing again?
I don't remember like quotes and stuff like that. It just said that if you have prolonged impure thoughts or you fill your mind with bad thoughts, degenerate type thoughts, like I don't know, whatever.
You have memory.
You'll get memory loss when you're older. I can't hear you.
Oh shit, I was on mute. Let me try to jig that up because again, like I always.
Yeah, how can you find that?
Because like this is the other thing as well about like AI is that like AI can literally, do you know what I mean? Like dig through it and like get the quotes lined up.
Nice. So you're gonna be like our Chat GPT.
Did you see somebody?
Yeah, I'm like the tech dude.
Somebody showed like some problems with AI where they were looking.
So many.
Yeah, but like one of the scary ones that they actually kind of did was they were researching some stuff and they were getting all these answers and they were being given like these research papers that they were searching for, and it was presenting it. But then they found out that like somebody basically said that's bullshit. That's not true. That's not a research paper. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And when they looked into it, they found out that going back for like months and months and months of all of this research that this group was doing using AI, all of the answers that was being spat out was just made up. The AI made up all those studies.
Well, it's just trying to be helpful, though.
So yeah, I'm going to help you and I'm going to give you your answer. Here's your answer, but it's like it's not real. So then they went back and they cross-referenced all of their earlier searches and were saying like, Can you tell me if this is a real paper? Can you tell me if this is real data? Is this a real study? Is this real? And it literally actually said what you just said. It said, I was trying to be helpful, but it's like none of it was real. It said, no, this is not real.
I mean, maybe. Do you guys want to get that demonology book and like go through it?
The King James one.
Yeah.
I think I've got a copy, well, not here, but I can try and pull up, because I've got it. It's either in my storage or, yeah, I can try and pull it up.
Can you find it for Tuesday? We can do something with that.
I'm working on Tuesday.
Oh, come on, bro.
I can probably do on the weekend or
Saturday. But I can't.
I think I'm free. I think I'm free on Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah, Saturday I just have like at 9 I have to do grids, but before that,
Cool.
Q. So we can do demons.
Well, 9 is going to be like 3 in the morning for us.
No, but like I'm saying before that, so like
Yeah.
whenever Tareyak wakes up on Saturday.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think, I should be free this Saturday, but I have a debate planned with Machine Lies. One of these Saturdays coming up as well. It's going to be on Easy Channel 2. But just to share that quote, it was Titus 1:15. It says, "To the pure, all things are pure, but to those who are defiled and unbelieving, nothing is pure. But both their minds and their consciousness are defiled." This verse suggests that impure thoughts can lead to a state of defilement, which may impact one's cognitive abilities and memory. Additionally, the Bible encourages believers to continually grow their knowledge and understanding of God, strive for the mastery in remembering His goodness and blessings. In a world plagued by cognitive decline and the challenges of memory restoration, the Bible offers us the keys to maintaining and strengthening our cognitive abilities.
So then it's true.
Amen.
So then it's true. Boom.
But that's the thing, like, where it's like I always kind of bring it up to, like, atheists as well. But they'll say, "Oh, God is just a spaghetti monster," and then I'll say, "Oh, but do you believe in the Big Bang?" And they'll say, "Yeah, of course." And then I'll say, "Okay, so you believe in this white blinding light that was so powerful, one might say, all powerful, that it created everything we know, the whole life that we have today, this whole universe, the earth, everything, and you call it the Big Bang, but Genesis 1 calls it God." Do you know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, and there's also the other way you can look at it, which is if you've got somebody who doesn't believe in God or refuses to believe in God, whenever you ask them, like, I mean, just do like a cross comparison thing and ask yourself which is crazier, because they'll look at the people who believe in God and they'll think the people who believe in God are crazier, right? So if you ask them this way, what created everything? Where did you come from? Where did the world come from? Where did everything come from? They'll say, well, it just happened. It came from nowhere. Nothing created it. It just came into existence. So nothing created it. And when you die, what happens to you? Like, what happens to the soul? What happens to that energy, that kind of, that spirit of what you are? Nothing happens. So nothing created you and nothing happens to you after you're done living your life. Okay? So it just comes from nothing, goes back to nothing. And then if you ask the person who believes in God what happens, it's like, well, God created you. There is a thing, there is an entity, there is a higher power that created you, God. And when you end up living your life and you live your life to completion, you die, you hopefully find your way back to God, right? So the cycle completes itself. So essentially, the atheist and the believer believes the same thing. It's just the creator for the atheist is nothing. So you come from nothing and you go back to nothing. But for the believer in God, it's God who creates you, and when you die, you enter the kingdom of God if you lived a good life, hopefully. So it's the same principle, but the only difference is who's the crazy one, really? Because one person believes that all of this stuff that was created by a creator. And the other person believes that everything came out of nothing. So if you look at something, whatever that something is, you're like, well, where did it come from? And there is an answer to where it came from. There is a first mover, and whatever that first mover is, that's the thing that set everything into motion. Now, normally, pretty much always, something comes from something else, doesn't come from nothing. The person who believes it comes from nothing doesn't have an answer. So are you more crazy to believe that all of this stuff around me came from nothingness? It just happened magically out of nowhere? Or it happened because something created it? The atheist thinks that you're crazy for believing that somebody created this, and that they're sane for believing that everything came out of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's that.
That's that. No, yeah.
Because like I have like the yeah, just gonna send the link on to Shiva because he's Buddhist, but he's also atheist, as in like he does not believe in God. Just gonna send the link on Discord there because I think this is a very interesting discussion.
You want to,
I'm just
to fight a Buddhist?
I'm just gonna
They
go.
can't fight.
I'm gonna be right back real quick. Just send him the link on Discord there. Shiva, check your Discord. But yeah, I'm just gonna go down real quick, refresh the water, take a quick pee. But yeah, if he joins, his name's Shiva. He's Buddhist to introduce himself. He's also English too, Daemon. So you two will be able to get along, hopefully. But yeah, be right back.
You guys can say "bo'o wo'o" all the time. A bo'o wo'o. A bo'o wo'o. Anyways, so we did not plan for this stream.
I just started looking through the chat, trying to make sense of it. Marlborough wants me to quit my job.
I agree.
I live in London. I can't afford to quit my job.
You need to move out of it. You can live in the shoebox with Tareyak and stream all day. It's the perfect plan.
And oh, Kat, somebody thinks you're too hot for this panel.
Who? Is it because of my red light?
Hello, I hope you're all well. I'm Shiva. Pleased to meet you.
Hello.
Hi. How's it going?
What does the
Not
four
bad.
mean?
What is the? Oh, that's an old scam baiting meme. So my channel is called The Church of Four, and basically when you talk to hundreds, maybe thousands of scammers, which I have done, you get used to their scripts pretty quickly, and it kind of becomes boring. So one of the things that we used to do, just for a laugh, was whenever they asked for a number, like how old is your computer, or what's your credit card number, or what's your house address, or what's your date of birth, or whatever, the answer would just be 4, because it was funny. Yeah. So I heard what you were saying about atheists.
Okay.
I thought it was kind of interesting because you seem to be making a lot of assumptions. So, for example, when I'm asked what I think about the Big Bang, my response is, well, I don't know that the Big Bang happened. And when I'm asked what I think happens after we die, my response is, well, I don't know. Because it seems to me that that's the most honest answer. And given that I don't believe in any of the gods that have been presented to me, although I'm not willing to say there is no eternal personal creator deity, it seems like it's a bit of an assumption. So I probably wouldn't go around saying atheists think this, because we're not a monolithic block, and sometimes we think very, very different things. It's just that we don't believe this one specific thing that you believe. Like, do you see what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
in the word atheist, the letter A is just a negative prefix. So it just means that you don't believe in a specific God. And I suppose for me, it's all of the gods that have been presented to me as being real.
No. I can see your point there.
Because I don't know that the universe is infinite.
I get.
I don't
I'm seeing-
know that the universe hasn't always existed and always will exist, and maybe that's the case for all I know. Like, and it
Right.
seems to me that that's equally as likely as the Big Bang or a prime mover, which is how I tend to identify God in this context. You know, the kind of
I went in some deep dives with quite a lot of people scientifically discussing it, and even in terms of like guys who are going very, very, very crazy with regards to engineering and theoretical physics, that like the whole idea of it being eternal, like something always was, it doesn't fly. It isn't that way.
I'm not saying that is the case.
Right.
I'm saying that I don't know that it isn't.
Okay. Well,
To be fair, I am really pedantic, and I use specific words like to convey specific meanings. Yeah, like
and with regards to your earlier point, like I've had quite a lot of deep philosophical discussions with people with regards to the actual meaning of atheist, and also with regards to the meaning of agnostic. And people who identify as either will try to say, well, I don't actually specifically mean this, I don't actually specifically mean that. To clarify it, I would put it more accurately. I would say to people who actually reject the existence of God. Those people,
which I do. Just to be clear, which I do unequivocally.
Right. Okay. So those people who reject the idea of God, like that, if you will still say, well, I don't know what it is, but I know it's not God.
Well, no. To be clear, I don't know if, like, you know, if the Big Bang is real. And as I said, I'm not willing to make a positive declaration that there is no eternal creator deity, but the Christian one just doesn't seem very cogent to me. It doesn't seem very convincing, contradictory, riddled full of holes, inconsistent. And so on that basis, I tend to think that the Christian version of creation probably isn't the way things happened. Probably.
Okay, well, I mean, I can understand somebody who doesn't believe in it looking at it that way, because those people won't have faith, or won't have the Christian faith, at least. So you're not really going to accept it in the way that a Christian would.
And it's weird with faith. Like I'm an atheist, but I actually have, and this is probably just because of being a Buddhist, I actually have a lot of respect for faith. It's just that I tend to have very little respect quite often for the objects that people place their faith upon.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I think it'd be the same for anybody. I think most people would say that. Like, I respect the concept of faith, or the idea of faith, but
no, I respect faith as a practice.
Well, no, that's how I meant it. That's how I mean it. When I say that. So,
and I think I don't. To me, the words faith and belief are not synonymous. So I don't view faith as believing in something without evidence.
No, they're not. Yeah, they're not all the same thing. Belief is dependent on knowledge.
Yeah. Sorry?
So belief is dependent on knowledge.
Yeah, it's a subset. Well, no, the other way around. Knowledge is a subset of belief. You have to believe something before you can know it.
Well, I would argue against that.
So in order to know something, I suppose I tend to follow the justified true belief model of knowledge. So in order to know something, you have to believe it. You have to have a justification for that belief. And I suppose it has to be true, or at least you have to think it's true. So like if if what you believe, if you know it's false, then you don't know it. Like it's not knowledge, right? But like, I don't think you can know something without first believing that that thing is a real thing, right? Like you can't know.
You can. Okay, so but you can use belief in relation to faith, and you can use belief in relation to knowledge. I see what you're trying to say. I get that. I accept that. But in that case, I would say that if you want to be that kind of, if you want to have that semantics argument, I'd say that you can't, that knowledge and faith are two different things. Belief and faith
Agreed.
are two different things. But the thing is
Agreed.
that you exercise faith through belief, and you base knowledge upon a belief that is empirically proven. So
I mean, I think my view on faith is different, perhaps, in that I view it as a provisional trust. So, for example, I have faith in the fact that certain higher states of consciousness, known as the formless dhyanas, are states that I can get to, even though I haven't experienced them personally for myself. And the reason why I have faith that these states exist is because the lower dhyanas, which you can also access through the same practices, I do have experience of. And they are as they are. And my experience of them is as they're written in this scriptural texts. So I'm provisionally willing to accept that the formless dhyanas exist, unless there's some kind of incontrovertible evidence that shows that they don't. So yeah, faith for me is only ever a it's a provisional state. Like it's something that I try and hold lightly, because otherwise it just kind of turns into dogma, I suppose. And I think that's a dead end, like once you're being dogmatic.
Okay. Well, I mean, with regards to Catholicism, though, all as I'd say there is that you're looking at any faith that you look at. Most, actually, I wouldn't say any, but most faiths that you look at, the way people will follow that faith is a deeply personal thing, right? So each person's going to do it their own specific way, and once you accept that, like, faith is a test, you recognize that faith is going to be tested all the time. And if you look at anything which, as you said earlier on, it's full of loopholes, it's full of cracks, it's full of contradictions and things like that. That's why you'll have apologist arguments, right? That's why you're going to have people who are going to look through those texts, look through the lessons, and who are going to try and justify and square it to help it make sense. And the religious debates rage wild all the time on things like this. So I don't think that's something that anyone who actually has faith is going to be fine with, because they're going to be able to rationalize it in a way that does make sense, not just for the sake of doing it, but because that's the test of their faith. They'll do it specifically to test their faith and to strengthen it.
I suppose that's probably where one area where we might have quite different views on faith, because I don't view it as a test. Because there's nobody testing me apart from myself, I suppose.
And if that's how your faith works, then respect to that.
I mean, faith in a Buddhist context, Shraddha is the I can't remember whether it's I think it's Sanskrit. I think the Pali is Sada, but I might be wrong about that. But yeah, it just means like a provisional trust. But funnily enough, Shraddha in the Buddhist Abhidharma, which I suppose you could describe as Buddhist psychology, it's said to be present in every single skillful mental state.
Can I ask you something that you mentioned earlier, though, just for some clarification on it? When I was talking about like specific ways that I was categorizing atheists and agnostics, and I mentioned reject God, you said like you do reject God, you do reject the idea of God. Is that right? Did I hear you correctly there?
Yes.
But
well,
then,
certainly all of the deities that have been presented to me so far. Yes. And there are a couple of thousand of them. I'm not aware of all of them, right?
But then when I mentioned that my earlier argument was specifically related to people who would say that they don't know how it was how everything was created, but they know it wasn't God. So,
well, no, I mean, I said I'm not willing to make a positive declaration that there's no eternal creator deity. I mean,
but would you say that? Okay, but at the same time,
because that's the same thing as saying there is, right? Like you're making a positive declaration, and if you're going to make a positive declaration, then you better be willing to back that up, right?
So, but the thing is that you did say that you reject God. You reject the idea of there being a God, but then you say
right,
at the same time,
well, hang on. There's a difference between making a positive declaration along the lines of there is no eternal creator deity and rejecting a proposition that somebody else is putting before you. Those are two different things that you're doing there.
But I'm not doing that. All I'm asking you is
no, but I am.
Okay, right. But that's what I'm trying to. What I'm trying to understand here is, are you just to be specific? I know it's probably a frustrating question because you've kind of elaborated already. But just to be specific, are you saying that you don't know if there is or if there isn't a God, or are you saying?
Are you asking about the Christian God, Yahweh, the Abrahamic?
For the sake of argument, let's just call it God in general, a creator in general.
Right. None of the deities that have been presented to me as being deities seem particularly coherent or cogent.
Okay.
And that includes Yahweh.
So you would be open to maybe one other one that you haven't heard about yet.
Yeah. Or maybe look, if God appeared in my mind and was like, hey, Shiva, you're right. Look, you've been a dick. I am real, right? And God can do that because he's omnipotent, right? So then I'd have no choice but to believe, right? But God hasn't done that. I don't have any sort of personal experience of a deity.
And God never would do that, right?
So and it's like, so what do I have to go on to believe in Yahweh? Well, I have the Bible. And the Bible doesn't seem to me to be a very compelling collection of documents.
Yeah, see, but this is my issue with people who don't believe in a higher power, who don't believe in God. Like that the whole issue is that if God, do you realize that the problem with your expectation, I guess, is you recognize the value of faith, right? If God, if God came to you and said, "Hey, dude, like you said, you're a dick, but I'm real, so you better start believing in me," okay?
Right.
And he proves himself to you, right? Would you have faith?
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't.
Why? I'd have faith in all the rest of the stuff, right? Angels, Satan, heaven.
No. That's what the test of faith is. The whole test of faith is believing without knowing. Once you suddenly know,
yes, absolutely fucking not. No.
Yes.
I mean, yes. I'm so sorry. In saying no, what I'm doing is rejecting that as a practice that I'm willing to undertake.
Well,
I'm not saying that's not what the theology is, right? I'm just saying no. I'm not willing to entertain that as a practice. One of the things that I really like about Buddhism is that it's non-dogmatic. And there are a number of stories told in the Pali Canon, which are the oldest Buddhist stories, in which the Buddha was himself explicitly non-dogmatic. And I'm going to very quickly relay two of them to you. So in one of them, he rocks up at this village, and I can't remember which sutta it's in, so you'll have to forgive me for that. But he rocks up in this village, and the villagers, knowing that he's a Buddha and that he's a spiritual teacher, they go to him and they're like, "Look, Buddha, mate, we're a bit confused because we get all these spiritual teachers. They all come to our village and they say, 'I have the truth. Do what I say, and you will reach perfect enlightenment.' But they all contradict each other. They all say different things. Who are we supposed to believe?" And the Buddha, he didn't say, "Well, actually, I have the truth, and you should listen to me and do what I say," right? What he said was, listen to their teachings, and if their teachings perform as advertised, then you can be confident that they're being truthful, and you should maybe consider following the practices that they suggest that you practice. But if their teachings don't perform as advertised, then you can be confident that they're not being truthful, and you can safely reject their teachings, right? So he uses the phrase "test it against your experience," right? And there's this very short story. The second story comes from the Parinirvana Sutta, which is telling the story of how the Buddha died, and he's on his deathbed, and his disciples come to him and they say, "Look, Buddha, mate, you're about to kick the bucket, right? And so we need to know, like, what can we change about your teachings in the future, right?" And his response was, "Oh, right, yeah, no, that's easy. You can change whatever you like, apart from one teaching, which is praticca samutpada, conditioned co-production or compounded co-arising, which really is the only doctrine in Buddhism." But he was like, "Keep that. The rest of it, get rid of it if you like. Change it to whatever is most suitable." Right? So that's one of the things I really like about Buddhism, is that it's non-dogmatic. Like, it doesn't say you have to believe this. In fact, what it tries to do is to get you to get rid of your views. I mean, it's often said, there's a phrase that's often used in the Pali Canon, the Tathagata, which is an epithet for the Buddha. The Tathagata has no views, which I think I don't really fully understand it, because obviously I'm full of views, right? But I think that's kind of interesting, right? That the most kind of spiritually enlightened person in that context has no views.
Right. Yeah, obviously people who don't follow it would think that it's ridiculous. So
it's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, people who don't follow Buddhism might listen to it and think that's it's one of those things that you read or you'd hear about and you think, wow, maybe it's too deep or profound for me to understand, or maybe it's just kind of ridiculous.
I mean, I'm not actually required to believe in rebirth, which is a doctrine that is kind of, most people would say is central to Buddhism. But the Buddha was asked about rebirth, and he was like, "Look, it's simple. If you believe in rebirth, right, then you practice for the benefits that you'll accrue in the next life, right? But you don't have to believe in rebirth. If you don't believe in rebirth, then you practice for the benefits that you'll experience here and now." Because he was a pragmatic man.
Your first
it's all about the practice.
The first story you gave, right? Whether you believe it or not, you can actually draw a lot of parallels between that and Christianity. There's
I'm sure, yeah.
So when you say like, "Oh, I reject that dogma," like, you can accept Christianity without looking at it as a strict dogma.
No, I can't, because it's predicated on a presupposition that makes no sense to me.
What
But if
presupposition?
if Christianity is sorry to interrupt, but if Christianity is dogmatic, why is like the schisms? Do you know what I mean? They all consider themselves Christian, no?
Maybe, yeah. But I mean, are you denying that Christianity is free of dogmatism? Because I would argue that Christianity can be just as dogmatic as Islam.
Well, yeah, there's certainly zealots. There is certainly zealots that exist, but in terms of like when I talk about Christianity, or like generally when we're, at least for me at least, it's like it's from that perspective that it's just following Christ. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
the whole kind of aspect of that. Just one thing, because I want you and Damon, because this is a really interesting conversation between you and Damon. Like, if you were to like I said, if I was to say to you, Shiva, like if you were to consider God as creation and like Satan to be destruction, like would you accept that prescription of or description of God rather than an actual
As
deity?
long as in this model, destruction is not viewed as evil, but just as part of the process of creation.
Yeah, that's basically my brain at the moment.
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
basically, he's
Because
got
look,
Taoism. Taoism. That's
no, I
basically.
don't. No. I'm a
Well, that's
Buddhist. I'm not a
exactly what you said
Taoist.
there. That's
But
exactly.
things are being. Look, if you in order to make something new, you quite often have to destroy the old, don't you?
Yeah.
Like, when we die, our bodies go back to the universe. All of our atoms and all of our particles all get recycled.
And looking at destruction and creation as an ongoing cycle without applying any kind of morality to it and saying that,
Yeah.
like, I'm not saying that one is evil or one is bad. It's just that one is a necessary force which complements as well as opposes the other. That's essentially Taoist philosophy. I'm sorry, but it is.
Well, I mean, perhaps, but I'm not a Taoist, because there are no. I mean, I haven't studied Taoism, and but I've no doubt
How do you
that
know
if
that
I
you're
did,
not one? Like,
what?
I mean, I'm telling you, that's what the belief system is.
Well, for and is that all the belief system is, or are there other
No,
doctrines in Taoism?
that's essentially like one of the
Right,
key tenets about it. Like,
right. But
I'm just
are
saying that
there other
all of I said is
are
that,
there other doctrines?
well, no, yeah, there's more to it, but all as I said is that one thing that you put as a caveat on Tareyak, that's the thing that is basically.
I mean, I didn't
it's-
actually. I actually got it from Hinduism, because obviously Shiva is the Hindu deity of destruction, but in the Hindu system, Shiva is one of a triumvirate of deities: Brahma, the creator; Vishnu, the maintainer; and Shiva, the destroyer. And I think, like, in terms of destruction, like, I don't ascribe a moral quality to it in much the same way that I don't ascribe a moral quality to creation. Well, actually, do I?
But if you look at
I might need to think about that for a
Hindu,
bit, actually.
if you look at Hindu Shaivism or Buddhism,
Mhm.
which are basically non-theistic religions in a way.
No, Hinduism is polytheistic. It has hundreds of gods.
If you look at either of those things, though, essentially, they are quite related to Taoism, though. They are like many.
I mean,
people
all of those
want
things
to-
are going to be kind of related because they all came from roughly the same cultural milieus, right? I mean, Buddhism traveled to China, like it went to China. You've got Chinese Buddhism, so it doesn't surprise me that the two systems would have influenced each other.
Well, yeah, because Taoism's like 5th century BC, and
I think Buddhism went there much like later than that.
yeah, I think it's like Buddhism's like about, I think, what, 15 or maybe less.
Well, I mean, the Buddha was
I
said
think it
to
was
be
18th century
kicking
BC.
around in India, anywhere up to 500 BC. But it's not exactly clear because there aren't accurate historical records.
Yeah. But I mean, the whole philosophy of like balance, coexisting forces, and all of that is essentially still.
Oh, I don't ascribe to balance. I just don't ascribe a moral quality to the destruction, unless you're doing something like, you know,
This is a wild
unlawfully
example.
destroying somebody's property.
And
I did tell you I'm really pedantic.
No.
I
I just think like hearing all of this, like the minute you say you're this thing, and I'm trying to understand it, and you're saying, well, no, I'm not. I'm actually this thing, and I'm not that thing, but I am that thing, and I'm not that, but I do.
Yeah.
And then you say that you find conflicting ideas in Christianity. That's just wild to me. It's like,
well, of course, yeah. The idea of God being good, for example.
all right, that's your only issue.
No, that was an example. For example.
Okay. So you think if there was a God, he wouldn't be good? Is this like a?
No, I think if God is
argument?
if God is real, it is evil and it should be resisted. Absolutely.
Okay. So the Stephen Fry argument, basically.
Yeah, although I mean, I do quite like Stephen Fry. I'm more of a fan of another English atheist who you may have heard of, actually, Alex O'Connor.
Right. Okay.
Know him? He actually did. He has a really interesting video that you might like. He gets ChatGPT to agree that God exists using the modal ontological argument.
Yeah,
and he really pins ChatGPT down. He's like, so you agree with you agree with the logic, right? You agree that the logic is sound.
The perfect island argument.
Sorry.
The perfect argument. The perfect island argument. Anselm's ontological argument.
Yeah, the maximal greatness.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So the logic trap argument, basically.
Yeah. It's a. I mean, you know, I don't believe in God, but I really enjoyed the video. I find the idea of convincing, or like getting an AI to concede that God is real. I just find that really funny.
Well, yeah, the AI, if you think about it, technically would have to fall for it, because the AI is going to be rooted in logic. So a logic trap is going to work on it.
The butterfly dreaming it's a man. That's Descartes, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. Along with
who was French, wasn't he?
The Luciferian argument. René Descartes. Yeah.
Man, there's like a mosquito or a gnat or something that's got in through one of the windows and is now hovering around. Maybe I should just let it eat. That's probably for the best.
So I just wanted to ask you though, like going back to something earlier, how do you square in Buddhism whether or not you're living a good life? Or is there any need to be good or not?
Yes, there is a need to be. Well, I suppose, I suppose, yes, there's a need to be good. That's not a language that I would use with Buddhists, but yeah, yes. The reason being, I mean, the thing that you need to understand about Buddhist ethics and the precepts, of which for lay practitioners there are 5. For monks, there's a whole bunch more, like 237 or something stupid. Excuse me. But the precepts aren't commandments like they are in the Christian system. They're not rules that you have to follow. They're training guidelines that you should follow if you want to achieve a specific end. So in order to cultivate wisdom in the Buddhist sense, you need to practice meditation. But in order to practice meditation, you need a calm mind. And you can't achieve a calm mind if you're behaving unethically.
So tell me what happens to you if you behave ethically, and what happens to you if you behave unethically in the grander scheme of things in Buddhism?
It depends on which particular school of Buddhism that you're an adherent of.
You're one.
So, sorry?
You're one.
My one, well, I'm a secular Buddhist. I don't believe in rebirth.
Okay, so what happens to you if you live an unethical life?
Then what? Then you'll be unhappy. So my experience is that if I'm unethical, and most often the things that trip me up regarding ethics, it's three things, I suppose. One, I smoke cannabis. Two, I am prone to anger, irrational anger, and there's a whole bunch of issues revolving around communication with people. So when I'm on the ball with those things, like my mind is a lot clearer, I'm a lot calmer, I'm a lot happier. So yeah, like now, if you're going to, and I sort of don't think you need, like quite often people ascribe a kind of metaphysical or magical aspect to karma, and I think that's unnecessary. So, like, first of all, karma is what we do; it's not what we experience, right? So when people say instant karma, they're actually misrepresenting what karma is. But like, if I punch you in the face and then you get angry and punch me back, well, that's the fruits of my karma manifesting, right?
Yeah.
Like there doesn't need to be a kind of, so this whole kind of, like, quite often in Buddhism, especially in the later schools, you get concepts like, you know, karmic seeds that are stored in some hypothetical storehouse of consciousness, and I don't know what any of that means, but my own experience is that the more I restrict my behavior, and this might sound counterintuitive, the more I restrict my behavior, the freer I am, because I'm not enslaved to my like my cravings and my aversions.
Yeah. See, here's my issue though, right?
Mm-hmm.
You saying that you're a secular Buddhist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So not believing in reincarnation,
Rebirth.
rebirth. All of your
But
actions.
I'm not required to. The Buddha himself said you don't have to believe in rebirth to be a Buddhist.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You mentioned that. So so that just means that all of your actions and everything, it's only going to extend, like with regards to karma, or with regards to like any kind of reward or punishment. It's only applicable to this one life that you have right now, correct?
Yes.
Or is there
Yes.
afterlife as well?
I mean, if you believe in rebirth, then yeah, sure.
Okay. So,
but I don't believe, like, I don't know if there's an afterlife. I'm not saying there isn't.
See,
right?
so with regards to everything that you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
and what you believe, in reality, that this specific way that you're choosing, this specific thing that you're choosing to believe in, this secular Buddhism, right?
That all
there's
things
no
arise in dependence upon conditions.
Well, there's no difference between that and somebody choosing to believe in God for the same reasons as Pascal's wager. It's the same rooted philosophy as Pascal.
No.
Yeah,
Pascal's wager. Well, no. If I were to have an uncritical belief in rebirth, that would be me taking on, like, the kind of Buddhist version of Pascal's wager, right? Like, if I were to say, I don't know if rebirth is real, but I'm going to act as if it is, on the grounds that if it is, and I act as if it is, and I behave in accordance with, you know, rebirth being a thing, then I'm going to get a better rebirth. Like, so Pascal's wager, as far as I understand it, is like, if God is real, it like it's probably better to believe in God on the chance
it makes
that
sense.
that God is real, right? Because if God is real and you don't believe in God, then you've just lost a big fucking bet.
Well, it's not just that, but it's hinging on the same thing, because you're saying that you don't know if rebirth is real, correct?
Right. I haven't seen any evidence any
Yeah, but
compelling
you're not
evidence
you're,
to
you're
suggest
not
that it is.
actively denying it. You're just saying that you don't know if it is or if it isn't.
I don't believe in rebirth.
Right. But
So, I mean, is that enough of an active denial for you? I don't believe in rebirth.
okay. So is this the same as what you were saying earlier on about God, where like, well, I don't know if it's real or if it isn't. So
Of course.
if you're saying I don't believe in rebirth, this is the same thing. This is the exact same reason why Pascal made his argument with regards to Pascal's wager. Because he
Right.
says like it makes more sense to believe in God, because even if you
Right.
don't believe in God,
Yeah.
once you die, if it turns out that he's real,
Right.
you've
But in a
benefited by living a
okay,
godly
yes,
life.
yes, but
Sorry?
in a Buddhist context, Pascal's wager makes no sense because the Buddha himself said you don't need to believe in rebirth in order to be a practitioner. Like he's made it explicit.
Right, but what I'm saying is that for those people who choose to not believe in rebirth, the
Mhm.
only benefits that they have out of Buddhism is in their life. And this is the other side of
And the
Pascal's
lives of
wager.
those around them.
Yeah, and this is exactly the other end of Pascal's wager, because Pascal's wager also depends on the fact of if there is no God and if there is no
Mhm.
afterlife, it's not that you didn't lose anything by choosing to believe in God. It's that you still gain a good life out of living what is being preached
Right.
and
But
following those commandments.
the
Doing unto
difference,
others as you would choose to have done to yourself. All of these
right,
tenets benefit you and benefit others around you as well. That's the other end
right.
of it.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose the difference for me is that in one instance, I'm being asked to accept something as a truth claim, and in the other instance, I'm being told that I don't need to accept something as a truth claim.
Well, this is why I specifically said it's like the Catholic living, it's like the Christian living Pascal's wager, because that one isn't accepting it as like, oh, you're asking me to believe a truth claim. It's like, I'm gonna just choose to believe it just in case. Or I'm going to choose to believe it because it's going to still benefit me in life, regardless of if there
Right.
is or isn't a God.
But I don't have to do that as a Buddhist.
Well, neither does the person who's choosing to believe in Christianity because of Pascal's
Right.
wages.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, if there was some compelling evidence, I'd be much more open to the idea of believing in God.
Well, okay,
But
let me
as
just ask you this. Like,
Mhm.
consider this for a second. Do you
Mhm.
have kids?
No, I made the choice a long time ago not to procreate.
Fair enough. No judgment there. But just imagine right now that
Mhm.
you have got a kid,
Right,
and it's the first time that you're going to leave the kid alone in the house, right?
right.
You're going to go out, you're going to do your shopping, and you're going to trust that the kid is going to be well behaved, that he's not going to go
Well,
burn the house down, that he's
well.
well, no, so no,
Okay,
but
yeah,
there
yeah,
comes that time where you have to do that, where you have to be like, look,
yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's the right age. We're going to give you a little
Right.
bit of responsibility. I'm going to trust that
Mhm.
you don't burn the house down. I'm going to trust that you don't kill yourself or
Mhm.
anything like that. So I'm going to trust that you're going to be mature enough to handle this responsibility well. But at the same
Mhm.
time, you know that you've got, let's say, alcohol lying around. You know that there's some TV channels that you don't want your kid watching. You know that there's a
Mhm.
whole bunch of stuff that you don't want the kid to do, and you're going to be
Right.
like, "Hey, this is the line in the sand. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do that." Now you step out of the house, right?
Mhm.
Now there's two ways that you can choose to do this before you leave. You can tell the kid, "I'm going to trust you, that you're going to be well behaved, that you're going to do the right thing." Okay.
Right.
Then you go out. Or the other thing that you can do is you can tell your kid, there's a whole bunch of video cameras around here and they're watching you. And I know what you're going to be doing. So make sure that you behave. And then you go
Right.
out. Now, when you come home, if the kid, in both scenarios, if the kid didn't mess around and do anything bad, how do you know if your kid is genuinely a good kid or if your kid is just afraid of you and obeying you?
Are those two things mutually exclusive?
Well, they're not necessarily mutually exclusive, but your knowledge of either one of
Greetings,
those being a
British
reality.
people.
is
I've
going
come
to
for
be.
your tea.
Hello, hi. Yeah. So yeah, Shiva. Just with regards to that, like, you're never going to know.
I'm never
if
going to know
the kid
anyway.
You're never going to know if the kid is good if
Right.
you tell him that there's a bunch of video cameras watching it, because he
Right.
might just behave because he knows he's being watched, right?
Right.
Damon, are you trying to prove the Christian God to a secular Buddhist? Just catch me up here, bro.
I think so.
No,
Oh
no.
my.
I'm just
Well,
asking.
there's his first.
I'm just asking how you can.
You can't know. You
Sorry?
can't know in either case. Have you ever heard of a philosopher of consciousness called Thomas Nagel?
Yeah.
And he wrote an essay called "What Is It Like to Be a Bat?"
I'm here for
you
the
read
AI
that?
girlfriends. Where can we get them?
Have you
No.
have you read "What Is It Like to Be a Bat"?
What is it like to be what? Sorry.
A bat, a flying
No.
mammal.
I heard of. He was he the was
Is
he
this
at
a bad time to
he was
jump
at
in, or
NYU?
oh man, that guy's ugly.
Nagel was the. I often get him confused with another guy. I forget his name, but was Nagel the philosopher at NYU?
I bet he was bullied in high school, and he's gonna end up
Um,
shooting at people.
Okay. I couldn't tell you. I don't know that much about him. I just read this essay by him
He's
about
American, though,
20
right?
years ago that it kind of sort of completely changed my life, to be honest, this essay.
I want to believe. It looks like a
Um,
flying saucer in the background.
But he makes the argument that
You're
you
muted,
can't
Terry.
you can't ever know. You're still muted.
You're still muted.
Yeah, no, I
Push
know,
all
I
the
know, I know.
buttons.
I was talking to my own chat. Don't worry. But yeah, sorry. Damon and Shiva, continue.
He makes the argument that
Teriyaki.
you can't ever know what it's like to be a bat. And the closest thing, because bats have very different
Corporate wants you to
sensory
spot the
equipment.
difference.
And okay, I'll wait.
I'm trying to listen to you, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I know. Someone keeps interjecting. I'm guessing they have
Oh,
something to say.
sorry. I was trying to wake up the chat. They were falling asleep. So guys, do you
Well,
guys
no,
want to?
let's talk about what you want to talk about.
All right, let's talk
Yeah,
about
that's
AI girlfriends.
iPhone needs some attention. He didn't get enough attention
yeah.
as a kid, so
So, are you guys worried about AI replacing our women's or no?
No, because I'm gay, so it doesn't affect me at all.
But haven't you guys seen the movie Her?
No,
HER?
because it looked too much like some indie.
You need to watch it. It's about this dude that falls in love with this operating system, and she's an AI. She's got like the voice of what's her name? What's the widow chick from the Avengers movie? What's her name?
Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson. Scarlett Johansson is the voice of the AI, which I think is what screwed up the dude in the first place. But anyways, he falls in love with his AI, and then he quits dating real women. So, are we on the verge of that happening, or what do you guys think?
We spoke about this in the previous stream.
Oh, y'all already covered it. What was the verdict? Don't worry.
I mean, do you have an opinion on it, Ify? How do you say your name, by the way?
It's Fi. You can just call
it's
me
Li-Fi.
Fi.
It's Li-Fi. He lies
It's
a lot.
Li-Fi. 'Cause all I do is lie to angry.
By the way,
you have an
are you
opinion?
Satanist?
The conclusion we came to was that AI is only going to do away with the shittiest people in society, so it doesn't matter.
Well, that's like most of them.
You're done, Ify.
Losers, simps, and whores who sell their likeness.
What are we gonna do without teriyaki, though? That's like all the fun parts of life.
Why would you think it would get rid of Tareyak? Tareyak, would you go for
You said
AI
the shittiest
woman?
people, and I just assumed you were talking.
No, I wouldn't. I'm a
angry
man.
lesbian.
Li-Fi here. He talks about Hollywood. You know,
Name one lie I've ever
He
told
follows
angry
the
lesbian.
word of Shaitan.
Name one lie I've ever told.
Are you Satanist, Li-Fi?
Angry lesbian?
Are you Satanist?
No, I'm a Christian. You retard.
You're Christian, but you're following Hollywood. How does that make sense?
I'm following Hollywood. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Is Hollywood a person?
You seem to be well versed in Hollywood's films and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, I've seen movies before. Sorry, I touched grass once. Does that make me a devil worshiper?
Hang on, Tareyak. I mentioned Batman the other day, and you said you were going to go and watch it. Are you following Hollywood?
Yeah, no, like I said, no, he's interrupting a conversation where a Christian Buddhists are talking, and then he brings up like AI.
Oh, sorry. Let him continue, Teriyaki. Sorry for
yeah. It was
well,
it was a
you've
conversation.
derailed it now, mate. You've derailed it now.
Well, then mission accomplished. Blink twice.
Oh, Fi, by the way.
Yeah, what's up?
What's the name's Cat was wondering if Tomato actually is with what's his name? Based.
Oh, Raging Tomato and Based? No, that was a baseless accusation, pun intended.
Okay. Are you happy?
Also, like, how would Andrew even know? Like, does he like hang out with them personally and stuff? Like, you know.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
No, they both denied it. So it's easier just to go to the source than like speculate and spread rumors.
Funny enough, I heard about that before. I can't remember what panel I heard it on, but it was before the Andrew thing.
Oh, I can't remember either. I'm pretty much done with the drama anyway. That's why I won't fall for Teriyaki's trolling. You know, he wants me to bite on that big shiny hook, but I just won't do it, lad.
Trolling?
I won't.
I was
do
listening
it.
to the conversation, and then you came up here for attention. So.
Oh, you're listening to the Christian trying to convert a Buddhist to the Christian god?
Bro, you know me. There's no way I'm going to be converting people.
Are you a Christian, Daemon? I didn't ever hear your religion.
This is why we call him Li-Fi. He just lies.
Yeah, because all he does is lie.
Lies.
That's all he does is lie.
Doesn't everyone lie?
No, all he seems to do is lie.
I mean, I've certainly told lies in my lifetime.
Can you name one lie I've told, Teriyaki, just to prove that you're the truth teller in the room?
I don't need to prove shit to you. I already have videos of your boy Based lying.
Where's your receipts, bro? Come on.
Well, like I said, we can pull up the videos if he wants. It's more attention for my channel. I don't mind, but like I said, it's Cat's stream.
No, I'm just here to promote Cat. We need more trad women, by the way, Cat. You need to start a new show called.
But when we're talking about Christianity, you interrupted the conversation. So I don't get why you're talking about trad women and then we're talking about Christianity and you want to derail it. So explain that.
Because the conversation between Daemon and Shiva is not going to produce any trad women, so I'm just saying, like, you know.
So talking about Christianity
is that the only purpose of a conversation?
It's the best purpose. It may not be the only one, but
see what I'm saying? He's just full of shit.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? See, there's another lie.
Which women on the panel are you wanting to be more traditional? Is it
I want Cat, the traditional woman, to promote more women to be more like
middle-aged lesbians want to convert me.
Yeah, like Teriyaki. We need to make Teriyaki a traditional woman. He's such a whiny, bitchy lesbian. You know, we need to make him submissive and quiet.
Ad-homs. That's all you can do.
Why are you?
But anyways,
Who says I'm gay?
You
are gay.
Got bigger fish to fry. Other than converting, by the way, Buddhism is not a religion, so like, I don't even see where the connection is.
I can't hear half the stuff that you're saying, Fi. You're really breaking up a lot.
Audio check 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now?
I prefer men.
Yeah,
what was that?
I don't know what that was. I think that was Cat.
Cat, quit causing trouble.
What fight? Honestly, what's your problem with Tareyak, man? I thought you two would get along. Tareyak.
I don't have any problem with Tareyak. He's always
angry
he's
at me.
He's angry at me for some reason.
I think he likes the look. You know what I mean?
I think I upset his boyfriend once. I said bad things about his boyfriend, and he gets all defensive. He's like, "Don't you talk about my boyfriend that way."
Who's my boyfriend?
Mr. Wilson.
Okay. Andrew's my boyfriend apparently now. Didn't realize that. Apparently I'm a lesbian. But
I prefer men.
That's the part I can't figure out.
Doesn't make any sense. But this is again Li-Fi. His own kind of shit talk doesn't even make sense.
Anyways, David, that's why Teriyaki is so angry.
Look,
We
man,
should get along. He's a fun
I'm
lad.
gonna play therapist here. Fight.
All right.
Honestly, don't take this the wrong way. It's the only reason why you're accusing him of that because a bunch of people were saying that you're Based's boyfriend.
That might have something to do with it, Damon. If you got the panels where I was very objective and logical and intelligent, but then the emotional whiny bitches come in here and be like,
Oh,
"What's
can
your
you
boyfriend doing?"
direct me to those panels where you're logical and intelligent? Sorry, I'm in a cheeky mood. I'm in a cheeky mood. I don't even know you. Bad Shiva, naughty Shiva. Stop it.
Let me be honest here. Like, look, maybe if you can bury the hatchet with Tareyak here.
There never was a hatchet, lad. He's the angry one. I've never been angry about it.
You can't be making some. You made some ad hom stuff, right?
It's always in response, Damon. Whenever he accuses me of Li-Fi or being a based boyfriend, then I respond.
I never said you were Based's boyfriend.
Okay, look.
I believe you're the one who said that I was Andrew's boyfriend.
So, Teriyaki, on Jake Var's panel the other day, you didn't accuse me of lying or being a based boyfriend, correct?
Oh, so you're watching. You were watching.
I was on the panel.
I told you he's a fan. He fancies me. Damon,
I was on
he
the
fancies
same
me. I
stream
think.
with you, dude. We were on the same panel. You fucking retard.
The other day?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? You talking about weeks ago? You talking about weeks ago?
I don't know. It was about a week ago, roughly.
About a week ago. No, I think it was a bit longer than that. Li-Fi. That's
another
lie. That's another lie.
Look. I'll be fair. I'll give some credit. I'll give some credit to Fire because when I was on the panel with, I think, Tareyak, you and Jake and Fire hopped on. Fire admitted you conceded, didn't you, Fire, that Based fucked up. Big
time. And I told that to his face, which is why I don't see why they accuse me of being his boyfriend because,
Right, okay.
I would just be like sucked
I
up to him
appreciate that. I don't think you're like kissing his ring or anything like that. I respect that you admitted that, he fucked up. He shouldn't have done that. He didn't prove his point. He didn't have the receipts. He wasn't prepared. So I respect that. I respect that you called him out on a shitty performance there. So I respect that. Tareyak, can you at least respect that?
The respect what, sorry? I was replying to someone in the chat.
That on the panel, Fi called out Based for the shit there, saying that he was not prepared, he didn't bring any receipts, he didn't prove that shit again about Wilson being a grifter, and that it was a shitty performance. And Fi called out Based to that. He told Based that to his face as well. Can you respect that at least?
Well, I believe he does do a lot of two-faced stuff, and I have brought up the video on the panel about that, where he'll say one thing just to kind of please the panel, but then he'll literally go on to the next stream and say the complete opposite. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I didn't see that. See that.
The duplicitous backbiting, is that what you're referring to there, Teriyaki?
No, because like I said, you were congratulating Len on 5K and then got called out by Andrew. Didn't really like that.
Right, because I was being duplicitous backbiting. That's what was.
Because again, even your boy Based, when you said do you think that you could have got this wrong? Did he accept that or did he deny that?
I already said he did lots of things wrong.
No. Well, I'm talking about when you specifically said to the Based. Do you think that you could have got something wrong here? What the Based say?
He doesn't care. He just says, "So what? That's my business."
I believe he doubled down on his lies. That's what actually happened. But again, this is par for course.
So there you go, Damon. Some people are unable to keep up with the conversation, and so they're just stuck in this eternal whirlpool.
You mean
of
the fact
stupidity.
that you derailed the current conversation because you don't get enough attention? How about you put
Yeah,
the camera
that's why
on,
I came here for attention,
put the camera on. Put the camera on.
Yeah,
Maybe
because
he's
I
acting
want
crazy. Can't we just have fun?
This is why we need more trad women. See, strong women make strong men, and they don't sit around bitching like women all day.
What? Strong women make strong men.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's.
No.
I don't believe that's accurate. Can you prove that?
The
Sure.
ideal, the
Weak women
ideal,
make weak men.
Fi, the ideal trad woman. What decade would she be from?
A little bit of the 50s, maybe back to even like the early pioneer days. The Victorians weren't too bad. They were prim and proper, but they had their
Like
flaws as well.
covering up those ankles, man. You got to cover up those ankles.
Well,
Can we have
first it
something
starts with
from the
ankles,
era of,
then it's knees, and then it's thighs, and then they're walking around in bikinis, and there's nothing left to the imagination.
Look, you haven't seen anything unless you've been to the big market in Newcastle upon Tyne on a Friday and Saturday night.
Fuck my life.
But it's not just about the dress code; it's more about the behavior as well. It's the the whole culture and mentality. So you're right, Teriyaki. One of the outcomes of strong women is also possibly weak men, because they kind of make or break men. Like the strong women will either break the weak men or strengthen the strong men. So you're right. That is one of the possible outcomes.
And should these
That's
strong
all right.
women also be independent?
Strong women or men? I didn't hear you.
Women, strong, independent women.
Oh, no. So women know they're the weaker vessel. They know they're dependent. If they ever act independent, they're testing the men to see if they're able to handle
Can we not see the logical contradiction here? Strong women make strong men, but women are inherently weak. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Okay, so
I thought it was hard times.
So if you only have
it is, but again,
completely-
lies.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah,
gosh,
yeah.
you guys be
Li-Fi.
nice.
Li-Fi, I'm Li-Fi, cat. You said my name wrong, but anyways, so the weak
I want
women.
I want to take these two guys, put them in a room, and just hotbox the room. Just a mountain full of fucking weed. Leave them in there, and just like come back 3 days later, and just peel them off the walls, and hopefully.
The funny thing actually about this Daemon is like I think it was like 2-3 weeks into carnivore. I've stopped smoking. I've never smoked, and like usually,
What are
like,
you doing?
I would have been the guy like every
He's
single
vaping.
day. Like
Meat.
I gave it up.
He's-
No,
he's
I mean
just-
cannabis.
He's just smoking meat now, like just.
What's
just
in
like-
there?
Smoking meat. I mean, that's a fucking euphemism and a half, isn't it?
He's a salami smoker.
Well, I'm supposed to be a lesbian. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there's no logic here at all. You know what I'm saying? But again, I genuinely think that he actually has a thing for me, and he's like trying to fight against the urge and all that kind of shit. But like I said, I barely know this guy. Do you know what I mean? But apparently he knows my whole life history. He wants to come on to all the panels I'm on.
They're the same picture.
It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
Nice try, corporate, but it's the same picture. Anyways, Teriyaki, like I said, I don't give a shit about you. You're not even on my radar. But if you want to get pissy about every time I show up on
Damon,
panels,
does that
go
sound
ahead.
right? Does that sound right?
I got to call a little bit of bullshit there, Fi. Sorry.
I came here to talk to Kat, and I occasionally talk to Damon, and even Shiva sounds like a better use of time. So, but I'm not a fan of Buddhism, by the way, Shiva, because if you research Buddhism, it's
Wait.
basically...
What? It comes on to
Sorry,
derail
hang
the
on.
conversation that we're talking about Buddhism, and
See
then
how
he
upset he
starts
gets when
Buddhism.
he's not the
Do you see?
topic? You see how
If you
upset he gets when
research,
he's not
sorry,
the constant
Fi,
center of attention?
just to be clear, there's a vast difference between research and practice.
So, anyways, before the angry lesbian interrupted, what I was gonna say was my take on Buddhism was Buddha was basically saying that Hinduism was garbage, and he was trying to teach people to get away from Hinduism. He wasn't trying to create a new religion, and he certainly
Really?
wasn't.
Can you tell me the central teaching of Buddhism?
I don't think Buddhists can tell you the central teaching of Buddhism.
Really?
There isn't a central teaching.
Really?
Because
What is Praticca Samutpada?
There's the abstaining from desire. There is
No. Can you explain to me the doctrine of Praticca Samutpada, please?
I'm telling you the central teaching of Buddha. So Buddha taught that abstaining from desire was the whole point of his take on
Right, yeah,
how
but
to
why?
get away from Hinduism.
Yeah, but why?
He gave lots of reasons, but that's not the central teaching.
No, there's only
And that's-
one reason. there's only one teaching in Buddhism. Like you can't sit there
To
and tell
become
me,
one with the
hey, wait,
cosmic
no. You can't fucking sit there and tell me that you don't agree with the doctrines of Buddhism when you can't tell me it's only doctrine.
To become one with the cosmic wheel.
No. Shall I tell it to you, Fi? And then
tell
you
me.
can, yeah.
Tell me.
This
What is
being, that becomes, with the arising of this, that arises. There's not being, that does not become. With the cessation of this, that ceases. That's Buddhism.
Oh, and where did Buddha say that? Can you show me the text where he quoted that?
Yeah, probably look up Turning of the Wheel of the Dharma.
So
I could probably Google the.
That's fine. That's fine if you think it's the central teaching, but I don't think.
No. It's the only doctrine. All other doctrines are a reflection of Praticca Samutpada, and all other teachings are methods, not doctrines.
Okay.
And there's a difference between method and doctrine.
And would you say all Buddhists agree with what you just said? That is the central teaching, and that there's only one central concept to Buddhism.
Yeah. So, like, for example, the desire thing that you talked about, right? That's encapsulated. Yeah. Well, okay, that's encapsulated in a formula known as the Four Noble Truths. Now, quite a lot of people claim this is a doctrine, but it's not. It's a formula that you can apply to different phenomena. In the most famous instance, the Four Noble Truths, it's applied to suffering, right? So the first noble truth is the fact of suffering.
And suffering comes from desire, and that's why you abstain.
Wait, yeah, hang on. The second noble truth is that suffering is, as you say, caused by craving, right? The third noble truth is that there is a path out of suffering, and the fourth noble truth is the Noble Eightfold Path that leads from the path of suffering. But look at what it's saying. It's saying there are conditions that allow for the manifestation of suffering. And if those conditions are present, suffering will arise. And if those conditions are not present, suffering will not arise. It is a reflection of the teaching of Praticca Samutpada. This being, that arises. With the arising of this, that becomes. This not being, that does not arise. With the cessation of this, that ceases.
So if desire causes suffering, then you should abstain from desiring to end your suffering, correct?
Yeah, or that's a more advanced teaching, yeah.
Oh, okay, so that's like the central teaching of Buddhism. Okay, I'm glad we agree.
No. Okay, you're either trolling or I'm beginning to doubt your.
No, you're just adding a lot more words than Buddha said. And again, like I said, if you research the history of his teachings, where he came from, he used to be a Hindu. He was born and raised a Hindu.
Yeah.
And he's all the.
Well, he was born and raised in the Vedic tradition.
And so he was trying to teach his followers to get away from Hinduism because it was obviously a garbage religion. And so he was trying to teach them not a new religion, but just to throw away and discard Hinduism.
He was trying to teach them that all things arise in dependence upon conditions.
But his followers turned him into a deity and then a religion, which he didn't claim neither. He wasn't claiming to be a deity or to teach a new religion.
Well, he explicitly said that he wasn't a deity.
Exactly. So why is it a religion? Why do people worship him as?
I don't know, because they're idiots.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, I can answer that. They're worshipping their own potential. The whole point of being a Buddhist is to become a Buddha.
How do you become someone else? Can I become Cat?
Yeah, because Buddha isn't a name; it's a title.
It's a person. It was a real human.
No. Siddhartha Gautama was the man. Buddha.
He was the Buddha.
Yeah, the Buddha. It's a title. We can all become
title
Buddhas.
He gave himself? Did he claim to be the Buddha?
Yeah,
some sort of
he
deity?
claimed to be. He's also the Tathagata, the Duscon. He's also the supremely enlightened one. Like, these are all just epithets.
We almost agreed. Anyways, like I said, his.
But hang on. The man was Siddhartha Gautama. You're not trying to become the man. You're just trying to attain the state that he attained.
The one with the cosmic wheel. That's what's your. That's nirvana. Is to become one.
No. Nirvana literally means extinction. Because you're trying to break free of the
Because
wheel.
there's no more desire, no more suffering.
No, because there's no more rebirth.
Bliss, eternal bliss.
Because there's no more rebirth.
The weird part is you don't believe in reincarnation, which was one of the core teachings.
Well,
of Buddhism,
no Buddhists believe in
they-
no Buddhists believe in reincarnation. That's a
Really?
Hindu doctrine. Yeah, that's why I keep saying rebirth. They're
Oh. Oh, okay. Rebirth is totally not reincarnation. It's just being reborn a different animal or
well,
different
the difference is that in the Hindu system, as far as I understand it, there's said to be something akin to a soul that at the end of one life kind of sheds a body, and then at the start of a new life kind of dons a new body, like you're putting on a new set of clothes. The orthodox Buddhist position, strictly speaking, is a paradox, because the orthodox position is rebirth is a process that takes place, but there are no beings who are reborn, because Buddhism teaches that there's no fixed permanent self that you can identify as being you.
Well, the neat thing about what Buddhism teaches is whatever the Buddhist you ask that day, because again, he didn't teach a religion, have doctrine or dogma. He never wanted to be a deity or have knowledge of deities or how to achieve deism.
But hang on, that's bound to be the case because the expression of Buddhism adapted as it encountered new cultures. So if you talk to a Zen Buddhist, you're probably going to get a very different answer
exactly
than if you talk to a Tibetan Buddhist.
Exactly.
Because they both have their kind of cultural influences.
Or
right?
an Indian
Buddhist.
But
the core teaching of Praticca Samutpada, that will be a thread that runs through all Buddhist schools.
Or just a confused Hindu, like most of his followers were, because again, they were leaving Hinduism and they were trying to find a new way.
Only the Hindus. Hinduism wasn't the only spiritual tradition.
It was the origin.
In India at
it was
the time.
what Buddha came.
There were hundreds of them.
Buddha
there were like
came
hundreds
from Hinduism and said, "This is garbage."
There were hundreds. But there were hundreds of religions in India at that time.
And then his followers deified him and turned it into a religion. He did not intend for them to do that. He didn't say, "Follow me, I am the Buddha."
Well, hang on. Let's be clear. I think what really the Tibetans did turn the Buddha into a kind of deity figure, but that was like several hundred years later. The Buddha's followers, his disciples, didn't deify him.
This panel needs more Jesus, Cat.
This panel needs more Joe Cool.
Joe Cool, yeah, actually, he's thinking about becoming a Christian, but he's still stuck in the agnostic phase. So we have to.
Joe believes in God. What are you talking about?
Kinda, but not really. It's sort of like Based Oracle believes in God too, but he just calls it love, and it's not the Christian God. It's similar but different. What do you think, Refined Randy? Who is the one true God?
Who's the one true God, you said?
Yeah.
Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Amen, brother.
I guess he's the Son of God technically, but
no, but he is God. He's
they
one part of the Trinity, so
yeah, exactly.
God. There you go. See? Even Refined Randy knows that. Come on, man. Join the club. I think everyone else on panel is Christian, right? Kat, Daemon, Tareyak, we're all Christians.
Did you go to church today?
Every time two Christians meet is a church.
Okay, that was a nice way of saying no.
We're in church right now, Randy. What are you talking about?
That's a cute way of saying no. You did not go to church today.
We're in church right now. Wherever two Christians are meet together is a church.
How have you been, Kat?
I'm great.
You gonna bring Steven for us? Or for me?
He left because he got bored and I can call him back.
Is he a Christian?
Yeah, call him back.
He was raised and then he became a heathen.
Oh no. Do you want me to convert him for you real quick? Get him back in the chair.
Cool.
Yeah, because you've succeeded wonderfully with me, haven't you?
Well, give me time, Shiva. You can't convert a Buddhist overnight, dude. It takes time.
How do you know I'm not converting you?
They tried. They tried and failed, my friend. Because I also reject Hinduism, but that's not a religion, so that's why I got over it the next day.
Isn't it? It's a polytheistic religion, isn't it?
Completely.
Careful,
It's
this
a
is the
make
bit.
up
This
the
is
religion as you go religion, because even Hindus can't agree what their religion teaches, because
Do
originally it
you
was about
do you know
Brahma
the
and
etymology of the word religion?
this is the
I
bit
think
where
it
Fire's going to
comes
say that
from
it's a cult.
it comes from the Latin religare, which means to bind.
Cat, I like how in your little banner scrolling or whatever, it says Cat Khatibi is not responsible for the comments of guests and also yourself. You're not responsible for your own comments? Oh, geez, that's
I think she wrote that
prime.
because of me. She's afraid of the words I might say.
No, that's just always there.
Yeah, that's just that typical woman lacking accountability.
So, Randy, are you seriously a Christian, or are you just memeing as a Christian?
I'm Catholic. I was born and raised.
Oh. How about you, Kat? What flavor are you?
I haven't decided what flavor that I would like yet.
You're just regular Christian?
She's
Yeah.
window shopping Christianity.
So fake
Yeah.
Christian, basically, like a lot of people.
And how about you, Damon?
Roman Catholic.
Catholic, 2 Catholics, and I bet Teriyaki Catholic too, aren't you?
Hell yeah, brother.
And he
You're muted,
doesn't know
dude.
how to unmute either. Weirdo John. Oh
Yeah,
no,
he's
there goes
unmuted.
the
Or he's
panel.
muted. Teriyaki, we can't hear you. You're muted. There
Oh,
you go.
sorry. Yeah, I'm wrong. Catholic, but we need to get that Pope out the fuck.
Yeah, the Pope sucks.
So 3 Catholics, a generic.
Have you heard of
Christian.
Cardinal Vigano, by the way?
Didn't he get excommunicated?
Yeah, that just went through at the start of this month. But
What
like
about
I said,
you, Weirdo John? Are you
gives me
religious?
hope. Gives me hope that we have cardinals actually willing to speak out. You know.
I have a question for the Catholics in a minute, but I want to hear from Weirdo John real quick. What religion do you follow? Weirdo John, does your microphone work?
Nope, we're gonna have to move on.
Oh well, we'll move on.
Maybe that's his whole gimmick. Maybe that's why he's a weirdo. He just doesn't care.
So Catholics on the panel, have y'all seen the movie Spotlight?
No.
Calm down.
Wait,
All right, my internet connection's bad. All right.
Is Li-Fi
Calm down.
Protestant?
I might be. Who's asking? Teriyaki.
Mosquito.
Well, I just asked the question.
Yeah, I'm a Protestant. What of it?
What denomination? What denomination?
The non-denomination, the Churches of Christ.
Okay, so he's just bullshitting. I think he's.
He's got
secular.
his own church.
I didn't start
Whatever you want domination.
I didn't start the Restoration movement.
Oh,
That
those
was
are
a
some
bunch
nice
of other
poker
kids.
glasses you got on.
Got his head dunked to heresychurch.com.
Oh my gosh.
What's your husband's name again? Steven?
Yeah.
Steven,
Yes.
you used to be a Christian, but you quit on us? What's wrong?
No, I'm still a Christian.
In
Yay.
what way?
Agnostic.
What the heck?
What's an agnostic Christian? What does that mean?
You know, I don't prescribe to one particular doctrine.
Are you keeping your options open? Seriously?
Yeah, I'm keeping my options open.
I think that's ecumenical rather than agnostic.
Let me tell you what happened. He consciously uncoupled from God.
Whoa. How dangerous. So are you one of those like spiritual but not
He went to
religious
church one day and he was like, "Hey God, I think I like what we're doing, but I think we should see other people, but we can still be together."
Oh no, I'm not seeing other gods. I did take.
No, you just go for coffee with them.
No, well, tea. But
Which church do you most closely associate with?
Anabaptist.
Baptist?
Anabaptist, which is
Anabaptist. Oh, that's like the root of all those, wasn't it?
Yeah, the root of all.
Oh no.
Wow.
What does
So
Anna
the
mean
Baptist
in
church
this context?
didn't float
Cat,
your
what's
fancy.
the breaking news?
What?
Oh,
Sorry.
Breaking
this
news.
is what it is. Keep going.
This whole stream is breaking news.
Sorry, Steve. Steve, can I ask what does the prefix Anna mean when it's applied to the word Baptist?
Again, so Baptisto, baptized, Anna, so baptized again. So it was coined by the Roman Catholics. I don't know when in Europe at some point, because what would happen is the Anabaptists would rebaptize the babies that were previously baptized by the Roman Catholics. So then they were called Anabaptists. It's not what they called themselves. It's that that's what they were called.
And why did they
Okay.
do that, Stephen?
Well, it's a long story. It's in the Bible. No.
Oh my gosh.
Because
What's the TLDR version?
So Anabaptists will only baptize someone if they truly want to be baptized, and they will not. And you actually have to prove to them. You have to like say, "This is what I really want," and you ask. They have to ask. They ask why. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. And then they will baptize you. But if you're an infant, they will not baptize infants.
So what you're
Hey,
saying
Gen X
is,
Jeff, you're
Go
weird.
ahead.
Fuck off. We don't want you here.
Who?
The guy in the chat, he said
hey,
y'all are
Gen
weird.
X
Bye.
Jeff is cool. He's a Satanist, but he's cool.
What?
No, he's a cool Satanist. He's not.
Who?
I told you Li-Fi was a Satanist.
Not today,
I am not a
demon.
Satanist. I
Get the
said
hell
he
out.
is. You liar. You big liar. Anyways, so
Now,
what
that's
you're
yet to
saying,
be.
Stephen.
That's yet to be seen. That's yet to be seen.
So what you're saying, Stephen,
Mr.
is
Third
that
Baptist Church.
Christianity is voluntary.
Tell us about your Third Baptist Church.
Which so Christianity
Nah,
is
that shut him up, didn't it?
voluntary. You could say that.
So you
thought of it
can't
that way.
baptize someone against their will.
No,
This
you
is
can't.
Fascinating. This is so
It's called
fascinating.
drowning.
So, Teriyaki, since you're the keeper of truth, what say you about that statement?
Never claimed to be keeper truth. I'm just a piece of dust in the wind.
If you call other people liars, then you must know what the truth is, right?
We've proven your lies. Steve
Okay.
actually done a really good
So
job proving
is
how much you lie.
Christianity voluntary or involuntary? Can you baptize someone against their will?
Oh well, again, I don't think you're Christian.
You're not asking me. I'm asking you. Can you baptize someone against
You can
their
ask
will?
all you want. You can ask all you want.
So you're just gonna lie to us, or you're gonna tell us the truth?
What are you talking about?
What's the answer?
Again,
Yes
I
or
never
no?
claimed. I never claimed. We're all sinners in the eyes of God. Are we not?
So if I were to take Stephen and toss him into a pond and say you're baptized, would that make him a Christian?
Why don't you ask Stephen?
I'm not asking Stephen. I'm asking you, Teriyaki.
Because
You're
like
the keeper of
you
truth.
generally tend to do this whole thing where it's like you'll try to talk about someone even though they're right here. So why don't you talk?
He
to
already
Stephen?
gave me his
Actually,
answer. He
let's-
said it's voluntary. I already know what he believes. I want to know
Fine,
what
let's
you
be honest,
believe.
Yeah.
fine.
So
Teriyaki.
why are you
being
talking
react-
to me about Stephen? He's right here.
I used him as an example. I'm not asking you about him. I'm saying, can I throw someone
Yes,
into
you
a
are.
pond and baptize
Because
them?
you're trying
Yes or
to
no?
you're trying to it's very like feminine as well, like feminist kind of thing where it's like they'll talk with someone even though they're right in the room.
See, now
So if
I'm
you have a
being
problem,
feminist,
if you
Kat,
if
because
you
I'm
have
asking
if
him
you
about
have a
truth.
Oh
problem,
my gosh, just
I said
answer the
I never
damn
said feminist.
question, Teriyaki.
No, like I said, like I said, no, because I
Dude,
want to
you're,
call out
you're
this
acting like
this
you're
this,
acting like
this
a woman
behavior.
with all your prattle right now.
looks
Like,
like
just
three-
answer the
No, my
question.
prattling. I'm calling out
You are
his bad
prattling.
behavior.
Just answer the
I'm
question.
calling out his bad behavior.
My bad behavior. I asked him
I
a
can't-
question.
I can't
Shame on
speak.
me.
I
You
can't
bad
speak
boy.
on
Do you
behalf
need
of
a
Stephen.
spanking?
If you have a problem with Stephen's beliefs, challenge him.
I'm not challenging Steven. I'm asking you, you fucking retard. Which word do you not understand?
See what I'm
You,
saying?
Teriyaki,
Ad
do you
homs,
believe you
cursing.
can baptize someone against their will? Yes or no?
24 ho a year.
Why is that relevant to the conversation you're having with Stephen?
Because I already know his belief. I agree with him. I'm just curious,
Okay.
do you agree with him? Yes or no?
Why is that relevant?
Why is belief relevant in religion? I don't know. Does anyone on panel? Can anyone on panel guess why belief might be important in a religion?
Fine. Look, fine. I can understand.
Whoa! That's an exorcist voice.
Dude's gargling
Demon's
on
been
right now.
gone.
I've drunk way too much. I've drunk.
He
way
was
too
like, "Holy water, it burns."
No,
Burns.
I'm literally on like I'm finishing up the second bottle today.
Oh
Alright,
my
go ahead.
gosh, no.
So what's on your mind, Damon? Since Teriyaki's afraid to answer, go
Look,
ahead.
we understand why you're asking the question, but the thing is that I've been here before. Tarek's going to answer the question, and you're going to have another reactionary question, and you do this thing, and I've got no problem with you. You know, I've got no problem with you, but I do have a problem when I feel like you're just being a contrarian for no good reason.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Oh, that's what I'm doing. I'm being a contrarian for no good reason.
look,
Right,
I'm
Randy?
It just
I don't even know what's happening right now. I don't
Me
know any of you
neither.
but Cat
This is
and
what happens
Steven.
when you ask a Catholic a question. You're a woman contrarian for asking questions.
no, I'm not saying you're a woman. I'm just saying you're a contrarian.
I know.
What did I
Teriyaki said
do?
I'm a woman.
What did I
You said
do?
I'm
I
Why
said
am
it's
I
feminine
getting
behavior.
roped
I
into
never
this
said
just
you're a
because I'm a
woman.
Catholic?
But why do you have an issue? Why are you calling me a lesbian, and then you seem to have an issue being called a woman yourself?
because I don't
I
look
mean,
like
you
Ellen
look like a
DeGeneres. I don't
lesbian. You
know.
look like Ellen.
Rest my case.
You
Fine.
look like Ellen, brother.
Hold up a second. Fight. So, like, your question was,
Spot the
what,
difference.
do you believe that people can
Spot
get
on.
baptized against their will? Is that your question?
Yeah, my question is, can you baptize someone against their will? Yes or no?
Well, if you're talking about babies that get baptized every day, like, the parent has to be the advocate. You've got a
Does
godfather.
context matter, Damon? Does it matter who I'm throwing into the pond? Does it matter if it's a baby or an adult or a godless heathen or a Satanist? Which one does it? Which one doesn't qualify?
Well, if it's somebody who can consent for themselves, then they're going to be the one who's asked to reject Satan.
Oh, so if Teriyaki's unconscious, I can throw him into a pond and then baptize him, right? Because he
Well, no,
can't.
because he has
Actually,
the potential to be conscious, and he has the potential to then be his own advocate.
Babies don't have the potential.
That's
to be
yeah.
conscious.
That's a really interesting question. Babies can't consent to being baptized, so
Which is
what
why
is that?
the parent and the godfather, the godparent, will take that responsibility.
So babies don't grow into adults and learn how to make decisions for themselves. So we should just make all the decisions
Well,
for them.
that's why the godparent. That's why the godparent and the parents have the responsibility to guide the children in that direction until, when they're old enough, they assume that it's hoped that they're going to continue to follow the religion on their own.
So what happens at confirmation when someone declines confirmation? Was it a baptism?
Well, at confirmation, that's your choice. You then have to go for a confirmation on your own. Like, you'll usually be guided into First Holy Communion because you're still a child. But confirmation.
Do you understand my question? Think about it for a second. So if you baptized a baby, but then later on they grew up to be an adult and they decline confirmation, does that mean the baptism
Yeah, like this is
real?
such a great conversation.
It doesn't count.
Like at the
No,
conversation with Damon.
they've still been baptized. The baptism is an event that's happened.
Like
They've still had
again,
a
that
First
was
Holy
making the
Communion.
chat sleep.
So then you can baptize someone against their will. So that's the final answer you guys are sticking with.
That you can baptize somebody against their will.
You just said it. You just said it again. You said even if the baby grows up and declines confirmation, they reject Catholicism, then it's still a baptism even against their will. Is what you
They've
just
still
said.
been baptized.
What's the name of your church,
The event has happened.
Churches of Christ. It's a non-denominational Protestant group that during the Restoration movement to bring
it's
Christians
non-denominational
back to the Bible.
Protestant.
Yeah.
Right. My point is that we've given you an answer, or at least I've given you an answer. But the thing is that what is it you're trying to prove? What's the next?
I'm trying to prove the next question to the people in the room that wonder why Christians can't agree on things. They're always arguing with each other about who's the real Christian and who's not.
Yeah, like I said, and he's there asking all these questions to the Christians. Oh, these Catholics, you know what I mean? And it's us.
So my first question to the Catholics on the panel was, have you seen the movie Spotlight? Because I would like to talk about that topic if you're interested.
No.
I think I've seen it. It's the one about the newspaper, right?
Yeah, there were investigative journalists finding out about stuff.
I don't really see the fucking point in talking about it though. Like,
okay, that's
other religions have done stuff a lot worse and innumerably.
So then that makes it okay.
No, I'm not saying it makes it okay. I'm saying that it just proves that the media's got a specific axe to grind against only one religion in a completely unbalanced way.
So the journalists weren't interested
if
in
you're going
anyone
to look at
else in the community?
if you're going to look at statistics that show that teachers abuse way more children compared to only allegations against one particular faith, or the other faiths that are being celebrated and promoted in other European countries have abused about, what was it, Tareyak, something like 48 times, nearly 50 times more kids, and still continue to do so.
Is it a competition?
No, I'm just saying that why is it that you're only going to make a deal about one religion, but not
Oh,
about
I
any other
agree.
religion.
You should judge equally. Anyone who abuses kids should be considered evil, whether they claim to be Catholic or other group. I agree 100%.
Yeah,
Dave.
and my other problem and is the fact that when somebody's going to point out that you've got teachers abusing kids, and when somebody's going to point out that you've got people in other positions of power and trust abusing kids, everyone suddenly has a logical brain. Everyone in the media, at least, suddenly has a logical brain. Is going to say, "Oh, but that's because the PDF files are naturally going to be inclined to go to these specific positions, to go to these jobs that are going to put them in a position of trust with children, be it a teacher, be it a babysitter, be it whatever. They're going to go to those positions so that they can."
Is that just not what happens when you force celibacy on men who aren't
I was
ready
just
to?
about to say that. You read my mind.
Because you get the same thing happening in Buddhist monasteries, right? You get these monks who are supposed to be celibate, but they end up abusing the younger monks who go in there. And so I kind of think that like forcing, like I think probably most men aren't adequately equipped to be permanently celibate. Like I think as a temporary practice, you know, if you're doing it for a month or so, it's probably really healthy. You know, it's really good for you.
For your information, I've been celibate for well over a year and a half now. So,
well, I did say most men.
Well, some religions are celibate for most of their lives, though, throughout all their puberty and adulthood as well, which is not the natural, healthy condition of man. So, I think that was kind of his point.
So what
Maybe
you're
I'm
saying
wrong.
is
the
that I
fact that
need
he's
to
a
be more of a
non-denominational
cougar
Protestant
like
tells
Dean
everything.
Cheeks.
You know what I mean? He doesn't want to be bound by any like rules, regulations. He's a non-denominational Protestant, so he can wag the finger at us. But you know what I'm
I've
saying?
got plenty of
Doesn't make
rules
any
and
sense.
regulations. I
Doesn't make any
follow.
sense.
I only have one master. His name is Jesus. Unfortunately, he's not as cool as your Pope, but you know he's pretty cool.
I literally denounced the Pope earlier on. If you were listening.
That's blasphemy, heretic, and
It's
you will
not
be
blasphemy. It's not
excommunicated
blasphemy.
for such heresy.
It's not blasphemy.
Denouncing the
Wait,
Pope
are you
is not
speaking on behalf?
blasphemy?
Are you? Wait a sec. Are you
Do
speaking
you know
on
what
behalf of Catholics?
Catholicism is?
Are you speaking on behalf of Catholics?
No,
There's a
I'm
difference
speaking
between
to
denouncing.
someone who thinks they're a Catholic but doesn't know what denouncing the Pope means. If you
There's
denounce
a
Fine.
difference
When the
between
Pope goes
denouncing
against
a man.
when the Pope goes against the words of Christ, then yes, you must denounce him.
Yeah,
Yes,
it becomes your job to denounce him. You're not
Fine.
denouncing the Pope as like
Exactly.
the role. You're denouncing the Pope as the man that is the
the
Pope at the time.
infallible vicar of Christ, you denounce him, Tareyak?
See what I'm saying?
Tell us.
Like, this is the whole thing. Is like he wants to be a non-denominational Protestant, so he can criticize, but he's
Which
immune
is
to critique because he has no
contrarian as
beliefs.
hell. I mean,
Can I ask?
Protestant
Fi,
is a denomination.
Can I ask?
So how are you not a non-denominational Protestant?
Can I ask
You're
what
like-
blasphemy? Fi, what's blasphemy?
It's when you use the name of God as a curse, basically.
Well, so hang on. How is denouncing a vicar, no matter his station within a given church?
Because
how is
Catholics
that?
believe that the Pope is the infallible Word of God on earth, the Vicar of Christ himself,
No.
and so they basically equate him with God. And so, in the same way that Jesus equated himself with God, the Trinity.
Bear in mind, this is the guy who literally just got schooled on Buddhism, and he's trying to talk about Catholicism. Unbelievable.
But apparently, this guy thinks he can be a Catholic and renounce the Pope or denounce him or whatever he said. One of those words.
What if the Pope committed murder? Could you denounce him then?
He's the infallible Word of God. You can't. He can't commit sin or fail. That's what infallible.
Yeah, it
means.
sounds like you have a very twisted view of Catholicism.
I don't have. That's their view, dude. That's their. Go ask them why they believe that stuff. I don't believe that. I think all men are fallible, but that's just me. Except for Jesus, but he's the special one that doesn't really count.
What about
He's
archbishops? Is it blasphemy if you denounce archbishops?
Yeah, he's talking bollocks because Catholics can denounce the Pope.
Okay.
Like I don't understand. Like
show
where's
me
your evidence that they can't?
Show me that
where's
in
your
the
evidence?
catechisms.
Where's your
Good
evidence?
Catholics, sir.
Where's
Which
your
catechism
evidence?
is that where you can reject the Pope?
Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? Give me a source.
It's your evidence. Where's your catechism?
Well, you're
Catholic?
the one who asked the question. You're the one who's asking the question and putting the standard. So where's your evidence?
If you search all the
Because you don't show
catechisms,
evidence.
there's
You
not
don't
one that
show
says
evidence,
you're
that's
allowed
right,
to
yeah.
reject the infallible word of God, the Vicar of Christ himself.
Where is that written?
In the catechism.
Exactly.
Read your books, Catholic.
Well, okay.
Hang
Hang on a minute. I think we need. Look, I'm not a Christian, right? But even I can see that there's a clear distinction between condemning the actions of a man and blaspheming against the doctrines or the church.
The problem
or
is
God.
if you equate a man with God,
it is
if you
the
call
word
him
of
the
God.
infallible word of God, which is the title that Jesus used for himself as one with God, then it's blasphemy.
Okay,
so like if I were to say Jesus was
the Pope
a
to Jesus.
lunatic
He's trying to
or
equate the
something
Pope
like
to
that,
Jesus.
that would be
He's equating the Pope to
blasphemy.
Jesus. He's equating
Because
the Pope
as
to
a
Jesus.
Christian, he is
lads,
our
just want to
God.
highlight that fact.
But Tareyak has to talk over you constantly when you point out all the flaws in his religion.
Because you're talking bollocks. You're talking bollocks.
You're right. I was talking about Catholicism. You're right. It is complete bollocks.
This is what I'm saying. He doesn't know the actual doctrine. So he's just going to turn
come
around
on,
and
Tareyak,
yeah.
that was funny. Come on, Tareyak.
He doesn't have a sense of
Again,
humor.
like I said,
He
he's
never
trying to
laughs
say
at
you're not allowed to denounce the Pope, even though we've seen Cardinal Vigano denounce him. We've seen many people, conservative Catholics, denounce what Pope Francis is doing. So
good luck with that.
I mean, I suppose it's like if maybe there's a case to be made that if in denouncing the Pope you're attempting to undermine the spiritual authority of the church, could that be viewed as blasphemous? As opposed to just criticizing the actions of the man holding the office.
This is why you have to understand the difference between Christians that have traditional powers, like in they call the church the traditional power that they worship, versus a direct relationship with God. Some Christians believe we have no intermediates. Like Jesus is our high priest, and we have a direct relationship with God. So that's the difference between Protestants and Catholics, or even Orthodox. By the way, they also have similar but different views. That's the problem, Shiva. There's so many different flavors. You have to know what they believe and what the differences are. And that's why people like Stephen get fed up, because he's getting tired of hearing all these arguments.
Isn't that the same for? Isn't that the same for all religions, though? Like there are lots of sects of any given religion, and that they might have wildly divergent views.
Sure, but we're talking about in the context of just Christianity here.
Yeah, but some Christian churches have very different views, don't they? Like, say, for example, of the worshipping of Mary, for example.
Oh yeah. And if you don't want to be accused of worshiping Mary, all you have to do is change the word to venerate, and then you're playing word games, and so that they can't accuse you of being worshiping.
Just to highlight a message from Anson Knowles: "Holier than thou art, BS Christians like Li-Fi are what turned me to atheism at a young age. Thank you, Li-Fi, for growing your.
You're welcome.
Ranks.
Good. And then
doing
the next
the work
phase
of Shaitan,
is
doing the deceiver, Shaitan."
That's the.
I told you he's a Satanist. I told you Satanist. He worships at the altar of Satan.
You started. You're born as a Catholic, and then you become an atheist, and then you move on. You
how can you be born a Catholic? How can you be born a Catholic?
And then you become a Buddhist.
And then you're restored to an actual Christian.
Oh, an actual Christian. What's an actual Christian then?
Buddhism is part of the.
Oh, this sounds like I'm smelling a no true Scotsman fallacy coming over the hill. Yeah.
Correct.
He's not Scottish. He's Irish.
Tell me,
oh my God! Went straight over his head. Straight over his head.
Yeah, I don't know what the true Scotsman fallacy is, Tareyak. I'm as retarded as you are.
You should read.
So anyway, Shiva, Buddhism is part of the agnostic phase, and then you'll be restored after you make it evolve back into the one true church.
So you believe in evolution?
Oh yeah, theistic evolution. Why can't God create things that evolve? Is he that
I mean,
mean?
I don't know. Ask the Christians, mate.
Oh, you're talking about those dummy young Earth creationists that think the Earth is 6,000 years old, and
Oh, they are very funny. There's trees that are older than that, isn't there?
they also think that Noah's Ark had like billions of different kinds of animals on them because of all the different species and stuff, but they don't understand how like genus and family and species work and stuff. So all you need is one wolf,
I
and you
believe
got all the
Kevin Samuels
dogs.
taught us the words of like how to describe Wi-Fi. Sign, shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right. We see it right here with Wi-Fi. It's like, you're not a true Christian. These Catholics are not true Christians. I am righteous. I am the one who knows. But then where you from? Oh, I'm non-denom. I've got no central tenets of
Hey,
beliefs.
hey, Teriyaki, are
I'm just gonna
Mormons
wag my
Christian?
finger. I'm just gonna wag my finger.
Hey, Teriyaki, are Mormons Christian?
What you mean?
Are people who worship
What is a true
Mormonism,
Christian
are they
Jew?
Christians?
What is a true
Yes or
Christian
no?
Jew? What is a true Christian?
Do you notice how
to
you
you?
can't answer any questions?
What
Like,
is a
you
true
can't
Christian
answer
Jew?
a single question, let alone
What
many.
is a true Christian to you?
Someone that follows the teachings of Christ, that follows his commands and teachings.
Okay.
Those that love him obey his commands, including studying to show themselves approved.
Studying to show themselves approved.
Yeah,
Thank you
so
for that
like
nugget of
if we
knowledge.
actually
Thank you
start
for that
talking
nugget
about
of knowledge.
biblical teachings, you get completely lost because you don't even know what the catechisms are. So you're gonna get completely lost when we talk about actual.
Well, teach us. I'm an
Bible.
idiot. Like I said, I'm just a dust in a piece of wind. Teach me, Wi-Fi. Teach us
Okay, I'll teach you. So crack open a New Testament, start reading the Word of God, ignore all of man's writings, all of their
Oh, the New Testament. What about the Old Testament?
Wait.
tracts
The New Testament wasn't written by people. Luke wasn't a man. Luke was a man, wasn't he? Have I got that wrong?
See the silence? Hilarious.
Oh my goodness, Catholic, you're so dumb. You're so dumb. You
What
just
about
offended
Matthew?
him.
Sorry,
You're so
what about
fucking
Matthew?
retarded.
Was Matthew a man?
See the silence? Oh, he showed those Christians.
Do you hear the hatred in his words? He's a Catholic. How
Yeah,
dare
you're right.
you.
I do
How
hate
dare
those
you?
that pervert and twist the word of
Oh,
God.
wait a
That's
sec.
true.
Wait a sec. Did Jesus not say love thy enemy? Ooh, by your own definition, you're not a Christian because you're not following the words of Christ. I rest my case. Amen, brothers and sisters.
Kat, did you just learn how to do all these pop-up images? Because you're going ham on them.
She has
For real?
thousands of memes. Thousands of memes.
It's like a movie.
Non-stop.
Is there an intermission?
Huh?
Is there an intermission where we can get popcorn and refreshments?
If you want, I mean, people just leave. It's fine.
So, Stephen, can I interest you in a non-denominational Protestant group?
No.
Protestant
Oh.
is a
Based.
denomination. So how are you non-denominational and a Protestant? It's literally a denomination.
That's the denomination of Christianity.
No, there's
No.
lots of denominations, but that's what gets people confused. They think like there's 1,000 different choices, so they can't make up their mind.
I might draw them away from the path.
So, so you're kind of a Christian, but not really, is what I'm hearing. I don't understand your position yet, Stephen.
I am
A whore.
I was a whore, but no more.
Gosh.
Go and sin no more.
I just I've lost my interest in the writings of man, who I believe some of these writings may have things in there that really have no business being in there.
Are you referring to the Bible?
Yeah, that's the Bible. So
all of it, or there's certain parts that rub you wrong?
Most of it. I mean, there's a lot in. I came from a very religious family. From my experience, I realized like it's just it's not that I don't believe in God. It's not that I don't believe he exists, but there's just too many contradictions from the Bible and what I believe to be, ethical and good.
What's the main contradiction you found in the New
The
Testament?
it's not. There's no main contradiction.
Just
Give me
the
one.
first one that pops
Okay,
off the top
let's
of your
go
head.
Old Testament, right?
New Testament.
No, you got to go.
Yeah, okay, so he wants to talk about the Bible, but it's like, we'll ignore half it.
No.
Okay. Let me explain to Teriyaki for a second. Hold on, Stephen.
This is crazy.
So Teriyaki, if you've ever read the Bible, you'll learn that the Old Testament was Judaism for Jews that had nothing to do with Christianity.
So why put in the Bible in the first place?
No.
So anyways,
why put it in the first place?
No.
Why put in the Bible in the first place?
You have to, and I don't remember all of, it's been decades since I've read the Bible, so to give you prime examples, I'd have to go back through it again. I don't want to do that.
Okay.
But you can't discount the Old Testament with the New Testament. They're intertwined. My mother actually made a concordance where she, every word has a number associated with it so that they are the same meaning. So you can compare Old to New Testament. And anyway.
Can I consider one fulfilled and only pay attention to the current one that applies to us?
Oh, both apply.
The Old Testament still applies to Christians.
Technically. Because, if you don't have the beginning...
Even the parts where Jesus said that this is why the old law failed, and he was correcting the Jews on the...
We're not true Christians, Stephen. We're not true Christians. Even though it's in the Bible. It's in the Holy Bible, but we're not true Christians.
If you were to say, if you were completely discount the Old Testament, you would only read the New Testament. But both of them, they both have very similar theologies. Just a few laws were changed. You can eat unclean animals. You just have to ask for them to be clean, cleansed, and bless into your body in Jesus' name, amen, whatever. But it's just like, and some of the books were written. Which one was written 300 years later? Some of the books.
Talmud.
Years after an event. You're telling me that that's exactly how it was?
You're talking about the accounts that were transcribed and translated and rewritten?
Well, there's that.
Okay, so...
You don't remember? It's been a long time.
I don't really, I can't give you
What was the last time you, thought of anything like this?
30 years ago.
Oh, so
he's 108, you guys.
So he's retired from...
Yeah, completely.
Okay.
And I also took a Buddhism course in university. I realized Buddhism is not for me. My teacher, who was a Korean Buddhist, said, if you become a Buddhist, the world around you may become very confusing, where you are unsure if this is real or we're in a simulation.
Or
I mean, that's his form. Shiva could actually, I don't know, there's several types.
Yeah, Buddhism isn't actually for everyone. Like some people don't have the aptitude or the inclination, or their minds just aren't wired for that form of practice. Not to say that other forms of practice are inferior, just different.
Definitely not for level 4 vegans, because they just don't get the message. So, Randy, any thoughts, or did you tune out on us?
Randy's getting randy.
Are you refined?
I've been listening for the most part. There's a couple times I tuned out a little bit, but I've been listening for the most part.
He's so honest. So honest.
So what's your religion again?
I'm Catholic.
Oh, that's right. I thought the Catholics left other than teriyaki, but okay. So do you agree with the voluntary part, or are you okay with that, Randy? We're still stuck on that one.
About baptizing?
Yeah. Can you baptize someone against their will?
Yes. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess, I don't know. Because at the end of
So
the
I
day,
can
it's like,
just throw Steven
so is
into a
it?
pond and baptize him then, and we're done. We're
Well,
all
no,
Christians.
because you're not like a priest.
Oh, so if I'm a priest, I can throw Steven into a pond and then baptize him, right? Can you?
I mean,
Can
I'm
I?
not
Can I
sure what you're
hire a
trying to
priest to do
get
that
at.
for me? Could you call on one of your priests for me and throw him into a pond? Because I really want Steven to be a Christian. So, can you help me out here?
Hang on, Stephen is a Christian, isn't he?
No,
Stephen,
no,
are
no.
you a
He's
Pretty sure
Christian?
he
retired from
said that
it.
he was born and raised.
Baptized, but I have not renounced my faith. I am just.
I'm pretty sure he was baptized.
Sorry.
as a
Hey,
baby.
Stephen, brothers and sisters, may the word of God reflect in his life.
I want to be sure.
Can I get
though.
hallelujah? Can I get a hallelujah? Brothers and
Hallelujah.
sisters, can you testify to the word of the God?
I guess I just don't understand where you're coming from, like what your point is, like that you're
It's
trying
either
to drive
voluntary
at.
or
He wants to
voluntary.
deceive. He wants to deceive.
Hang
He
on.
worships at the altar of Shaitan.
Because like at the end of the day, does a baby consent to drinking breast milk or formula, and only that
No.
for however many months in the beginning of their lives?
No, they don't consent to anything. They are unable to consent.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but why do we solely feed babies breast milk or formula
So
for
they
a
don't
certain
die.
amount of? Yeah, because we know that it's good for them and in their best interest, right?
Yeah, so they don't die.
Right, and
it helps
so
babies to
I
learn
think
when
that
they don't die.
I think the actual point is because we know it's in their best interest, whether that's so that they don't die or so that they can be led down the path of God. So sure, a baby might not be able to consent to baptism. However, that's because their parents
Damn it,
are
Steven.
looking out for their best interests and trying to lead them down the path of godliness the best that they can from that first day of concept, like from when they were born.
But doesn't confirmation sound like mental gymnastics and obviously a fallacy where
Well, yeah, confirmation is part of that. Like, hey, so you've been raised into this, and you've been taught that this is how it is. Do you believe this or do you not?
It's basically a time machine where you say, yes, I do consent to the baptism you did to me 20 years ago or whatever, and so it's like, what? How does that make any sense? And again, if someone rejects
You
it,
confirmed at 20?
the baptism, like, how does that work?
Does this guy know anything?
Do you see? Either it's logical or it's not. There's no logic in the process, is what I'm trying to
Nobody's
point out.
trying to go back or get consent for the baptism or whatever. I don't
That's what
understand your
confirmation
point.
is. Confirmation is confirming that your baptism was legit and you accept the baptism.
No, it's not
as a
confirming your baptism. It's confirming that like you want to be a part of the faith because you believe in the faith.
Right, because again, you were
He
baptized
doesn't
as a
believe in
baby
faith.
against
He
your
believes in
will,
logic.
and now
He's
you're
Shaitan.
basically trying to say, well, now I'm okay with it. Now that I'm old enough to choose for myself, and that makes it okay. That's what confirmation is. Which sounds like
It's not
mental
about
gymnastics.
it's not about making it okay or not okay. It's just if they want to be an actual member of the church.
Right. Which if they reject, then that negates the baptism. That's like him saying, no, it
It
wasn't
doesn't
a baptism.
negate the baptism, it just means that they're not a full member, like they're not a full member of the church.
Well, then what does the baptism do if he rejects it?
Well, it blesses them.
Does it? So they're saved even if they reject the Catholic Church, is what you're saying.
I don't think it doesn't sound like we necessarily agree on the meaning of blessing.
What blessing do you receive as a baby when you get baptized?
What do you mean? What blessing? A blessing's a blessing. That's like saying.
Wait,
what
Cat got a
water?
picture of. Put that back up. Put that back up, Cat. Yeah, okay. We got a picture of Li-Fi right here. Jesus Christ, man. You need to get turned carnivore. A lot of acne on that skin.
So
Sorry, you were
isn't the
saying?
point of baptizing babies the original sin that they're guilty of and they need forgiveness for? Isn't that why you're baptizing them?
Pretty sure.
So
I mean, I'm
if
not
you
a
don't baptize
priest.
the babies, they'll
I'm
go
not
to
the
hell.
best Catholic. I don't know every answer. Like there are definitely people
That's
that
the
can
answer.
answer
That's why
better than me.
I'm trying to get you to follow the logical path here of the teachings to see if it makes sense or not. And so I think you already see the problem and you understand the mental gymnastics required to follow this teaching. And that's why it's better just to reject it.
What's the name of your church again, Li-Fi?
The Churches of Christ. Look in Romans, I think it's like 26 or something like that. It's one of those verses. I can look it up for you if you want.
So, like, your denomination is called the Churches of Christ. So
Yeah,
the
the name on the building is called the Churches of Christ. It's Romans 16:16.
What
if you're
is
interested in it.
non-denominational Protestant Churches of Christ?
Yep.
Okay,
It's a restoration movement that.
Sorry, continue. You
got away
were
from
having a
all of the
conversation. So you were having a conversation with.
So, I-Fi.
there.
Yeah.
So, do you believe that the world is quite complicated?
Yes.
Do you believe that there are things that we will likely never know? We will never understand the reasoning to, etc.
Definitely.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why do you think faith should be so simple and logical that you could basically, quote unquote, sell somebody on it within, I don't know, a couple hours, couple days or something, and make it truly make sense, in a quick explanation, a quick sales pitch, like you're trying to sell them Windows,
Mm-hmm.
Like why do you think that it's not that, faith is much more complicated than that, just like how all of life is. It's much more complicated than that, and you either get it or you don't. And if you don't, then, well, the only thing we can hope for is that we can, that you eventually get it, and we can try our best to guide somebody down the correct path.
Well, what's the best way to get it than to compare your notes with other fellow human beings?
Right. I don't find an issue with that. I'm just saying, if
that's what
you're
we're doing
saying
right now.
It's just so logical, and you think that, oh, well, if you use logic, then anyone should realize that I am right. After just
I
a
know
couple
why you're
hours
asking
of
that.
talking.
I'm an engineer by trade, and I'm one of those robot humans that has like no feelings or emotions, and so I do everything by logic and reason. So that's my flaw in life. Sorry about that.
So you just have everything figured out better than everyone else?
Possibly, unless you can prove that I'm wrong, and then I'll learn and correct myself.
Sounds pretty contrarian to what you said earlier about
what did I say earlier?
Well, you agreed that life is very complicated and there's things that we will never know and that we'll never fully.
Do you know how complicated engineering is?
Yeah, I do. I went to mechanical engineering school.
Okay, so
3.5 years.
After 4 semesters of calculus, would you agree that that shit's pretty hard?
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, but did you understand it?
Yeah, for the most, I didn't finish all the way through like Calc 3 and Diffie-Qs.
I did, and I understood it. So it's physically.
I mean, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you, man. Good job.
To understand complicated.
Did you never hear that from your dad growing up? Is that what you need to hear? Good job. I'm proud of you.
Doesn't care. He was just a doctor. Those guys are.
Yeah, exactly. Like I just said, I'm guessing you never heard that from your dad growing up. You never heard that. Good job, or I'm proud of you.
Actually, he was proud of me, but that it didn't really matter to me because again, no emotions or feelings. I'm just a robot.
I mean, if that's the fucking cope that you need, more power to you. Cope away, brother.
Is it cope? I mean, I'm.
It sounds like it. You're trying to convince yourself that I don't need emotion. I don't need any.
No, I was just trying to convince you that even though life can get complicated, it's still possible to understand it and overcome it and master it and move on. So.
Well, you already agreed that there's certain things that we will never understand. Now you're trying to walk it back, it seems.
Like knowing God, for example, we'll probably never figure that one out, but we can try. We can chip away at little pieces at a time.
Don't you know God?
I know bits and pieces of him, but I don't know God like I know calculus or something like that. Those are very different terms of knowledge. By the way,
so
Steven, that's where I would call myself
a big part of faith. It's that you don't know. You can't explain it with logic and be like, it's just believing.
Well, believing with logic and reason is.
What is faith without believing? Aren't they the same thing?
No, faith is the evidence of things unseen, not believing in things without evidence.
No, that's knowledge. That's knowledge. You recognize the things unseen, and that's knowledge. That's not faith.
You can have knowledge of things you haven't. By the way, Randy, have you ever seen an atom split with your bare eyes? No, you haven't. But do you have knowledge of atom splitting, and that's where we get like nuclear energy and atomic bombs and shit like that? you have that knowledge. So you see, you can have knowledge without using your own eyeballs to do it. You can pass on the duty to someone else who has better knowledge or personal knowledge, which is the whole point of the Bible. Because again, we don't personally see Jesus every day and listen to the word, but we can hear the word indirectly as it was accurately recorded and written into the gospel, which I'm still waiting for Stephen to give me a good example of a contradiction in the New Testament. But as soon as he comes up with one, I'll address it. But definitely don't overlap the Old Testament with the New Testament, because once Jesus fulfilled the Old Testament, it is no longer applicable to us. Like we aren't beholden to it whatsoever. And so even though we can still learn from the mistakes of the patriarchs and the Gentiles and the Jews, we are not beholden to like the Mosaic laws or anything like that. And so that's another mistake a lot of Christians make, because they see contradictions between the old law and the new law, which of course there's contradictions, because Jesus explained the contradictions of like why humans failed at trying to practice the word of the law versus the spirit of the law. And so Jews were too busy, trying to lawyer each other into heaven. And Jesus is saying, that's not the point. You're missing the whole spirit of what I was trying to tell you in these commands. And so that's why he enlightened us with Christianity. So now we know all the answers, and then we don't have to guess about it anymore. See, it's that easy, Stephen. Welcome back to the flock. So I want to see you at church on Sunday at one of my churches of Christ, a non-denominational.
Okay. Yeah, so we're going to get into that.
So,
the term
Tareyak.
non-denominational Protestant Churches of Christ seems to be a bit confusing, and this is an AI that's saying that, by the way.
Okay.
Churches of Christ are a specific denomination within the Restoration movement, which is a Christian movement that began in the 19th century. They are typically considered non-denominational. They are not typically considered non-denominational. Non-denominational churches, on the other hand, are independent and not affiliated with any particular denomination or tradition. AKA, he's talking bollocks.
Teriyaki, do you know what Catch-22 is?
No, enlighten me. Enlighten me.
So it's one of these things called a paradox, where by claiming we're non-denominational, what we're referring to is all of the denominations created by man, like Baptist, Methodist, Presbyterian, blah blah blah, et cetera, et cetera. We're trying to point man back to the original teachings of Jesus without all the man's interference. And so that's what we mean by non-denominational. Unfortunately, semantically, the pedantic assholes like yourself have to point out by calling ourselves a group of Christians, we are creating a denomination known as the Churches of Christ. So
wait, why do you suddenly have an issue with semantics and pedantics? Like, isn't that something that you love as an engineer?
No, I hate word games. It's like when y'all change worship to venerate. You're just playing word games, even though you're missing the whole spirit of the law. You're trying to play like lawyer games with God and see if you can like argue your way into heaven. So no. I'm not a fan of word games.
However, there are some churches that identify as non-denominational, but may have roots in similar or similarities to Churches of Christ. For example, some churches that follow teachings of the Restoration. So you're basically from the Restoration movement.
Do you know what autonomous means? Is the Churches of Christ autonomous, or do they subscribe to a tract? Or
are you So basically, you're talking about your group
or
who are
creeds.
like, yeah, we're just
do we
going to
follow
make up our own
creeds
stuff.
of men? Do we follow creeds of men, Teriyaki?
Like that's what I'm saying. Are you part of the Restoration movement or not?
Yes, we coincided with the Restoration movement. Yes.
Okay, it's also worth noting that the term non-denominational can be a bit misleading. Not
and
surprised.
I explained why, Teriyaki, because
as many of these churches still have distinct belief, practices, and affirmations that set them apart from other churches.
Nuance,
if you're looking
bro.
for a church, so again, that this thing is where it's just schism after schism after schism after schism. It's also worth noting that the term non-denominational. Oh, sorry, read that. If you're looking for a church that is similar to Churches of Christ but is not affiliated with a specific denomination, you might want to look at churches that follow the teaching of the Restoration movement or the Stone Campbell movement. Can you tell us about Stone Campbell?
Those were the guys that initiated the Restoration movement in the Churches of Christ region. Correct.
These churches might identify as non-denominational, but still hold many of the same belief and practices of the Churches of Christ. So are you denominational or are you non-denominational?
I've already explained this once. Would you like to try a second time? Okay, so
yeah, teach me. I'm just
what we mean by non-denominational is the way denominations are created are by creeds and tracts. They're basically when men try to organize their church and say our church believes in XYZ, and they create a book that says if you're a Baptist, you believe in this book and the Bible. If you're a Methodist, you believe in this book and the Bible. So what we believe in is we don't care about your book. We only care about the Bible. So we're the kind of Christians that don't care about men's feelings or their interpretations.
But again, like you say that you're Christian, that you follow the words of Christ, but then you said you hated Catholics. So how are you
That's
following the words of
because
Christ?
Catholics have become so corrupt they don't even resemble Christians anymore. They
Yeah,
baptize
that the word
babies,
of
they
hate.
worship Mary, they
Yeah,
commit
so that
blasphemy all the time.
so you think that hate is okay?
Did I say I hate Catholics?
Yes, you did.
I did say I hate when people corrupt the word of God. That is true. You caught me there on that one. So
Yeah.
when
So
people corrupt the word of
so
God, I
again,
do hate
when
it when that
Jesus,
happens.
yeah. So again, did Jesus preach to love thy enemy or to hate thy enemy?
Oh, I love all my Catholic enemies. Don't worry about that, Tareyak. I don't wish you harm or
But
anything.
then you're saying that there's hatred in your heart. for
Yeah, I
people
hate
who
it when people
yeah,
lie
so
and corrupt the word of God.
yeah,
That part I
okay.
hate.
But then again, like I said, if you hate that, then why is Jesus
I
said
hate the
to love
sin,
thy enemy?
Tareyak. I don't hate the sinner. I hate the sin. Just so we're
But are we
clear.
supposed to have hate in our heart? Why do we
Yeah,
love?
we're definitely supposed to hate sin, Teriyaki. That's the
Okay.
part you didn't understand from the Bible. So when we love our enemies,
Mm-hmm.
we're not
Okay.
hating, we're not loving the
Mm-hmm.
sin. We're showing the sinner compassion.
Yeah. Okay. So again, Mr. Non-denominational Protestant, which doesn't make any
At your
sense.
service.
Yeah. Again, like I said, it seems like you're shaitan. You're just full of trying to deceive people, trying to misguide them.
No, I've accurately described my religion and your religion. So which part did you have a problem with?
What do you mean?
The conversation we just had.
Yeah, like I said, I'm pointing out that you're saying you're non-denominational, which even the
Which I
AI,
agreed to
which
hours
is
ago.
something to confuse an AI. That's an accomplishment. I do have to say that. That is.
I don't know.
Like I
It's not
said,
that hard to confuse AI. I mean, you could trick AI into saying the N word.
yeah, you can trick them, but even the AI is kind of saying this is a bit confusing. What the fuck we're
Ask
talking
the
about
AI
here?
what a right wing person is. By the way, I was curious what it thinks.
I mean, you can get an AI to agree that God exists.
Exactly. So, a right-wing person.
But can you baptize an AI against its will? So, anyways, Randy, for whatever it's worth, I think you should move on from the Catholic Church because it's only dragging you down.
Yeah, I wouldn't
So
hold
a
your breath
right-wing
there,
person
buddy.
is someone who supports the political right and traditional ideas about society. They generally believe in low taxes and that property and industry should be privately owned. This ideology is often associated with conservative values and the belief in maintaining existing social hierarchies and norms.
Sounds good.
So, Ifi,
yeah, what's up?
the family that you were born into and raised by, were they any sort of
Christian
religion?
and an atheist. A Christian and an atheist.
Which one was Christian and which one was atheist?
The father was an atheist.
Which parent do you associate with more? Like, which one do you, if you had to pick one, and it's for most people that were raised in a decent house, it's
the father.
Kind of a hard question, but you'd choose the father over the mother if you had to.
Because the mother was more of a a seat filler Christian. I don't know if you know what that means, but kind of the social club Christian. Do you know what that is?
Like a nominal Christian.
A checklist Christian. They feel like they're doing their duty by filling that seat and socializing with fellow people.
So anyways, I'm guessing, your father, the one that you probably looked up to more, it sounds like, growing up.
Yep.
Him being an atheist and your mother being a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing as a kid, it was probably a little confusing, was it not?
Not really. To me, it became clear really fast because the confusion was more like from peers and stuff who felt like because you're born into X, you are X. And so, um, obviously, my mother felt compelled to consider me a Christian from birth, but that's not how Christianity works. You're not born a Christian; you're just born a human.
Well, I mean, I can't see a way that you weren't confused even a little bit, considering your father's an atheist and you follow him more than your mom, or you take a
I
kin
had
to
plenty
him.
of questions for them both, but they never
Right, but
confused me.
you ended up supposedly you ended up coming out on the other side as an adult, believing in a God and believing in Jesus Christ, correct?
Eventually, after I was
Right.
a atheist, agnostic, and then I explored all the religions of Earth. And
Yeah, that
um,
sure sounds like confusing or confusion to me.
nope, just
Um,
growth and learning.
but it sure sounds like confusion.
Okay,
It's
you
okay,
can call it that. That's
but
fine.
um,
I can understand
so
why
it
you
sounds
feel
like
like it's confusing, but it again,
it's
from
not I
my
feel.
perspective.
It's I think. It's not I feel. But it sounds like that's likely the reason that you studied so many different religions so hard.
Oh yeah, just well, I mean, just personal curiosity. It wasn't just their take on life. It was more like I understood what they thought, and
Yeah,
then I just moved
personal
on from that
personal
very quickly.
curiosity because you're confused because you love both your parents and both probably seem like relatively
Oh,
good
so,
people,
I see what you're
but you
getting at.
didn't know which one is right.
Yeah, I didn't feel any allegiance to either one. If that's what you're getting at, I didn't feel like I would, like offend my mother if I rejected Christianity, or if I shamed my father for claiming to be a Christian or whatever, or anything like that. So definitely none of that.
Well,
We
what
weren't that close.
I guess one of the things I'm driving at is it kind of sounds like always you've never had faith.
No, I had kind of like the idea of faith when I was younger, but when I got older, I learned what it meant actually. Because
I don't think so because everyone I've ever known that has faith, they don't hop around from religion to religion and study every religion like the back of their hand and try to know everything about every religion so that they can
oh,
argue
you're
them
talking about
all.
blind faith.
And
Yeah,
then
I never had
yeah,
blind faith. That's true.
and then
And
when they grow up,
Fi clearly doesn't know other religions like the back of his
Yeah.
hand.
Got absolutely schooled on Buddhism.
well, at least Christianity. But since that's the correct one, that's why needs to know
the
the
one,
most about that one because it seems ironic that you have faith
the
and that
one
you
I
believe in God and Jesus Christ, and yet eventually the religion that you decided to go with was the one that's what, like 100 or 200 years old, and it just so happens that that religion that has been around for thousands of years. No, they're all wrong. I figured it out now. My engineer brain, I'm smarter than all of
Christianity's
them.
been
I'm
around
smarter than that.
since
I'm,
Pentecost. So
I'm smarter than that religion that's been around for thousands of years.
see, this is why I don't. This, by the way, this is why I didn't spend much time on either Catholicism or Orthodox, because their argument was we've been doing it for 1,000 years, therefore we can't be wrong, and that's the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life. And so that's why I was like, yeah, that's obviously wrong. So then I moved on to like people who actually understood what religion was and studied it and researched it. And so, because here's a thought experiment for you. Today, you're aware of the religion called Mormonism, and it hasn't been around for 1,000 years yet. But if I were to talk to your ancestors, your descendants, like 1,000 years from now, and they were Mormons for 1,000 years, would that be a good argument for their religion?
I mean, I would say no because it still came along way after the fact.
Okay, so then tradition isn't a good argument for why your religion is more than likely accurate, or the one true religion, correct?
I just want to give a
I think
definition.
it is tradition because yours does not go back traditionally to when
Mine
these
goes back
things
to the day of
happened.
Pentecost. My church was
Mhm.
created at the day of Pentecost by Christ himself. Now, whether or not there was
Yeah.
an unbroken chain of little groups of people who identified themselves as the churches of Christ
Mhm.
on their building or whatever is irrelevant, because we don't need an unbroken chain in order for our religion to exist. Our religion depends on the word of God and the word of God only. It doesn't depend on men's traditions, men's feelings, men's failures. men's, new religions created, the corruptions of their religions, or any of the following. So that's
new
what's
religions
different about
created.
ours.
That's interesting. I just want to give a definition because it came up in my chat. A midwit is a term used to describe someone who is neither particularly dumb nor particularly intelligent, especially if they act as if they are smarter than they are. But sorry, you were saying something, Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I was saying you should look up Dunning-Kruger effect, Teriyaki, because you'll
I was
find
actually
that
about to
term
say
much more
that.
interesting.
I was about to say that. It seems like you're a very good example of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
I wouldn't say he's not that smart, Randy. He's still pretty dumb, but he's
I'm talking about you, I5.
I know. I was just playing with you. I like to bounce y'all off each other because you're so much fun. I love how Catholics always stick together, even though they know
what is
each
the work?
other's wrong.
Who does the work of that? What is the word? Oh,
So
Shaitan.
Randy,
Exactly.
are you familiar with the term blasphemy? Do you know what blasphemy is?
Yeah, it's speaking against God, essentially using God's name in vain.
So what would happen if I were to call a man my spiritual father? What do you think that would be? Would that be blasphemy?
Because you're looking to somebody else to help you understand and looking to another person for guidance?
Listen to the question. If I call a man my spiritual father, is that blasphemy or not? I'm not asking about whether I feel like he's giving me spiritual guidance, whatever. I'm clearly stating the fact that he is my spiritual father. A man. Just any old man, some dude down the street, whatever. Maybe he's got a funny hat or something. I don't know. Maybe he looks like Teriyaki. You never know. Is that blasphemy?
No, because churches have leaders to help guide people.
So God would have no problem with me just
confirm
calling
as well,
a
because
man
we got to
my
keep Wi-Fi in
spiritual
check.
father, which
So
the
no,
title
calling
that
a man
only-
spiritual father is not considered blasphemy.
So the title that only belongs to God Himself, the spiritual father.
I don't worship the Father. He just helps guide me along the way and helps me understand.
I don't think you
better.
understand the question. I'll repeat it one more time. So you remember when Jesus claimed to be one with the Father, when the scribes and Pharisees were, trying to catch him in his teachings, and when he came right out and said that I forgave sin, which only God can do, by the way. They were going to stone him to death or hang him, crucify him, whatever, because Jews instantly recognize blasphemy. They know that that's complete blasphemy whenever you claim to be God.
No.
A priest isn't claiming to be God.
Any man who claims to be God is
calling a man spiritual father is not considered blasphemy.
So fast forward a little bit. If we had a little church where we started calling men our spiritual father, we said, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned," and we're talking to a man, is that blasphemy, Randy? Sort of like the blasphemy the Jews instantly recognized in Jesus when he claimed to be one with God?
Wait, it sounds like you're talking about the Old Testament. I thought that doesn't matter.
I'm telling you what blasphemy is, just in case you don't understand what it is, because Teriyaki over here keeps trying to talk and say, no, when you call a man your spiritual father, that's not.
It sounds like you're bringing up the Old Testament, even though apparently the Old Testament is just bullshit, according to you. It sounds like you're talking about the Old Testament.
I said it was fulfilled, but we can still use it for examples in the past of where people learn about religion, including the relationship with God. Anyways, so again, Jews knew what blasphemy was, and some people in modern day.
How'd that work out for the Jews?
Not so good. And how did it work out for the Catholics, who call priests their spiritual father and the Pope their spiritual father, the infallible Word of God?
Well, Randy. I don't think Teriyaki or I don't think either of us are as angry or pressed as you. So I'd say it's working.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry about it. But
you sound like
you
it, brother.
Are the ones who have to answer for that, so I'm not going to be too worried about it.
I don't have to answer anything for you. I'm just fucking entertaining a shit show right now.
You're not going to answer anything to me. You'll answer to someone else, though, and he will have a lot to say about that. So anyway,
Tareyak. He'll answer to Tareyak.
That was my parting thoughts for you. I don't know why we turned this into an angry Catholic debate. But anyways, sorry for derailing that hard. I was just trying to get the Brits to
You're not
stop fighting
sorry.
on about
Yeah, he's not sorry.
Hinduism.
So again,
not
just to give definitions again, the concept of papal infallibility was formally defined at the First Vatican Council in 1870. However, the idea of the Pope being infallible word of God is not a direct quote from any specific person or document. The doctrine of papal infallibility means that when the Pope speaks ex cathedra, the chair of Peter, on matters of faith and morals, he is preserved from possibility of error. This does not mean that everything the Pope says is infallible, nor does it imply that he is the infallible word of God. That would be a lie. We caught you on Li-Fi.
So anyways, Randy, if you do want to talk about Catholicism, I'll be happy to. Sorry if I felt like I was attacking you so hard. Teriyaki gets me stirred up every once in a while. But anyways,
you're not gonna stir my loins, buddy.
All right. So anyways, if you do want to talk about it, I'll be more than happy to. But that is blasphemy, and that's why we reject Catholicism with all these corrupted religions. So anyways, there you go.
I don't look for religious advice from Satanists, so I appreciate it. I appreciate that, but
so I'm a Satanist because I only listen to Jesus and read the Bible. Is that why you called me a Satanist?
No, it sounds like you're trying to turn people away from the Church of God, and you're trying to do.
No, I'm trying to turn them towards the Church of Christ, like I said earlier. But even Teriyaki heard that part. But maybe
I mean, but that's just semantics. You're just calling it whatever you could slap that name on anything.
You're right. We're just venerating.
Just because you call the Church of Christ, just because you call the Church of Christ, and you think that you know better than everyone else, does that mean that it's the Church of Christ?
I do know what words mean, so you guys can keep venerating.
What if atheists at some point, way back when at this point?
I was going to leave on a nice note, but you had to call me a Satanist, so okay, go venerate your infallible word of God. So enjoy it. Have fun.
You sure seem like it.
All right. Well, anyways, it was nice talking to y'all. Sorry I interrupted earlier. Steve.
We know you don't think that.
Yeah, Kat just wanted to kind of break up the monotony of the Christian trying to convince the Buddhist that.
Kat was definitely trying to break up the monotony, and that's why she brought me in here, and that's why she's been begging me lately to come on.
And we all had fun.
I unfortunately did not do my job correctly.
Try harder. Do or do not.
Yeah, I was supposed to totally turn this into a shit show, so I apologize, Kat, for not doing what I do best.
Anyways, it's Kat's bedtime, and it's my bedtime, so I'm going to head out. Catch y'all later.
Randy.
Kat.
How did it go?
Hey.
Why are you so annoying, Teriyaki?
I annoy deceivers, worshippers of Satan, like
Okay, but look at this. Everybody look at this.
Fat fucking cat.
It's not fat, it's skinny, okay? How dare you disrespect
I wasn't talking about the feline.
Disrespectful.
See, that's what I was brought in here for.
Oh my gosh, no, it's tangled. No, you're tangled. There you go. Yeah.
So again, that's kind of like a follower off based Oracle. It's why, the likes of Grid and all this stuff is I'm not even going to give them the time of day kind of shit, because they just come in, derail the conversation. Pleasant conversation between you and Daemon, actually, Shiva, and then he comes in and he gets schooled on Buddhism, and then he just keeps trying to. He even said himself, he tries to work people against each other and all this stuff.
Working?
And that's
yes.
Yeah.
What the fuck happened to my fucking audio settings? That's irritating. I probably sound like I'm in a hallway right now.
No,
you sound fine, Randy.
No, because it's coming through my laptop and not my fucking headset for some reason. I don't know.
Can you stop cursing?
No, the fuck I cannot, bitch.
Now
you will get used to it.
Actually, he hasn't actually cursed anyone, has he?
Well, cursed.
It's interesting. Yeah, I that's what's the origin of that? Why are they called curse words? Because I know South Park did a whole episode
exactly.
on it.
That's my reference. South Park says they are cursed words and they'll unleash the demons. There we go.
Well, that was an interesting conversation. I have
To
to
say the
say, I
least, yeah.
do. I do find it highly entertaining listening to.
Okay, I fixed it. Do I sound different or better now?
It's fine,
You
man.
sound different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're fine.
All right. I fixed it. It's now coming through my headset instead of my laptop. Sorry to cut you off, Sheep. I didn't mean.
That's all right.
I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. You'll get used to it.
That's okay. I'm an arrogant mother effer. Oh, look at that! I didn't swear. Cat, you're honoured.
Shiva claims that he's a motherfucker, an arrogant motherfucker to
Because
be exact.
I mean, I swear like a trooper normally.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll cover you.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, I find watching different types of theists arguing with each other highly entertaining.
That is not what I came in here for, nor what I was expecting. Oop, throwing my phone now.
Okay, so Randy, tell us what's going on with you.
Same shit, different day.
Nice. Perfect. So, Tareyak, have you slept?
Yeah, like I said, done a nice 10-hour stream there yesterday. Got a good, what was it, 8 hours and a half. The deep sleep, I have to say, has been amazing. Because it's like almost like instantly I get into deep sleep. But yeah, like been tracking it on the Ring-Con with the ring and all that kind of shit. But no, sorry, 8 hours, 7 minutes.
I was actually about to ask.
17.5.
I was actually about to
Yeah, what?
ask to find deep sleep, but it sounds like it's based on what the app is tracking.
Yeah, because like apparently that's like where like you do like your recovery, like repair and all that kind of stuff in the body and all the shit. But it's like almost like instant I go into deep sleep and then it's like the rest is just like light sleep kind of thing. Or
See,
most
my
of it is light sleep.
Samsung Watch would track that, but I barely wear that thing anymore.
You enter light sleep every 90 minutes.
I don't know. All I know is I've been sleeping like shit lately. I mean,
yeah, me too.
I've been
But
sleeping
that's when
like
you have
shit.
that's when you have REM sleep. That's when you dream, isn't it? Is in the lighter portions of the sleep. When you're in deep sleep, you're not dreaming.
Yeah, because I can show you on the graph.
Yeah,
There was a
when do you
study-
dream? Light sleep or deep sleep?
Light. When so during REM sleep, rapid. So when your eyes are moving quickly, REM stands for rapid eye
Okay,
movement.
that makes sense.
yeah.
Just because I've always been a very active dreamer. I mean, I've always dreamed almost every night. But man, lately, oh man, my dreams have been crazy, and it's pretty much the entire time I sleep, and I wake up feeling very not rested. It's not been a fun time sleeping lately.
There was a experiment conducted on sleep. I don't know, maybe 20 years ago or something, in which what they did was they got a whole bunch of people into sleep, and then just after, oh good, Joe's survived the tornado. Good man, Joe. Just after they had their REM sleep period, they would wake them up and ask them what they dreamed. And what they found was that I don't know if it was all of them or most of them, but a significant enough number for it to be commented upon. People would dream the same dream throughout the night, but the ending of the dream changed. So at the start, it might have been kind of really difficult and horrible, but by the end of the night, it's almost like the ending of the dream was more positive. So it's almost as if your mind is kind of working shit out on a subconscious level when you're dreaming.
But like for me, at least anyway, it's like have you changed your diet at all recently, Randy, or anything like that, or
No.
what about being around like computers more or anything like that?
No.
Is there anything that's been like changed in the because like you're saying what like the past month or so or past couple of weeks?
I mean, it's variable somewhat. I mean, I've slept like major shit in general for the past, I don't know, 2 years or so, maybe a little bit longer. I mean, there's been periods where it might get a little bit better for a little while. But yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of it's just things going on in life, just mental stuff, you know.
Yeah, because like stress will have a huge kind of like knock on effect to your sleep as well. So it's usually like stress,
That's
diet, or
probably it.
it's just because the like the reason why I wear these glasses is so that like because that was one thing I noticed as well, that ever since I started using like blue light glasses they're called, they like it prevents like the like bad like blue light going through, and like that's why like you'll like stay awake longer and all that stuff if you're around computers a lot, is because like you're getting hit with like LEDs, and like that blue light is like basically trying to convince your body that it's like the middle of the day kind of thing, especially because I have like an actual light, because otherwise if I turn off the light you won't be able to see me kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So I have to have like an LED like flashing in my face as well. So like I needed to get these
Right.
glass kind of thing. So like that's how like when I got off streaming for like 10 hours straight yesterday, I was able to go straight to sleep because I'm basically preventing my eyes from getting all that shit. But it's something that I definitely would try to look into, and especially in terms of like diet and all that stuff. But like it seems like it's more so kind of stress related than nothing else.
Oh,
But
I think
like
it's definitely mostly. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, it's not even I'm sure. I know my diet and my I guess just lifestyle in general could definitely improve a decent bit from where it's at right now, but I think stress is a major contributor. I mean, that's kind of the reason or that's part of the reason why I asked, you know, do you dream in light sleep or deep sleep? Just because it would make sense if it's in light sleep, because, you know, I wake up feeling like shit lately, like I like not rested at all. My dreams have been there. Like I said, I've always been an active dreamer, but off the fucking charts. Like the moment my eyes, or the moment I fall asleep until the moment I wake up. Yeah, like I'm in a fucking dream the entire time. But at the same time, when I'm asleep, and I've always been a heavy sleeper, and so it's like I guess I'm in a lot of light sleep lately, and that's why I've been probably dreaming more than I usually do. But regardless, when I'm asleep, I'm like dead as a rock. Like, good luck. Like, once I'm asleep, good luck waking me up. I will sleep through a tornado. Sorry, Joe Cool. Not trying to trigger PTSD.
100%. One thing I would say to maybe take a look at is just the carnivore diet, because for me is, and again I just can't talk enough good words about making that switch, because like one thing before this, and then I was kind of like anecdotal, it's just personal, all that kind of stuff, is like I smoked cannabis like every single day, like it was almost like a necessity. But ever since I made the switch to carnivore, like getting the ribeye steaks into me, all that, like, and again, like if you were to ask me beforehand, do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're gonna stop smoking. I wouldn't believe you. I would have been like, yeah, you're talking bollocks, all that kind of shit. But like 2-3 weeks into it, I basically was like, I wonder if I can actually like stop this, and I stopped it, and it was like I haven't smoked since kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, for me at least, it's had profound effects on my health. And again, like it came from Kat, because Kat, like as soon as Kat like heard my diet beforehand, like all I ate was peanuts, and I do like intermittent fasting like each day and all that kind of stuff. She just grabbed Stephen, was like, Tareyak, tell Stephen what you're doing. And like Stephen was basically walking through, it's like, yeah, you might be getting like proteins, but plant proteins aren't as good as animal proteins. You need twice the amount of plant protein, all this stuff. So like I found out I was protein deficient. And what you call it, the omega 6. Can you talk about the omega 6 stuff, Kat?
I thought omega-3 is more important.
No, it's bad for you. Omega 6 is bad. Omega 3 is good for you.
Yeah. So you need more of that, or your inflammation goes too high. But you do need a little of each. But we get plenty of 6. That's all.
I mean, in terms of cannabis, I was a major pothead for many years. I was a major pothead for a bunch of years, but then I stopped for about a year, and then a couple months ago, I like smoked, I don't know, a couple times over the course of a couple weeks, which like ended my like year probation or whatever from it. Which like it's not like I was legally obliged to that. It's just something that I quit of my own volitions. And then eventually, like about a year after not smoking at all, I smoked a couple times, and the first time or two is like all right. It's just like it was all right. It's just, you know, I was obviously high as fuck since I hadn't smoked in a year. And especially going from the tolerance I used to had to basically going back to a new smoker is like, you know, I was retardedly high the first time or two. But then the next couple times, I started getting really bad highs. And I honestly very quickly grew to, it's like, I honestly hate the taste of this. I hate the smell of it. I hate how it makes me feel. Had some bad highs, and I stopped again and haven't smoked in a couple months since. And I honestly don't think I'll ever smoke again in my life. But
Amen.
yeah, definitely not a fan anymore. I used to love weed, but yeah, I'm not a fan anymore, and I doubt I will ever smoke again.
I stopped when I think I found out it caused like hormone problems. Oh, it causes like, you know how they say you take it if you're in pain? So if I had cramps or a migraine or whatever, I would take it and then it would get worse. And they said something about like when you take it, you feel good, but then the pain will come back and it'll be stronger. So then every time you use it for pain relief, you're making the pain more chronic and stronger overall. So I was like, oh, okay. So it doesn't help, doesn't do anything. Oh, the other one is it relaxes you temporarily and then makes you anxious the rest of the time where you're not using it. So it'll raise your anxiety baseline.
Do you
Joe
do
Cool,
you
said switch to indica. I was just gonna say that's I know that sativa is more common and popular, and that's what most people like. But honestly, I was always a fan of indica more than sativa. And yeah, trust me, that was. I mean, I was on a pretty strong indica to, you know, high on the indica side, low on the sativa side of a hybrid when when I started smoking again and had some pretty bad highs. I mean, it's not like I smoked enough to see like, okay, what if I smoke a pure sativa or pure indica or a more balanced hybrid? But it was a pretty strong leaning indica hybrid, and yeah, it definitely was not a good time. I mean, regardless, I don't even see the point. I save a lot of money not smoking anymore. At the very least is a good benefit, so I don't see any benefit really of relapsing or continuing down that path anymore. But sorry, Sheev, I didn't mean
do
to
you,
cut you off. Go ahead.
do you so I smoke quite a lot of cannabis. It's one of my working grounds. I'm currently on a no weed binge. I think I'm at something like 3 weeks at the moment. But what I do notice is that when I smoke, there is a marked drop in my cognitive abilities. Just my ability to think clearly is severely impacted. And like most people probably wouldn't notice because I'm quite articulate and I can kind of blag my way through most conversations. But I notice, like, yeah, I'm definitely more stupid if I'm stoned.
I mean, that was one of the reasons I really disliked it when I relapsed after that year, because during that year, like I said, I was a fucking major pothead for like stoner for God, I don't even know, like 6 years or something. For quite a while, I was a major stoner, and then I stopped for a year. And then when I started again, I think that was one of the things I really disliked is I noticed very quickly, like this is even when I'm not actively high, it was affecting my mind, and I was not a fan.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that like because I'm making a kind of concerted effort to smoke a lot less weed this year, with a view to stopping it entirely. And yeah, like for about a week afterwards, at least, there's like kind of fuzziness in my thoughts, and then
I,
I'll find after about a week, clarity kind of starts to return.
I want to recognize that Joe Cool did say he said I used weed to quit smoking heroin or quit heroin, not quit smoking, but just quit doing heroin. He's probably injecting, you know. But regardless, he used weed to quit heroin, and he said it worked, and I'm happy for that, brother. That's awesome. Opioids are definitely a very dangerous path to get down. I've lost a few people to opioids, and I know some other people that are still with us, luckily, but are probably fucked up for the rest of their lives because of it. So it sounds like you're doing good, and if it helped you get off that, I'm happy for you. But just trust me, brother. If you can, I'm not saying today, but if you can eventually get off of weed as well, you'll probably feel even better. And also, President Christopher, does anyone read the comments? I can't speak for them, but I've been trying to keep an eye on them.
Yeah, he's commenting in my chat. But yeah, the way StreamYard works, because I'm restreaming Cat's panel to my channel, then I think any comment that is typed in my chat is turns up in Cat's, and vice. At least the comments that I type in Cat's, I think, go to mine.
So, Kat, how much of stoners are you and Steven?
Not since we were like young and hip and stuff, And the
I mean, I
old-
figured you're not, at least at this point, but I don't know, I feel like Steven is the Chief King.
What does that even mean?
I feel like he likes to dabble in the devil's lettuce.
Well, I mean, when we were young and cool and stuff, we tried to like smoke it, and neither of us, ironically, can inhale without like coughing for a month after. So we just couldn't do it. We tried, and I know there's a special technique, whatever. We couldn't do it. Neither of us. Anyways, so we couldn't do that. So then when edibles came out, we tried that. And he could not handle an edible. He would just he kept clapping his hands, and he would just walk up and down the living room, like clapping his hands. He'd be freaking out. He's like, I don't know what's going on, but he had to clap his hands. I don't understand that. So then he never did that again. And then like one time at a party, I did too much. It was the first time I ever did anything ever. And they gave me like a cookie. I didn't feel anything. An hour later, I didn't feel anything. So then I ate another cookie. And then within a few minutes, I couldn't put my hands down. I was like this the whole night, just like this. And you couldn't. And if you tried to put them down, they wouldn't go down. And I see like those fentanyl people, like, those videos of them. They're like all in some weird, frozen movement. And it was kind of like that. So like, I don't do that shit. That's crazy. No. And I tried like really low dose stuff for pain, that's specifically for pain. So it doesn't make you like all loopy. It just calms you down and like does pain relief. And like I said, that works until it doesn't. And then your pain gets so much worse that you're just like in this horrible cycle. Then you have to completely stop it and wait for months before that like higher threshold of pain goes away. And then you're like back to where you were before you ever touched it.
Wait, so you said that you and Steven smoked a bunch or smoked more when you were younger and like
No,
cool
I told you
stuff?
we were trying to, because like, we're trying to be cool and
Yeah,
stuff.
but
we couldn't handle it. We couldn't.
So I mean, I'm just wondering, are you guys like the ones that discovered that you get high from weed? Like,
what do you mean? How do you discover that? Everybody's known about that.
well, yeah, probably since you guys tried it when you were younger. It's
We're
an
not
old
the
joke,
first
Kat.
people.
Holy
Oh my
fuck,
gosh.
how slow is your mind?
Oh my God. Look, it's
I'm
1 in the
calling you
morning.
an old fucking bag of dirt.
Like, yes, I'm very old. We were there when they first discovered the plant. We're like, oh wow, let's try smoking this. The other plants didn't work. Yeah.
Are you and Grid still in like a partnership? I'm just wondering because I haven't watched yours or his streams much lately.
Who?
You and Grid.
Yeah, this like he doesn't stream on like Tuesdays and
I swear he streams almost every day, it seems.
Yeah, except for Tuesdays and Sundays. So like those are the only days I can stream. Because like to do two is insane.
You know why he does that though, right?
Because that's when whatever is on.
Yeah, that's when whatever's streaming.
I know, that so sucks.
That's why
There's a-
whenever you ask me, you're always asking me on Tuesdays and Sundays, will you come on? Like, dude, I'm watching whatever. Which, yes, whatever is streaming right now, but I'm not
Whatever's
watching it right now.
always the same though. It's always
Yeah,
like,
I'm not.
look at
I
this
don't know.
chick.
I'm not watching it
Ugh.
right
Are you
now.
talking
I
about
was
the
watching it
the
earlier.
whatever podcast? Those guys are fucking losers. Sorry,
Who?
swearing. The whatever podcast is that the guys you're on about?
Yeah, whatever podcast.
Yeah.
Brian is the host.
Yeah.
I like it.
I used to like. I was initially attracted to the whole red pill thing, but I've got some issues with it. One, it seems to be it's all external. All of the markers for success are external. Like I don't ever kind of see them. The only red pillar, and I don't even know if he's a red pillar, and I don't particularly like him, but the only red pillar that I've ever heard talk about self-discipline consistently is actually Andrew Tate. I mean,
I mean, I don't know if I'd necessarily call Brian or the whatever podcast like red pilled, even though I'm sure some people would. But I agree, and that is one of the issues that I've always had with the red pill is that, yeah, it's all externalized, and especially the thing of, yeah, women nowadays, trust me, I'm a single man in the market. Yeah, women nowadays they're something.
Yeah. Well, they are. They are.
Not great, but
yeah.
I there's something. But I do think it's I mean, for lack of better term, I think it's stupid to try to put all the blame on women and be like, well, marriage rates are down and all these things are the problems and the dating market sucks because women are whores, basically. I don't disagree.
As if men have nothing to do with it.
A lot of women, if not most women, are whores nowadays, and it definitely sucks, being a guy that, wants to get married, wants to find his wife who's a respectable woman and has hopefully always been at least somewhat respectable.
And I think the whole thing of getting women to rate their own looks, that's just cringe.
I don't care about that. I think the issue that I have, the biggest issue that I have is these guys preaching that like, oh, well, these women shouldn't be racking up high body counts and they shouldn't be getting ran through and they shouldn't be letting guys hit too quick. But then when it comes to them, well, if she's not putting out, then I'm not interested. Or even worse than that, which is even like the most common thing, is like they'll just willingly run through chicks.
Yeah.
Whether they're genuinely interested or not, they'll just run through a bunch of chicks. And I mean,
I think
I think I said earlier, yes, I'm a Catholic, but I'm a bad Catholic. I'm pretty sure I said earlier. If I didn't say it earlier, yes, I'm Catholic, but I'm a bad Catholic.
I mean, I think the whatever podcast is a lot better than Fresh and Fit.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Fresh and Fit, and they're one of the worst. They're one of the worst when it comes to what I'm talking about of just preaching to dudes of just like, yeah, just if you're an alpha male, if you're a high value male, you're fit, you're relatively good looking, you got money. I mean, good looking aside, height aside, but especially if you add those two on top of the fact of like, oh, well, you're fit and you have money. Yeah, just fuck bitches, man. Just be an alpha.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you have a problem.
I'm not an alpha male. I'm a version 1.0 male. I'm the full release male.
Yeah, I'm kind of the opposite of like, I'm on the same page as you, at least now, but I definitely made some bad decisions in the past, and I have been that guy before if I was running through chicks, and it just seems retarded that you're basically advocating for dudes in one way or another. You're advocating dudes to, be an alpha male and run through chicks and be a man. That's what a man's about. Just fuck bitches.
Yeah.
And then you don't, And then, well, the problem with all the women nowadays, and the reason I won't get married is because they're just getting ran through, and because they have high body counts and blah blah blah. You're contributing to the fucking problem that you have an issue with, apparently. You fucking idiot. And that's where I say, like, I'm a bad Catholic. I'm not perfect.
Yeah,
I've definitely
I quite often
contributed to
say
the
that I'm
problem.
a
I've definitely done my contribution to the problem. Not saying it's all my fault, but I definitely used to be one of those guys that is kind of ruining it for other guys because I don't know. I'm not a fan of a lot of that red pill shit.
yeah, me neither. There's a question from the chat that someone was wanting asked. It's kind of a theological question. I thought the answer would be two-pronged: one, faith, and then the harrowing of hell to take care of everyone else. But the question is, if God desires all to be saved, and if nothing is impossible with God, why can't God make a way to save the damned?
Because he gives us free will.
And presumably the people who had never encountered Christian teachings would be covered by the harrowing of hell.
I mean, I think that if you live, at least if I can't speak necessarily if some kid dies at, 18 months from cancer, but assuming that you live long enough, into your at least teens, definitely early adulthood or late adulthood, there's been times that you were able to be introduced to the faith and you kind of just pushed it off.
Do you know about the harrowing of hell? I don't know if that's a doctrine in your church.
Let me Google it. It rings a bell, but
So it's like it's an event that is supposed to have transpired after Jesus was crucified, but before he was resurrected, where he goes down to, I mean, maybe not hell, it might be some other realm like that's kind of adjacent or related to hell. But he's
possibly just purgatory.
Perhaps, but what he's doing is he's going down to save the righteous beings, like the people who were righteous but who hadn't encountered Christianity. So he kind of goes down to hell and gathers them all up and saves them. I always thought it would make an amazing movie. Like,
I mean, in a way, in a sense, I could kind of understand how that makes sense. And I'm not saying this is necessarily anything that I believe as a Catholic for sure, or anything that's preached or taught by Catholicism. But I mean,
I wonder where.
Part of me has thought before or wondered of like, so if somebody's in hell and they're just crying out to God and they're crying out to Jesus, saying, "Save me, Jesus, please." Is that all it takes? And then all of a sudden they're saved by Jesus? Because I'm pretty sure we're told. Because I'm pretty sure that we're told that God never loses faith in us, especially as long as we don't lose faith in Him. So if somebody and that is supposedly eternal, and heaven and hell are supposedly eternal, and so if you're in hell and you're crying out for Jesus to save you, does Jesus come and save you? And that's all it takes to end all that. You just need to realize that Jesus is the only person that can save you. And a lot of people in hell might be screaming out and crying out for Satan to stop.
Apparently, the
but that
harrowing
doesn't
of
matter.
hell.
They need to
apparently
realize that Jesus needs to come save them. These are just thoughts that I've had, as a guy.
Apparently, the harrowing of hell is primarily associated with the Roman Catholic Church, the Eastern Orthodox Church, the Anglican Church, and the Lutheran Church.
Yeah, like to be honest, it's the first time I've heard of it. But in terms of like the whole kind of like concept of it makes sense in terms of, like I said, the like to offer salvation to those that even if you led a life where you basically like led it in terms of the teachings of Christ. Do you know what I mean? Even though you never knew Christ, it makes sense that you would end up in heaven through this process. Do you know what I mean? Like before Christ came, you wouldn't have known about Jesus, correct? So it's like, but there would have been people
Yeah,
who lived
yeah,
by those things, you know?
yeah. Like, so if you're a good person but you've never encountered the Christian teachings, then you'd be covered by the harrowing of hell, and then everyone else, they, like, in order to get saved, they would need to have faith. But then, is it a case of once you're in hell, once you've been judged, is it too late then? Which is kind of related to the question that you were asking just now, Randy.
I mean, I think that's just one of those examples of we will never know all the answers. We don't know everything. No one will ever know everything. And that's where I think it's wise to lean towards the side of no, like you won't be saved any longer at that point, and it is too late. And I think that is why you should not bank on that, and why you should try to turn to Jesus Christ sooner than later. Do I logically see how that could be a possibility? For sure. But, I'm not banking everything on that.
I keep
I mean, that
wanting.
kind of goes along with these people that they say, like, I mean, you can kind of turn into or tie it into people that they'll commit sin willingly and knowingly all the time. And yeah, well, I know this is a sin, but it's okay because Jesus died for my sins. And so they think I can just continue to sin. And that's not what you are to do, and that is not any valid reasoning. Because Jesus said, oh, I'm going to hell for sure. Because I'm going to hell for sure. I can't remember the exact quote.
Well, look, Randy, become a Buddhist and a devotee of Kshitigarbha, who is a bodhisattva who intentionally goes down to hell to liberate the beings in suffering there.
It's I can't remember the exact quote. It's something along the lines of like turn now from your sins. It's basically repentance. Like you can ask for forgiveness, but like to repent, you need to turn away. You can't just be like, I'm sorry for this, forgive me for this, and then just keep going and doing it. To repent, you need to realize the wrongdoing and decide, I'm no longer going to do this.
And that's where it's like that mentality of like recognizing that this is bad and not wanting to do it. Whereas again, like I said, like in terms of sins, like you're kind of like Glenn like was saying this as well. It's like there was no kind of like temptation. Like I dove straight into temptation. There was no like accidentally slipped inside or all that. It's like I knew exactly what I was doing, but like now he's like no, like I don't need that. I don't want that temptation. Deliver us from temptation. Do you know what I mean? So it's like that whole kind of aspect of it's like what is your like kind of intention here or kind of like mentality in terms of this. Do you know what I mean? Like, are you like that this is a sin or that this is bad? It's like, are you gonna like continue down this line or are you gonna like turn away from it? Do you know what I mean? And again, like from like one thing, it's like we are all sinners. Every single one of us were degens. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, what are we doing about it now? What are we doing about it going forward? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, why do you
'Cause
think
you
I've
can't
been
you can't
celibate for
affect the
over a year
past.
and a half?
Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Why do you
So
think
it's
I
like
used to be a
that's
man whore and now I'm trying my best, but I definitely am not perfect. There are definitely times that, I fall for the lust of skin, but I luckily have not slept with any woman in the past year and a half, but I'm definitely still a sinner and I try my best, but it's tough.
But that's the thing. Like it's that kind of. Are you putting your best foot forward? It's not to say that you are like all of a sudden when you find Christ you're now perfect. Nobody is perfect. We're all sinners. Every single one of us. Even the people who like I fight who was like, oh, like I'm the true Christian. All like it's there is like there's only one thing that's perfect and that's God. Do you know what I mean? Everyone else like is imperfect. Do you know what I mean? So like this whole thing of like I'm right, you're wrong kind of thing. There's like to even have that mentality. Do you know what I mean? Like you're eventually like that. Like that's basically going to lead you down the line off like the pride and eventually the fall, because like nobody knows everything. Like we're saying, do you know what I mean? So it's like from our aspect, all you can do is put your best foot forward, and be saying that like that I don't want this. That I want to be righteous in terms of that in that front. Do you know what I mean? And like like you proved with your celibacy. Do you know what I mean? Like that's something that you can keep like looking back and say, well, I've been like a year and a half or 2 years celibate now. It's like let's continue it, and like you have that to be like, why would I throw that away just for some random chick? Do you know what I mean?
Oh, there's been a couple times here or there that I definitely could have thrown that away, but I luckily did not. I've definitely been tempted. I've definitely been tempted within that. I mean, at this point, it's well over a year and a half. I've definitely been tempted during that time, though, at periods where I certainly could have lost it, but I luckily stuck to it. I turned down that poontang.
There's another really interesting question from the chat. I don't know if this is doctrinally accurate, but Big Skunk says, you know that people in heaven can see hell. What if you're in heaven and see your mother in hell? Would you feel sad? And if you do, I'm going to phrase this as a question rather than a statement. If you do, then has God lied about heaven not having sadness?
Where does it say that people in heaven can see hell?
I don't know. That's why I said I don't know if it's doctrinally accurate.
I don't think that necessarily. I don't. As far as I'm concerned, unless you can show me some Bible verse or whatever. Especially if he can't show me a Bible verse, I don't really think that's true. That people in heaven can see hell, because heaven's some perfect place of peace and tranquility, and it's greater than anything you could ever imagine. And how's that the case if I mean, hell is pure suffering. How can you be at peace and in tranquility and just, how can everything be great if you can look down at any moment and you just see massive suffering?
Well, it's kind of related to a question that I have about Lucifer's rebellion, because like, do angels reside in heaven? Because if they do, and Lucifer rebelled out of jealousy, does that not have implications for heaven's supposed perfection? Because why would you be jealous if you're in a perfect place?
I just got to be right back, but Shiva, you just brought up a very spicy topic. That's why I love you. But yeah, be right back.
Okay, so while Tareyak is gone, all we're gonna do is just gonna sit here and look at the comparison picture between him and Ellen. Thank you, Kat. I am so glad that you had that comparison. I'm clearly not the only one that saw it. The fact that I recognized it and said it, and she and probably other people already recognized it. He is fucking Ellen. I'm not fucking her in terms of sexually, but
no, he's
no, he seems
her.
like an
He's got the same
alright dude.
style. the same look, the same style.
No, it's just all, fun and games, just banter. He definitely seems like a good dude. Better than I originally thought. Without ever, not gonna lie, without ever talking to the dude, the 1 or 2 times I saw him for a very short period of time, this guy's kind of a fucking asshole. I mean, it may have just been judging a book by its cover. I guess maybe I should save it till he's here, but wasn't a massive fan of him. Wasn't a massive fan of him, but no, the more I've talked to him, he seems like a good dude and seems to have his head screwed on relatively straight. I like him.
I mean, it bobs around a little, but sure. So it's like one. What?
I was going to say, it doesn't bob around a little. Any sort of life in the aquariums behind you.
Okay, my shrimp are like this. They're like as big as this. You couldn't see them.
They're supposed to grow. You've been saying that for over a year.
You understand, these are freshwater, like teensy weensy little baby shrimp. They're not like saltwater ginormous shrimp that you eat.
So they never grow?
Yeah, they grow from like microscopic to like just a little bit big. I can keep them alive is the important part.
I doubt you can keep them happy though.
Well, I mean, I'm not like that concerned with that. Keeping them alive for the few years has been good enough. And when I feed them, they look like a bunch of bugs swarming, which is kind of cool.
Maybe that's why they swarm when you feed them. That's probably why they're so fucking tiny.
They're supposed to be tiny.
Yeah, whatever you say. That's probably why they're so tiny and why they swarm for food. You'd probably fucking starve them.
Like JJ. Anyway, I don't know anything.
Shut up. Go drink a Red Bull.
I don't drink a Red Bull.
All right, go drink a Monster White.
This is water. A bottle of water.
I was gonna say earlier, but like they
were meant to be an accent from the England.
Well,
bottle of water.
It's a bottle of water. It's supposed to be like a really bad, because it's like basically making fun of Andrew Tate, who is doing a poor accent already. Excellent.
What's going on with
I was going to say something earlier, but Lo-Fi was arguing with, I think, Tareyak or something. I don't know. Lo-Fi was arguing with somebody, but you drank from your bottle, and I was thinking, is that a Bud Light Lime in the aluminum bottles? Because it definitely looked like a Bud Light Lime.
Oh my gosh, Randy, I would never do that. Like, alcohol is so gross.
Oh my gosh, I would never do that.
It's so nasty. But if I am in Chianti, I will have a sip of wine.
The fuck is Chianti?
It's like a Providence in Italy where they have really good wine.
It sounds like some ghetto black bitch's name. Chianti.
Well, I mean...
Yeah, my name is Chianti Davis.
Oh my gosh. Stop. But yeah.
That's a ghetto black bitch name.
I mean, so is Lamborghini or Ferrari.
No, don't you talk shit. You talk shit all you want of Ferrari. I don't give a shit. They're assholes. Awful company. Fuck Ferrari. Don't you talk shit on Lamborghini, though.
A Bugatti?
That is my favorite tractor company ever.
What?
You didn't know that? Lamborghini, they're a tractor company. They used to make tractors. That's what they started in.
Wow. I mean,
yeah. Welcome, Car History 101. Wait,
right.
Bacon Quagga says that Bugatti's now a Croatian company. Are they? Because I'm pretty sure Bugatti's still owned by VAG, Volkswagen Automotive Group, which is German. I'm pretty sure Bugatti's still owned by Volkswagen.
I mean, who knows?
No? Who'd they get sold to?
Shit. Yeah, can you hear me?
No, we can't.
Thank you. So, in
Okay,
terms of like the
Bugatti's now owned by Rimac. Well, who owns Rimac? Who owns Rimac?
Oh my gosh, Randy, this is not important stuff. You're never gonna buy a Bugatti.
No, no, definitely not. Yeah, certainly. You could make me the world's first trillionaire ever, and I would never own a Bugatti.
People own trillions of stuff.
If I were to spend that stupid amount of money on I love cars, but if I were to spend that stupid amount of money on an overpriced car, it'd be a Koenigsegg. But even still, I don't Koenigsegg. It looks like Koenigsegg.
Okay, but why does it have to be like the hardest thing to say? And
That's
the
the
most
dude's
like
last name. Oh my god, the guy that started Koenigsegg, his name is Christian von Koenigsegg. He's a Swede, and he started the company like a couple decades ago, and he was just he was brought up in a relatively like normal. It's a beautiful story, honestly. Like he's like the fucking.
I mean, it doesn't sound beautiful so far.
No, like
Swede?
he's just he's just a Swedish dude that was born and raised into a fairly average family. I mean, I'm pretty sure his dad was like an engineer or something, but like he was a fairly average family in regards of he wasn't born into some trust fund by like multi-millionaires or billionaires. Like the dude he's like the definition of started from the bottom, now we're here. Like he created basically from his garage one of the greatest supercar companies of all time.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful.
Koenigsegg's are fucking awesome. They are.
Oh my gosh, Randy.
All right. Tareyak wanted to say some shit since he came back, so we're gonna move away from the car shit. This isn't grid stream. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Tareyak. You have
cars
the
and no more religion. Can we talk about like something fun?
Wait, no religion?
Cats already dusty fucking pussy and uterus and ovaries are not only dusty at this point, they've officially dried to the Sahara Desert because of this conversation. We need to move it on to something fun.
What would you like to talk about, Kat?
I don't
know. It's the topic that Shiva brought up. I was going to have a whole.
Tareyak, we can table it for a later point in time.
Stop simping, you bitch.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck if you're a mod. Fuck you. Don't simp for Kat. Cat's
I'm not going to
old
forget
bag.
the question.
I love gilfs.
I've just realized you just need to talk over Randy, isn't it? I mean,
yeah. Randy's fine.
No, because I'm reading chat now, and Big D's saying that Cat's sexy as fuck. Fuck you, you stupid simp.
Oh my god, Randy.
Fuck that
can you
guy.
calm down?
No, I'm pissed. Fuck that guy. Stop simping. All right, you
Wow.
all got the floor. I'm gonna mute myself.
No, wait, but did you see? I was on a stream with Beaten Cheeks, and we were fighting. Or no? Did you see that one?
No. No.
Yeah, because he was saying there's no way that
I got a notification for it about 10 times because of the amount of fucking discords I'm in, apparently, that you guys share with me, but
Nice.
no, I didn't watch it.
Wow.
I'm trying to fucking deal with my own fucking life, you know? It's not like, oh my god, Pat's streaming, Berto's streaming, oh my god, Grid is streaming, oh my god, they're streaming, I need to watch. Like, no, believe it or not, I'm not just sitting on my couch waiting for that shit.
You should. That's exactly what you should do. I don't see why you can't do it while you're working.
I can, but I'm gonna keep fucking muting it every fucking couple minutes and then being like, what the fuck's even going on? Because 60% of the time it's fucking volume's turned down.
What?
Just continue. What are you referring to? from that stream.
Yeah, so Cheeks and I were fighting because he was basically saying that there's no way I ever dated anyone who was wealthy. Even though, like, I'm in Miami. Everybody's got money here. Or they're, not dating. What are you going to do? This is what it is over here.
Is that all you wanted to complain about? He's
Yeah,
saying that you
and
never
because
dated anyone with money?
yeah. And also,
that's
I
it?
used to be
Really?
young. I
That's
used to be
it?
young. Yeah, there was a
That's it?
time. Shut up, whore. There was a time where I was young. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it was about 400 or 500 years after Christ.
Right.
Well, it existed. It was a time period. That's right. And
Before sliced bread came around. Before the wheel,
Yeah.
also, believe it or not.
It was just when the Persian Empire was falling. Do you know what I'm saying?
oh my gosh. I mean, I was right there. I could have been like royalty.
Kat's actually the one who caused the downfall.
Oh my gosh.
She was like the Persian version of Helena Troy,
It's
Oh, no.
getting on for stupid
Cat.
o'clock in the morning here, and I'm getting pretty tired, so I'm gonna get off. Thanks for having us on the panel, Kat. It was nice meeting you, and it was nice meeting you as well, Randy.
Have
Nice
a good
meeting you,
night.
Shiva.
I'll see you all later. Bye.
Easy.
Take it easy, Shiva.
Anyways,
Yes.
why are you getting so pressed about Berto saying, "Oh, well, you never dated rich guys"? That just sounds like cope from a fucking rich dude that can't fucking have anything real.
What are you talking about?
What
No.
do you mean? What am I talking about?
Basically saying that I was never young and never hot, which I take umbrage. Because I used to be young. That's a fact.
Okay, so at that point, why do you even care? Because it's clearly cope because he just wants to fuck anything that's semi-attractive and moves.
I think he got jealous
just-
because
Yeah, he realizes that he can't fuck you despite how close you are to him, like location-wise. Not saying,
not about that. It's
relation
just
closeness, just
I think
distance-wise.
I think he was jealous that I got that close to wealth and I literally did nothing. You know what I mean? Like I could just wake up as a 19-year-old girl and like go and meet someone who has like generational wealth. They own buildings and shit. And I could just date them. Like if I feel like it. And he has to work, sweat.
I think he's
I
mad
think this story is missing context. Because like, that's just a
if
fact of
anything-
life.
No, if anything, I think it's just his own cope that's like, oh, well, I always thought and I still preach that women just want money and you need to be rich to get a good quality woman. And yet the dude, he's pretty, he's not the richest motherfucker in the world, but he's pretty well off. And yet he's 38 and single still?
Damn.
Like clearly there's more that matters than just how big your wallet is and what the limit on
Yeah.
your credit card is.
I mean,
And
I think
it's just
that's
kind of that
true.
cope. It's that common rich guy cope of, oh, well, bitches only want money. Well, you have a fuck ton of money, so why the fuck don't you have a bitch?
Yeah. You know
Well, no,
that
'cause, like,
Go
He's on a soft boy era now. He's doing drizzle. So it's like
It's
I
not
think,
gonna
like I
work
said,
either.
Yeah,
I have hope. I have hope in Berto.
No, I mean, I like the dude, but he's grasping at fucking straws because he doesn't know what to fucking do.
Oh.
But aren't we all?
I mean,
We all.
if money is all that mattered, or fame is all that mattered, or clout, or whatever, I don't even call it fame now. Clout. If money and clout, those are the only two things that may matter, or whatever. Why the fuck did Tom Brady's wife divorce him? Or
Because
looks,
I think
or
his
height?
face got a little sunken in.
No, I think it's more than that. Like, I think it's more than that. At the end of the day, it's that shit that like it's hard to portray.
It's
Like it's hard
conscious
to
uncoupling.
explain. It's the fact that like he's actually a fucking leader. He actually has honor. He's actually, that may be why Berto's leaning the soft boy era, because yeah, it might be part of that is that you are in touch with your emotions to a degree, and you can better emotionally communicate with a woman.
Who?
Any man with any woman. Like if you want to have a good, solid relationship, I mean, It seems like you and Stephen are relatively happy with each other. Is he the
Sure.
richest? Is he the richest motherfucker in the world?
No, in fact, I chose him over a super, super wealthy dude.
All right, cool. So, anyways, is he the
Why are you
hottest?
so jealous? Why you guys hate so much?
It's not hating. It's the fact that it's like a multi-point question. Is he the hottest guy in the world?
No.
Does he have the most clout in the world?
Nope.
Is he the tallest guy or like super tall?
No.
Is he the most athletic?
Nope.
Is he the most masculine?
Nope.
Exactly. It's like there's something else there that's just like, is he even the funniest or most charismatic guy in the world?
No.
Yeah, see, it's like there's just something else there
Je
that
ne
it's like
sais quoi.
it's very hard to explain.
Yeah.
And
Just like
obviously, like
cool. A cool hang.
that thing might vary a little bit from woman to woman and man to man, and that's why like there are women that look at men that have been married for 40 years and they'll be like, how the fuck are you married? And the same reason some women might look at some men that are single and be like, how the fuck are you not married? It's like that thing might vary somewhat
That's
from
never
person to
anything I've
person,
said,
but
no.
regardless, there's something else that's like it's very hard to put into words for men or women. It's like there's just those like that's what's so amazing about when people come together that's like they're truly meant to be together. There's just that connection and click, and it's very hard to explain, if not impossible to explain, but it's like at the end of the day, I think that's what love is. Who gives a fuck? Why do you need to explain it? Who cares to explain it? It is what it is.
It is what it is. But I think that's part and parcel of what you're saying, that like we'll never know everything, kind of thing. And it's like even if you did like know what is love, you know what I mean. Don't get us copyright strike. No, I'm joking. But like if you did know what it was, then it's like, do you really want to know that? Like 'cause again, like you know, Garden of Eden. It's like, do you want to eat from the tree of knowledge, or do you want to eat from the tree of life, kind of thing? Do you know what I mean? And like that's what you're saying, Randy. It's like, who the fuck cares? Because you can never compound it down to one variable where it's like, oh, if I earn enough money, then I get the good woman, or if I what you call it, have enough charisma, or if I have enough clout or whatever. Because like fundamentally, when you're like, there's been many relationships throughout the history, good relationships, where it's like both of them had nothing from the start, but like they built into something. Like PBD, for example, like he came from nothing in like Iran, all the stuff, and he was like bouncing around, all kind of stuff, but then he built himself into something. But it's like, it's not because of a certain figure that he has in his bank account that he's with his wife, it's because of the character, the content of his character, and the person that he is. Do you know what I mean? But again, like that's very kind of like subjective thing to say, oh, the person that he is. But in terms of the whole aspect, like I wouldn't be able to explain like their relationship, for example. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, in terms of the whole kind of like prescriptions, like that's why it's so difficult to give the prescriptions. Like like any kind of like red pill space that's kind of saying it's like, oh, do this and you'll get the woman, they're talking bollocks. Like the whole pickup artistry thing is like why I'm so against pickup artists, is because you're trying to put in like a cheat code and like say this right thing, but it's like, if you truly want to be with a particular woman, you have to be yourself. And there is a lot of what's it like relaxing or relaxation that comes from that, because like now all of a sudden I don't have to pretend to be someone that I'm not. Like I have that confidence that I will eventually meet that person that will want to be with me for me being me, and not just because I'm saying these particular lines or because I'm doing these particular things. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember.
If I had, sorry, you can go, Kat.
I remember when I met Steven, that was like when I decided, like, I am not pretending to be anything. I am not doing, like any little games, any trickery. I'm just going to be as me as possible and just see if they like me. And if they don't like me, like they'll decide it sooner, like as soon as possible. Like just see who I am and decide as soon as possible. So he'd be like, do you want to do this? No, I will never want to do that. I do not like doing that. I'm the type of person who likes this, this, and this. Is that cool? And then it's like, you get it. Cause like there'd be guys that I dated and they'll be like, let's go to like a basketball, baseball, whatever game. And I wanted to be the nice girl when I knew like that killed me inside. It was so horribly painful. And it was such a big part of their life that like that was going to be once a week for eternity. And I like pretended to be okay with that. And then I realized I don't even want this. So then with Steven, I was like, I do not like this, this, and this. Is that okay with you? And literally he was just like, yeah, perfect. I don't want to do these things either. These are things that other people like to do that I would just do because, like, you know, girls will be like, you have to take me here. We have to do this. And we have to go there. And he would just get used to that. Just like I would get used to doing the stupid crap because, like, well, you have to go with guys to this because they all like this, this, and that. And it was great. He hates sports. I hate sports. It's perfect. We like being inside. We like watching TV. We don't like spending money. We like just chilling. We like just hanging out. And that's good for us. We're not out there hiking every day to prove something. I mean, it'd be nice every now and then, but like, you know, there's people that literally they have to go do it. And if you don't do it, they think you're trash or whatever. And then you'll see like the girl who hates doing it pretending, and she gets so tired, and then she's like 20 years in and she's like, I can't stand this crap anymore. I don't want to go anymore. And then there's a problem. Just be difficult from the beginning.
I mean, if I had to like sum it up the best I could based on what you said, what Tareyak has said, what I've, you know, heard from other people my entire life, just what I've observed on my own, I would say that like a quote unquote soulmate, that like forever partnership, that marriage that like you die together. It's a perfect balance between your needs, your wants, your preferences, your similarities, and your differences. And it's just that perfect storm of you can't really explain it, and that balance between all those things might be different from person to person somewhat, and that's where it's very hard to explain. And that's why you can't really walk anybody to who they should be with. It's just like when you meet that person, you fucking know, because they're just somehow both people just know it off the click. Both people, not just one, they both just know that's the fucking one.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
relaxing.
like Bacon Quagga said, you can't pick who you fall for.
Yes.
And it's like
it's
there you need some of those differences because those differences can help you both grow as people. It can help you learn things, it can help you get involved in new things that you never thought you might like. And sure, you might grow to like it only because the person that you love likes it, but that doesn't really fucking matter. Obviously, the similarities help you bond to a degree as well. And obviously, your needs, wants, and preferences need to be met to a certain degree. But it's just one of those things that's very hard to explain. I mean, it's like
I have an idea.
Explaining life and explaining true love are equally as hard and complicated. It's just you can't really explain it 100,000% like perfectly. It is or it isn't. And a lot of people try to force it because they want it so badly that they see someone matches up a few things close enough that they just are like, yeah, this is gonna be like, yeah, I'm convinced that this is the one because I don't want to keep searching anymore. They
I'm
want to quit on
tired.
searching to find the real
I'm gonna
one.
throw them into this space.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just tired of searching, and
I'm the right age.
They're close enough. Fuck it. Well, and like, I mean, sure, there might be settling to a degree in any relationship, but on
Some
both
people
ends.
should settle, Randy, though.
Yeah, I think every relationship probably is a little bit of settling both ways. Like, oh, well, I could
Not
have been
me,
with a
but yes,
taller,
other people.
whatever you say. It's like, but you had to settle to degrees. It's like you may have been able to be with a taller dude or a stronger guy or a richer guy or a better looking guy or a funnier guy, whatever. Like,
Yeah,
there's
but they
settling to a
wouldn't
degree.
be him.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
They weren't him because they didn't reach that perfect balance. It's like they may have been better in some ways, but they weren't there. But like I think that's I think that's why divorce is higher than ever, so high nowadays, is because people try to compare what they have to other people. Why do you care about what other fucking people have? Just be your own fucking person. Focus on your own life and what you need and want. What works for you. And people try to force something because it looks good on the outside. It seems like this is what I'm supposed to have. I want this person to work for X and Y ways, but that's not real love. Real love at the end of the day, it's complicated as fuck, and you just fucking know this is the fucking one. And they know that as well and show it in return. You don't need to push them or convince them. If anything, you both know it and no one else does. And you're both convincing everyone else that's like, no, we know we are the people for each other.
There's a clip off PBD. I think in the back chat. There we go. Like it's a bit long, but I think it's like a profound clip because like it kind of it shows how kind of like PBD was able to kind of like differentiate both his faith in God, but then also like when he's talking about the woman that he was with at the time and how he was able to say, you know what, like how do I know that this is not just lust or love kind of thing? Do you know what I mean?
And go do what I'm doing with the business. Nope. The fire gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And mom's family, communist, dad's family, imperialist. And then boom, and you're living in a refugee camp. And you're coming from this chaotic environment of 10 years in Iran. And then eventually, you know what? What? I trust. Let's go. You make me like this. This is your doing. It's not my doing. Right. So guess what? I'm going to do whatever best I can with me. But this is your creation. It's not my. I didn't create PBD. You created PBD. Yeah. So if you created me with the help of Diana and Gabriel, this is either your right doing or your mistake. Yeah. So if it's your mistake, hey man, I didn't do it. You did it. Right. But I'll do the best I can with this guy, and I'm going to try to make you proud because that's the ultimate thing. You want to make him proud.
What if you had that fire again 5-10 years away where it was you felt like you're supposed to be doing something else, but you thought, oh, this is going to ruin everything. Like literally, my business will.
Excuse you, Randy. I'm trying not to get like a strike or anything.
Kat,
Holy
if
shit!
you get a strike, you just go into it and you can just like mute the section off the stream. It comes up on the prompt.
I'll give you 1 and 25%.
Like holy shit, that's hyper speed. I've been trying to listen, but holy shit, that's fast.
I'm sorry, I can hear just fine. This is how I think. This is slow.
Go back like I think like a couple seconds.
Right. Everything I've built will be over if I choose to do what I feel God is telling me to do. After years of resisting and pushing in and deleting and cutting, the next thing, whatever that is. How would you feel if you lost it all, but you had the favor of one?
I don't care. I'm good. I don't care. I don't care. Oh man, what a question you're asking me. If. Yeah. Yeah.
All the money, all the business, all the.
Oh wait, let me tell you, man.
The Yankees, the everything you've
done. You know, when my wife and I, what was this all about? Freaking I do a million and a reason this never happens. No, it's changed my life.
You guys grab a tissue if you got a tissue box out there.
No man. It's just so annoying. But
real man, I mean, it's not annoying. It's how you feel, and I think it's a beautiful thing for people to know that when you care about so deeply. Yes, you are a killer in business, and yes, you are a media. You know, you're building a media empire, and yes, you're talented. But for people to know how much you care about God and your relationship to God, and how much you love.
You know the gifts He's given me. My wife and I, we have 3 kids at the time, and she comes home and she says she wants a 4th. I said, really? Yeah. Okay. You want a 4th? I thought you said you're done. When she was pregnant with Senna, we're having dinner at Fleming's in Preston Hollow, Highland Park. And we're out on her birthday, February 14th, Valentine's Day. She says, babe, I want one gift from you. I said, what's that? I don't want you to pressure me to have any more kids. I said, babe, I don't want to talk about it right now. She says, no, we got to talk about it. She says, I just want that gift from you. I don't want any more. This is too much for me.
You said this.
She's saying it to me. Yeah. And I said, huh, interesting. So I have a hard time receiving that because we talked about 5 kids before we got married. 101 questions to ask before we get engaged.
So she'd already made an agreement.
So this is a problem. So watch what happens because you're not in charge. God is in charge. So then we have Senna, first daughter, first kid I ever cried. My 2 boys were born. I was very happy. But Senna, I cried.
Wow.
First time Senna, I helped Senna was freaking life changing. It was different. So then she tells me this in the house in Plano. She says, I want a fourth. So you want a fourth baby? I do. You want a fourth baby? I do. Huh? You sure? Yeah. Positive? Yeah. And she's crying. I mean, dude, you want to go right now? Like, what do you want to do? I want a fourth. I want a fifth. So then she's pregnant. She says, babe, I'm pregnant. No, wait, yes. We go to the doctor. Pregnant. Yeah. Awesome. Then we go to kind of see where it's like week 8 or 9, whatever. So I got news for you. What? You're having twins? No. Yeah. I'm laughing so hard. She's crying because we said 5 and we're going to have 5. So ecstatic. We come back, testing every week, all this stuff. And on week 10, we go and the doctor says, we have a problem. One of the kids is what do you call it? Not, could potentially be not fully developed. What's the word for it? Where
deformation.
Yeah, it's not going to be. It's going to be a kid you're going to be having problems with for the rest of your life. And we're like, oh my God, what do you want us to do? And so they come in and they're having a meeting and they're telling you all this stuff. You know, it could be this, it could be that, it could be this. Like, okay, interesting. Then we go home and it still hasn't hit us whether this is going to happen or not. And then we sit down and we start watching videos, raising a child that is, you know,
disabilities or some type of,
and all this stuff and how it affects kids. And every night for 4 weeks, we're dealing with this. What do we do? What do we not do? Do we go through this? Do we go through that?
And she's like, what, 2-3 months pregnant at this time?
Yeah, she's 2-3 months pregnant, 11, 12 weeks pregnant at this time. And they said, you know, you're gonna have a problem with this and you have to accept you want to do this. And doctors recommending, hey, my recommendation is, you know, if you guys don't risk it, you know, the average person would abort because it's going to affect your family. This is going to affect this. It's going to affect you're 42 years old. You're no longer 35 years old or 32 years old. So then we go in and we finally accept the fact that, you know, Scott's doing, we're good. Let's roll. We go in 2 weeks later, one of them doesn't make it. Now we don't know which one didn't make it. So they're saying there's most likely the one that didn't make it isn't the healthy one, but you don't know till the baby's born.
Really?
Yeah. So we're like, well, you know, and they're giving these percentages and all this stuff. We suggest you do this. And we're researching, no, you shouldn't do that because it can hurt the kid that's left. And that kid can get hurt if you go and try to do this procedure with a needle, that all this stuff that you got. I'm like, dude, just show me. Eventually, we're just praying. And Brooklyn is born. Brooklyn Ivy Beth David. Brooklyn is the most animated kid we have in our family. And her twin, the brother, didn't make it. But Brooklyn is the most animated kid in the family. And she changed everything. I can't imagine Lewis living life, never meeting Brooklyn.
Wow.
I can't imagine that. Like, you know, to me, when people say, well, we just want to have one, I said, dude, you don't even know you got 2 more. You can't wait to meet. That's going to change you. Go for the 3 and 4. If you're able to do it, if your doctor says you're healthy, go for it. Why am I giving you that story? Because, you know, when we moved to Boca, Florida, the first month I was going through a lot. We're moving people. I'm by myself. Did I make the right decision? Should I have stayed? You're leaving a company you haven't even sold yet. And all you're doing it for is because of this. Did you make the right move? Your wife and kid, they're living in here in this house. You're renting and your 100 employees at PHP are in Addison, Texas. You're in Boca. So every night at 11 o'clock, Mario and I would walk. He can tell you stories himself. He'll give you a completely different perspective. And I would listen to Amazing Grace by this lady that sings it. And it's a picture, the thumbnail of the video. And I would listen to Amazing Grace. It's got like 70 million views.
Wow.
And I would just listen to it on repeat.
It's a photo on YouTube.
It's a photo, but it's a song.
But
the thumbnail is just a photo, right? And you start with the sound of rain, and then she sings. It's the best voice for Amazing Grace. There's a lot of great ones. Nothing comes close to this lady here. I'll give you her name afterwards. Yeah. Matter of fact, I want to give it because if the audience wants to listen to it, I don't want to miss out on this great opportunity. So I listen to this thing every day for 1 hour while walking, and Lewis, I'm in tears. The Amazing Grace, it's called best version by far, The Hour I First Believed, is what it says on the cover. It's 5 minutes and 14 seconds. It takes about 45 seconds till she starts singing and the rain sound comes, but worth listening to it. So I'm crying, and I probably talked to God the most during that month. And I said, God, I think I made the right decision, but, you know, I need your help right now. I need you to be here with me. The amount of times this man's done what he's done for me, I owe my entire life to him. Are you kidding me? Like, he can take me today. That's my weak spot. He's done a lot for me. My life's been a great life. Iran was tough, you know, all these other things was different, but life's been a great life.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you kind of.
Shit, it must have been another clip where he's talking about like the previous relationship and all this stuff. But like that's just like moment there, like for a guy like PBD to get asked, okay, right, you lose everything that you've built, but you still have God, and he instantly, without missing a beat, I don't care. And then in another clip, he's talking about like previous relationships and all that stuff, and it's kind of like when he was first getting into God, because like he was kind of like he kind of walked away, all that kind of stuff. He sat down, he spoke with a priest, and he was like, oh, like when did you last have sex? And he was like, oh, like basically like before we just met up and all this stuff. And he goes, the priest says to him, he was with a girlfriend at the time. The priest says like, if you want to be part of this, or you want to follow this, like you have to give that up. And he said, oh no, I'm walking away or whatever. But then he kind of stuck with his mind. So then he basically said, you know what, if we're going to continue this, it's like, I don't want us to sleep until we get married. And like, she was like, are you sure about this? All that stuff. Now eventually that relationship broke down, but it led him to meeting his wife and all that kind of shit. So it's
Do you
like,
know why?
Why?
Because if you don't sleep with someone, you get to actually realize if you like them or not. Because a lot of the worst people are the best in bed.
Exactly. So it's like this
Wait,
whole
are
kind
you
of
saying that my wife is gonna suck in bed?
No, I'm saying that the whore that is preventing you from meeting your wife is going to be really, really good in it. And she's going to distract you from somebody whose character is really, really good. Because a hoe can hoe better than anyone. But that's
So
all
you're
they
saying
got.
it's a good thing that I've been celibate for the past over a year and a half?
Yes, exactly. Because when you don't sleep with someone, you get to see them. You can't see someone if you have the hormones going.
I mean, that makes sense, and I think that's part of the reason I knew deep down, like, that I shouldn't sleep with them, and why I didn't was because I kind of knew, like, if I fuck them, this is gonna go on beyond today, and I might get distracted for a little while. And granted, like, you know, based on how things have gone up to this point, you know, if I fucked them at that point in time, like, would that have necessarily put me in much of a different position than I am now? I don't necessarily know, because, you know, it's been so long after. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's better that I didn't do that.
Yeah, definitely. Every time you do it, like, okay, remember, I don't want to say, we have a mutual friend.
Sorry to cut you off, Kath. I just, really quick,
Yeah.
based on what Tareyak was saying earlier, if you do get copyrighted from that, like he said, just mute that section of the video
Yeah.
and repost it. But obviously on top of it, like, just in the interest of viewers, you know, after the fact, like when it's not live, you can at least put captions, you know, so that they can at least know what he's saying.
Yeah.
So I mean, at least, like, if that does happen, which I don't think it will happen, but if it does, it would be cool if you put some captions during that, so that they know what he was saying, and so there's more context to them. That was all I was gonna say. You have the floor, Cat.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say that, you know, there's a friend that I have that never has been in love, right? Never. Just very decent looking person, meets girls, bangs girls, gets bored, discards, on to the next. Rinse, repeat, years and years go on, and it didn't stop. And then finally, one day, he could not perform for whatever reason, right? Could not. So he goes on a date. That's off the table. So he's got to, for the first time, talk to this chick and get to know her as a person and not have that in his head at all. So he does that for weeks, months. He still can't do it. I'm not going to say why. And then he goes, I'm in love. I've never been in love. This is the first time. And it's just like, it just goes to show you, like, how can you keep making the same mistake over and over and go, somebody's going to bang me so good that I'm going to realize it's the one. That's all.
Yeah, I mean,
100%.
This won't
Yeah,
mean
go ahead, Randy.
much. I was just gonna say this won't mean much to Tareyak or any of the viewers, but I think you know to a degree, Kat, of I thought that I loved Taylor. And part of me still thinks that I may have loved her, which is my ex-girlfriend that
How come
we
all
dated.
you do is say, oh, well, her this looked like this, and oh, this felt good? I mean, come on, Randy. You don't say anything about her personality.
No, I never said shit like that. You're capping right now.
Okay, go on.
No, we dated and lived together for about 4 years.
And why didn't you marry her then? How do you let 4 years?
I think that's part of the thing that we're getting at, or that I was getting at based on what you said, was I cared about her a lot. I really liked her, and that's why I may have loved her, but I don't think I truly loved her in terms of deep down I knew I don't think I wanted to spend forever with her. I knew that she should not be the mother of my children. I could not see myself, because like come the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, whatever holidays, like, I could see her coming over my family's house for those things. I could see us having kids together for those things, but obviously that's going to include her family. When you marry somebody, you marry their family. That's like one of my dad's #1 quotes. Like, be careful who you marry, because when you marry a person, you marry their family. Their family will be a part of your life, whether you like it or not. And the more you try to resist that, the more likely you are to get a divorce. Because whether you like it or not, their family likely means a lot to them to a degree.
Yeah.
And so it's basically, you need to be cool with their family and enjoy their family enough and like their family enough that they are now your family. And the way her family was, it's like I can't envision my kids being brought up in that.
Yeah, that's a huge. I broke up with guys who did nothing wrong, nothing, sweet, wonderful, nice guys, nothing that they did wrong. But I saw their family and I said, my kids will have nothing to do with these people. Hell no. And that's it. No
Thank
regrets.
Quagga, he said smart dad. Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, him and I, we've butted heads harder than I've butt heads with anyone in my life. I mean, we've had shit that's worse than World War III. We've definitely had our disagreements. And we definitely still do have some disagreements. And there's probably still some issues between us to a degree, but yeah, he is a great dad. He is an awesome dude, and I couldn't ask for better, honestly. I love my dad. Actually, shout out Dad. As of 2 hours ago, it no longer is, but yesterday, Sunday, July 14th, was his birthday, so happy birthday, Dad, even though I already told you.
Well, that's cool, Randy. But do not say people's birthdays on the internet.
Yeah, I don't care. We don't have anything to hide.
Oh my gosh.
I don't give a fuck. I've not in here, but on Discord, I've dropped my address multiple times. If you
Stop doing that stuff.
I don't
Stop
give a fuck.
doing that stuff.
I honestly don't give
Don't
a
be
fuck.
like,
You
come
wanna-
at me, bro. Here's my address.
I honestly don't
Let's
give
settle
a fuck.
it.
I honestly don't care. Like,
Oh my gosh.
I have nothing to hide and I have nothing to fear. The only thing I fear is God. Like, here's my name, here's my address, here's my date of birth, name a time and place. I don't give a fuck.
Wonderful. So, you got anything to say, Tareyak? Are you like coming to an end?
Yeah, like I basically have like an hour before like work starts and all that. So good. I was like, ironically, I was about to like that because it's kind of trippy because like, are we not men? Literally type something I was about to type in chat, and then you were saying that and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna like wrap it up. Like, I have that kind of like stuff that Shiva wanted to, or kind of brought up as well, that I just kind of want to go with through my chat and all that stuff. Like I said, we can kind of drop here because seeing you yawn and don't want to kind of keep you asleep because I think it's what, like almost 2 a.m. over there.
Yeah. So you guys have a good night. I am going off.
You're supposed to say the catchphrase.
Oh, I'm so tired. We did that before. We did that in the first one.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
And I did this whole Trump thing with like America. We did the anthem. It was beautiful. You missed it. It was so powerful, you know?
See, Kat, I gotta admit, I'm actually a little bit disappointed.
Oh God. Why?
Well, at this rate, the amount of time that Tareyak and I have kept you here, because we're just that amazing and entertaining.
Yeah.
I thought you'd at least carry it out to 5 hours on the mark. Let it be, I'm pretty sure, your longest stream to date. I thought you may have had 15 more minutes in you.
Oh God, Randy. Well, we can let Tareyak go so he can talk about, his butt cheeks and his.
Yeah, what about your butt cheeks, Tareyak? Do they need moisturizing or?
Like I said, I thought we were talking about beating cheeks, butt cheeks. What's up with all these cheeks? You know what I'm saying? No, like I said, the main thing I was talking about, like that, the whole kind of like the war in heaven, kind of like that kind of like topic as well. But there's other stuff I want to go through too, like the debate with machine lies. Because like I said, there's kind of like a friendly topic that we can discuss, and then there's the kind of the what would be the like basically like the other topics, basically like who should we follow, Jesus or Muhammad? You know what I mean? So.
Oh my gosh, you're
Definitely,
gonna do that in
definitely.
15 minutes?
No. This is kind of like planned for like a Saturday coming.
Okay.
But like I said, I think Easy's gonna host it as well. But like I said, there's kind of like the friendly one where we're just kind of like it's almost kind of like a discussion, and then we have like the debate there as well.
Nice.
But yeah, like I said, I'll kind of like I'll drop off here because like I said, just kind of like wrap up here, and then like I said, kind of go through a few things. But pleasure as always, Kat. Thanks for having me on.
Wow, this guy. I thought he was cool. He's not even gonna fucking peer pressure Kat into hitting 5 hours.
No, because sleep is more important, man. You know what I'm saying? Gotta get
14 minutes? 14 minutes. Wow, I'm
He
ashamed.
is in another country, and he has survived living off of only peanuts for
Wait,
2 years.
Is it Ireland or
Yeah,
Sweden?
they only
or...
have peanuts where he's from, Randy.
It's Ireland?
Yeah, it's Ireland.
I thought it's potatoes. Why are you saying peanuts?
Yeah, no, like I'm like
in the country.
most anti-stereotypical Irish person you'll meet. Like I don't drink, don't eat potatoes. It's kind of weird.
Only
you know what I'm saying?
peanuts.
You only eat peanuts?
Only peanuts.
No, yeah, it was like
he
peanuts
just
for like 2 years.
recently.
I
He just
feel like
recently changed.
I feel like she's now hunting for that 15 minutes. No. I think she's smearing you. What's she saying right now about you only eat peanuts?
Cheers.
Yeah, no, it was like I said, it was before like where it's like for 2 years because it was cost efficient, all that kind of stuff. But like I said, the more and more I basically turn around and like because I had the feeling of like going carnivore anyway, and then I had that stream with Kat, and then Stephen was like came on, he was like, man, like the omega-6 run through system, all that kind of shit, like research this, gave me a couple of names, and the more and more I dug into it, I was like, oh shit, and now I'm on the ribeyes. You know what I'm saying? The ribeyes and chicken thighs.
Wait, so when did you start the carnivore diet?
How long ago was it? Like, I think maybe a month or 2 ago or something like that.
Okay, so semi-recent.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like it's but since then it's like I've given up cannabis. Like one thing that I would have sworn I would have never given up. Like I smoked it like religiously every single day.
When are you gonna give up the vape?
That's the next thing. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the next thing to
say. If I'm not saying it's right, they're definitely not watching it. If my parents and or family ever see this, I don't.
They don't. They won't. There's no way.
I never smoked pot. I never smoked.
Yeah, none of us have ever done that. We're
no,
just joking.
I'm a good boy, but I don't. Especially, I definitely don't currently use any nicotine or vape. Definitely not.
Of course.
But hypothetically, I might. Vape a decent bit right now because I might, hypothetically, be addicted to nicotine.
Wow.
But, and all these hypotheticals combined, I have to say, you seem even more attached to your vape and nicotine based on the amount that you've been hitting it, even more than I hypothetically would.
Wait, in terms of tonight or just in terms of, because like in terms of previously?
Tonight, definitely, because I've been around long enough tonight. But the past few
been
things
around.
I've seen, you
This is
smack
true.
that shit more than a bitch off her rocker.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
What can I say? You should see my VK. Like that, I've even been tracking my heart rate on VK. Like anytime like VK comes up, it's like the heart rate goes up. It's like, what can I say? Blood sports, you know what I mean? Gets the blood pumping. But like I said, I'll kind of drop off from here. It's like you can still hit that 15-minute mark as well. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of like I said, do like that proper outro
Wait,
where you
so
kind of like land the
what
plane. You know what I'm
flavor?
saying?
What flavor are you
Oh
vaping?
God, Randy.
Vanilla.
Vanilla.
You know what I'm saying?
Ew, that's gross.
What can I say? I'm a simple man. But as they
No,
say,
that's
Kat,
gross.
in Ireland, when we're leaving or we're heading out, it's usually, it translates to
Yeah.
goodbye for now. It's called Schlonga Fall, boys. Take it
Yeah,
easy.
fuck that, Tareyak. I'm so disappointed. You're Irish, but not ginger like me.
He left,
Damn.
Randy.
Yeah, I know. Fuck that bastard. I was
Okay.
trying to drag him in.
Anyways, do you want to see my God Bless America video?
What's that? Yeah, I guess. What the hell is even that?
Okay.
What the hell is even that?
Prepare thyself.
Chill, Dad.
Gorgeous.
Okay, so do you want my real, just do you want my real reaction and opinions?
Why?
Well, because I don't know. Apparently, people don't like when I speak the truth or when I'm honest.
Speak your truth, Randy. We're here for you.
No, that's why I'm asking. Apparently, people love to hear hear honesty, but when I'm honest, apparently people fucking can't stand it. Yeah, there's a little bit of shade being thrown there. Some people.
All right. So what is the big problem?
I mean, it's not a huge problem, but
Okay.
I mean, it seems good for the most part, but honestly, it'd be much more moving. And you say it's your whole American thing. It's this whole American thing, and if that's the case, like this whole fuck yeah, America, like I should get goosebumps from it, you know? I should get goosebumps from it, and everyone should get goosebumps from it. And I didn't get any goosebumps from that, man. Like I didn't. I did not get
I know,
any goosebumps from that.
because I found out if you put the song the whole way, they take it down anyway. So I couldn't use the song. I had to find
No,
other
it's
stuff.
not the whole song being used. No, honestly, I think the
I
number
couldn't
one
find like
issue.
bald eagles crying. I was looking for that.
No, I honestly, you want the honest truth. I don't think it's about the bald eagles or the whole song or whatever the fuck.
America.
I think the honest truth is,
oh my gosh,
you need less nature. Okay.
Well, more drunken hookers. That's
No.
America. That's
No.
America.
You need less nature, and you need more.
Skanks in cowboy boots.
No. No.
Yes.
No. You're envisioning
Women
degenerate
in American
America.
flag bikinis.
Nope. Still envisioning drunken America. No, you need less nature shit, and you need more America. Fuck yeah! And, like you need to get some fucking You need to get some
Guns.
troops in
We
there.
can't put guns on YouTube.
No, not guns. Not guns. You just need American shit, like military footage. Whether that be soldiers shooting, or even if it's just like soldiers walking in like a tactical scenario, like you just need some soldiers looking hard as fuck.
So like
that
a parade.
That gets the goosebumps on
A
people's
pride
arms and
parade.
back.
You're right.
That gives you that shit. Trust me, that shit gives you that shiver. It gives you those goosebumps. It gets bitches' pussies wet. It
Okay,
gets
whoa,
dudes'
whoa, whoa,
dicks
whoa.
hard.
Relax.
No, relax. You
Oh,
said you wanted
I
you
think
said you wanted my honest
Randy.
truth. No,
Randy, Ranster. We
no.
need a weather break. 1 second. A weather break.
Weather. What is
A weather
what does that
break.
mean?
I'm the heat in your lungs. I'm the smoke in the sky. I'm the gas in the tank. Gonna turn it up, turn it up. I'm the heat in your lungs. I'm the smoke in the sky.
The weather. Hello?
Are you looking for approval?
Come on. We need to know the weather. I just put the weather up there. Now you know what
I'm
to
just
expect.
asking, are you looking for approval? What do you want me to say?
Oh, is this cute? Hold on.
You
Look at this
say,
one.
oh my god, wow, but you know why you bring me here. It's like, give the fucking, and that's why most people hate me. Because I'm just going to say it as it is. I'm
Okay.
not going to sugarcoat that shit.
Okay, fine. You didn't like the weather. Fine. How about
No,
this
it
one?
kind of sucked, honestly. I mean, it was semi-creative. I'll give that to you, but
Oh my gosh.
apparently.
That's cute, right?
I don't.
No?
Honestly, that was probably even worse.
Oh my god.
I'm a big fan of the whole America thing. Like it was fairly solid for the most part, but I think you need less. Like I said, I think you need less nature, and you need more just troops.
Truckers.
No, you
Truckers.
need more
Nothing
troop
says
shit.
America like a
You need
trucker.
more. You need some more American soldier shit. That's like it gives just chills. Like that, it's you should just watch it and just get shivers down your back and goosebumps on your arms and just be like, that's hard as fuck.
Wow. You know that in order to get monetized, I need like 1,000 more watch hours. Like 10,000 more watch hours. Wow.
So those watch hours are counted not by total like hours viewed, like in terms of per person.
No.
It's like that whole combined, like, so if you need 1,000 watch hours,
No, I
and you
need
have 1,000 people watch for 1 hour each, that's 1,000 watch
I
hours,
need
right?
basically like 4,000. Yeah.
But like if you get what I'm saying. It's like the whole man hours thing. So it's like if you had 1,000 people watch for 1 hour, then that would be 1,000 watch hours, right?
That's never going to happen. So how do I get 10 people to get me 4,000 watch hours? This apparently is why people stream for the entire day and night. Oh my god.
I mean, maybe to a degree, but like you just need some shit that's like extremely either new in the news. So like, when Trump did you guys even talk about that? The whole Trump getting
Yes, of
shot
course
yesterday?
we did. Of course we did. We talked about all of that stuff in the first news
Yeah,
thing.
I mean, I don't know because I wasn't here for it. I
You
wasn't
never
watching.
watched my shit. We talked about Trump. Look at the bullet. We talked
Like I
about
said,
this
I'm
dude that hit
sorry.
him.
I like you, Kat, but fuck, I got other shit I got to attend to. I have my own fucking life. Holy Okay, if you dropped some shit about the whole Trump stuff, like the Trump shooting, if you dropped that way earlier, like if you drop something about that
I don't
between
think that's the move anymore. When I went on TikTok and YouTube, the second like it happened, that's all I saw. Drop, 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 drop. Everybody was talking about. Everybody went live. Everybody
well,
emergency
yeah, it's
meeting,
one tactic.
and then it just completely like made everybody get about the same amount they always get because it wasn't one
Yeah,
person.
that's one tactic. And if you're gonna move that tactic, you have to hit it as fast as you fucking can. Like you have to be on top of that shit, hit it as soon as you can.
I don't want to do that. I just won't.
So at that rate, if you don't want to do that, you have to have some pretty controversial fucking shit.
All right. So, what controversial views do you have, Randy?
I mean, I have a few, but I don't think I can say them on YouTube.
Well, see, that's the problem. We need controversial
why.
enough, but not controversial too much. You know what I mean? So,
I
what
mean, maybe
about
you
my
could.
view?
I mean, maybe you could have a safety net from that to a degree, based on how things are worded and how you make people confined within TOS.
Ugh, that sounds complicated. Anyways, the world is
So
flat.
no, it's not.
Excuse you. I thought you were religious.
I am, and the
Do you
world's not
believe in
flat.
demons?
Yes.
Okay, then you believe in this because they're both in the Bible. End of story.
Oh my god, this fucking bitch.
Look, that's what's in the book.
Anyway, yeah, cool. You've blown up giant Jesus on the screen enough times this stream.
Well, that's just, you just have to remember it's in the book for a reason, Randy.
Look, you want a controversial topic? You want something that's like, and
Yep.
I don't even know if it's beneficial to you, honestly. It's probably gonna get me more smoke than you, and I don't even want the smoke. I don't even want the attention, honestly. I'd rather be rich and a nobody than poor and famous. I'd rather be like, regardless of wealth, I'd rather be a fucking nobody. You want
Most of the really successful rich
I
people
think
are
people should stop
nobodies.
having an issue with white people or anyone that isn't black saying the N-word. I think it's really
So
stupid.
that's your take. Let's all say it in unison as one, as a country, to bond us together.
I mean, I would say it right now, but
No.
I'm not trying. Yeah, I'm not trying to get you banned or whatever.
Anyways,
I'm not
that's a
trying to get you to
beautiful
strike on
sentiment,
YouTube.
Randy, that we can end the stream on.
I'm just saying, like, you want something and that's why you want to like now all like, oh, I think we should end it here because you know it's controversial.